body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. our castle walls. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes, safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time has come to stand and fight, deconstruct, reignite. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Coming for the top, but who gon' say a word to stop us? Climbing up so high that you gon' need a bird to watch us, boy, that's way up. We serving L's to those with nerves to mock us, boy, don't play us. The vibes we got get blocked, approaches proper. Them dudes got majors ambitions, we ain't going for birdie. Legends in the making, dog, you watching 30 for 30. I keep a prayer for the faith, dab the real and dodge the snakes. Only mamba I rock with got 24 on the jersey. You about to witness something legendary. Ooh, I think they blind, they tryna see us, that's imaginary. You done lost your mind, sleeping on the squad, don't fit no competition. Hold up, slept on our greatness long enough, now we gon' run a score up. We tryna see the trophy pass around, confetti on the cap and gowns. Focused on the dub, but we not backing down. How you gon' stop the plan of God when he marching with the squad? Look at me, this RNG, and we the captains now.
We've been in the gym, yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
Stop us, I've been in the gym and I'm flexing monsters. Run up and check like a marathon, saying we gon' lose, it's like speaking nonsense. Not conscious how these jabs sting like I bang choppers, boy I slang linos like Steph Curry. They Usain Jong and I am the game like my name Harlem. Who gon' step and save his name? Return the kick like Devin Hester. In the end zone flexing. I'm talking harder than the reverend. Don't wanna hit it, it was destined. I train harder than a legend. Need a trophy, I ain't resting. Ate a bag just for breakfast.
Yeah, ate a bag just for breakfast. And a rapper that was flexing. Spit the bones out of catfish. But I swallowed up the necklace. Trying to make sure you cleared all the threats. Better put me on the checklist. I ain't playing. I repeat it till they all get the message.
Yeah, there'll never be another one that can't. I throw everything, the kitchen, the sink, the toilet, the plumbing. I still come, I smell it like potpourri. Y'all gotta know when you get to the studio. I've been focused, I've been going, you been knowing I'm not the one to sleep on. I burned down the room like I hopped on a dragon trying to get the iron bomb. Yeah, we've been in the gym. Focused on the win, what you say, boy? Come again, hey, please come again. I like we ain't poppin', hey, who gon' stop us now? 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 Who gon' stop us now?
I'll watch you while you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around. can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here. Don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake. I need you for real. Don't end with the handshake. I need more than a keepsake. I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Seem like every chance that I get, I show out like a pair of Lambo doors on the whip. My sneakers on the floor, man, you know they cost the grip. They know I go crazy anytime I can flip. Boss lifestyle, I be flexing like I live. Cheerleader on the side, wanna come and give me kissing. All I do is work, put up numbers every trip. One time I took a loss, I've been winning ever since. Got my drum bag on me, you don't want me to unzip. I could give you 50, try to tell you I'm legit. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. I could be the reason why you going to the ship. Ay.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
Yeah, I'ma do this face up, I don't need a pick. I be sniping, I don't really miss. Trigger finger, I gotta pull it. Easy money, it's all in a wrist. Don't get on my bad side, that's when I'm the best, yeah. Taking all bets, if I shoot it then it's wet, yeah. I'm a real threat, yeah, I ain't done yet. Double back, do it again, just in case you forget. Now you know who it is, put in blood, sweat and tears. I die for this here, bought for life, that's for real. Like cleats in the field, put in work, do drills. I just gotta get to it, I can't never sit still.
Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy. Putting in big work, yeah. But I'm still a boss, call me Mister. Yeah. No L's, I'm a winner like December. Swear, stand on top till it's over. For real dope, boy, I go crazy. All day, every day, go crazy. Man, I swear to God, I go crazy. Every trip, I going crazy.
this forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground. I've never been this way. I felt so hard, and I end my life a brand new start. I can't walk away. I've never been this far. My feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take.
And I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never
And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up, above. Fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they came to find me. Rising up, above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again, rising up, above. Fear and its pain, letting go of memories, knowing they came to find me. Rising up, above. Feels good. No point in fighting, it's hard pretending. Wake up, it's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come back no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get 'em hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
It's starting up again. Pulses racing. You're moving on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly so far.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the LPL. We are rocketing through our Summer 2020 split. I'm Munchables, I'm joined by Lyric, and boy, do we have some matches coming up for us today, Lyric.
We've got some matches, we've got some exciting segments.
We certainly do. Let's first, though, glance over at what happened yesterday here in the LPL, because we had some pretty crazy games, that second series especially, but also EDG losing out to DMO.
I mean, DMO were showing signs of life for weeks, but at the same time, I don't think EDG should get decisively stomped by them.
Yeah, well, lack of decisively. That's the problem for EDG, right? Couldn't make a decision in the late game. We went into our second series, FPX versus V5, and I know a lot of fans at home were devastated by this result.
I mean, my predictions were devastated, but ultimately this is still the most current former world champion, obviously, so not too big of a surprise, and overall good that V5 keeps picking up games against top teams.
Yeah, honestly, the real takeaway is the fact that V5 can win a game against FPX is a huge thing for them, but FPX, you expect them to win that kind of series. Now, when we look over towards the standings, I want to point something out to you, ladies and gentlemen. When you look at third place and you look at 8th place, you see that all of these teams currently have 4 wins on the board. A singular win for Suning could skirt them all the way up to third place right now.
I mean, even going all the way down to 14th with LNG at 2 wins, right? If they pick up a win today, they are now 3 wins. They're just one under this big group vying for playoffs.
Yeah, we've got a very stark 1st and 17th place, but the middle of the pack is all over the place right now and can change very dramatically. And as we move into today's games, we're going to have a few teams that are looking to move those standings. We've got LNG against BLG, both of them looking to make some headway, climb that ladder a little bit. But then later on, we have 7th versus 4th, but look at those series scores, 4 and 2 on either side of the score.
And the exciting thing is we do expect this to be a brawl, right? WE love to fight in RNG, all about that mid-jungle synergy and snowballing that into a victory.
Exactly. We could well have an absolute barn burner on our hands, and I certainly hope we do, but I daren't promise that, because last time I promised that, Fight Night happened, and Fight Night didn't happen ultimately, so fingers crossed for that second series. But first, let's talk LNG and BLG, and I want to start by talking about the mid laner for LNG here, because when you think of LNG, you think of pancakes, right? That's a pretty logical step to take, and realistically, Maple is the syrup for LNG, because everything they do revolves around this mid lane.
And I want to say, if you do eat pancakes without syrup, your dietary discipline is insane, but this is not the broadcast for you. Overall, though,
if you're eating pancakes and it's about dietary discipline, I don't think you get a pass on that one.
That is true. But either way, LNG's performance really does live and die by Maple in the early game. We rely on him to get on things like the Galio, the TF, and then translate that into some skirmish and pick options for then Light to be this big late game carry.
Yeah, absolutely. He kind of sets his team up in the early game, but also we do see him playing some of the more aggressive things like the LeBlanc to get these picks. He's going up in this mid lane against Fofo. Now, Fofo is a player that will be able to carry this mid lane head-to-head. As you rightly say, Maple, the more supportive player out of the two of them, while we see some glimpses of carry. Fofo on the other side, complete opposite.
But obviously, this is a matchup that both players are very familiar with, both of them coming from the LMS and playing against each other many, many times. Maple, we just want to see him lead with all the experience he has, especially in a team full of rookies. On the other side, we know Fofo's the guy who's going to get his hands on these aggressive picks like LeBlanc and look for those solo kills. And even about 31% of his team's damage, he's the carry that his team needs to rely on.
Yeah, 30% for a mid laner is a relatively impressive stat, honestly, in that mid lane. And we've got a couple of clips here of exactly that. Maple, you can see on this Galio succeeding in the team.
And this ult was massive, getting that 3-man knock-up, and he's going to find a lot of crucial taunts, even forcing the flashes, following himself. Actually securing a kill with his E, too, is pretty impressive.
It's pretty hilarious to watch someone to go down to the Justice Punch, but ultimately, importantly, it's all about the team. And even here, when he's playing something like the Azir, it's about setting everyone else up.
Exactly. We see him getting a really good Emperor's Divide, even forcing out a flash from Betty, leading to this skirmish win for LNG. But on the other side, Fofo being this massive playmaker on champions like Zoe.
Yeah, finding a double kill with a Luden's proc. But then you can see using this teleport to jump around the map and make things happen.
Exactly. This is why we said he's the player that BLG need to rely on if they want to start putting more wins on the board.
Yeah, they really are going to need to rely on Fofo in that mid lane. But also, BLG have a couple of changes coming on into today. And most importantly and excitingly, in the jungle, we've got Meteor coming back into the Rift. So brace for impact, ladies and gentlemen, because Meteor is a player that you can't predict. 15 unique picks over Spring.
Exactly. Remember, he was the player that would play things like the Maokai, like the Zac, would just bring out all these shenanigans. And it was also the crucial member for BLG making top 4 last year in Summer Split.
Yeah, definitely kind of a crux of the team. He was one of the real signature players for BLG. And it was to the surprise of a lot of people that he wasn't playing at the start of summer. And when we look at BLG, not just at Meteor, not just at Fofo, but the whole lineup, there is a ton of potential here. There is so much for BLG that you want to see coming out from this team. And it always feels like they're firing just short of where they should be.
Right, and we came into spring especially, we saw, okay, King on the top side was looking very good, especially in lane. Meteor, obviously an MVP level jungler. Fofo coming in, you know, side grader upgrade to Kuro, but at least would be a lot more active on the map. And then we just saw, especially after week 1 coming from break, there was just no synergy with this team at all. Meteor and Fofo, especially on different pages. Kingen kind of left to his own devices, in bot lane, fending for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, Wings, especially in that bottom lane, he came in from the LDL, and a lot of people excited about, you know, his team fighting, about things like the Kai'Sa coming out from him. And we have seen small glimpses of that, but it has been limited at best.
It's been very underwhelming from Wings. I was one of the people who's extremely excited, not only watching him in LDL last split, but even last year. But it's really hard to judge any player on this team as an individual because they have negative synergy. We talk about Knight and Carcel with that term in spring, but this whole team has negative synergy. They don't work very well together. We'd see glimpses in spring where Meteor would play around top side, get King in a lead, then they'd be able to snowball that around the map, but it wouldn't happen often.
Yeah, it was a little rough. Let's just word it like that. And when we look at these two teams, obviously in the standings, they're both not doing so hot right now. We've got 2 wins and 1 win on the scoreboard. But the issues that we have for these two teams are different kinds of issues. Like with LNG, it's not necessarily an issue of synergy with the roster. It just feels like indecisiveness.
It's really strange because when we see them go on their late game centric comps with Chen Lun on something like the Kale and then Light on an Aphelios, it suits their style because they aren't this extremely proactive team in the early game. And that's where we've seen them be able to pick up their wins because they are still 2 and 3 in series, right?
Yeah.
They have gotten some. But when we see them go on more aggressive team compositions, that's typically where they just kind of flounder.
Yeah, they seem to be one of these teams that wants to sit as long as they can, basically try and scale up towards the later stages of the game. Kind of like EDG, honestly. They're sort of a worse version of EDG where they want to play these scaling games. They want to go late game and win through team fights. But they don't necessarily pull the trigger on a lot of opportunities that they maybe should be. Also coming in today, they've got Iwandi playing instead of Duan. So trying to change things up in the roster in the hopes that that'll repair some of the damage they've got.
Yeah, and we have already seen Iwandi in 2 games this split, did play the Nautilus and the Maokai, so trying to take more of a proactive initiation role, which if they want to play these comps, which we've already seen, we saw XX trying to go back to that Jarvan, which I'd say is his best champion. We need another player to step up and create these proactive options on the map.
Yeah, we're going to see if anyone can step up here today. Up against BLG, you'd certainly hope so. I feel like these two teams have a matchup ahead of them that should be relatively easy. If you're looking at it from either side, this is one of the easier opponents for you because both of these teams are relatively hands-off, especially in the early game. So you'd hope that they can set themselves up with win conditions that look relatively easy to execute.
Yeah, and you know we are getting a look here at BLG, who look a lot happier and more silly than LNG looked very dead set and serious. So hopefully this mood, you know, from seeing in their room will translate to stage.
I love that Fofo is literally taking a nap here, but we're heading over to the arena here. LNG versus BLG to start off our day. We're going to bring our players onto the stage. I love that we're back in the arena. I love that we're seeing the players here live on the stage as well as we bring out LNG.
Yeah, it's really exciting. And again, we're going to get kind of a feel for how they look coming onto the stage. We've talked about this many times on broadcasts that I actually feel like it is a really good tell to see where players are at like their mind state with
Yeah.
how jovial they look like when you look at FPX and they're just always laughing.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the same can be said in other regions, right? When you look at G2, for example, they're always clearly having fun, even when they're losing. And I feel like that's a super positive thing. FPX is, as you say, another great example of exactly that. And Top Esports have very much been one of those teams here this split.
Though, to be fair, I guess, to these teams, it is quite hard to keep that atmosphere light when you are sitting at the bottom of the standings. To their credit, though, obviously not that many series have been played, so they still can work their way up. And we've already highlighted if LNG win, they're sitting at 3-3, so just right under that 4-win scoreline where like 8 teams are at.
60 BLG there, getting ready for their games, and they look relatively neutral. I was going to try and pull some emotion out of that. I can't lie, they look like they're ready to play and they're ready to get off of the stage and get onto their computers. But yeah, we'll see how this one's going to pan out. And I'm curious what we're going to see from BLG. You can see our mid lane head-to-head right there. Fofo going to be one of the players to carry, but I'm curious if we do see that Meteor-Fofo synergy in a bit of a better position than what we saw from them in spring.
And this will come to a question for playstyle for me as well, because we'd see glimpses of them go for these early game styles where we see Fofo on the LeBlanc in spring and Meteor on something more aggressive like a Jarvan or an Olaf, and them try to snowball the game. But a lot of the time they just went back to that 2019 playstyle of like, hey, let's sit back, let's scale, let's have Fofo on a more supportive scaling pick, something like an Azir that's going to pop off in teamfights later on, and set up Jinzhao to be a big carry, which actually did start happening a lot towards the end of the split.
Yeah, towards the later stages for sure. And the one thing about BLG across the whole of spring is the roles for the players did seem to keep on changing. I mean, Meteor is the perfect example of that. Some games bringing out really aggressive jungle picks, like the Elise was one of his most picked in spring. Other games brings out the Maokai, brings out the Zac, things that you're not really the carry of the team. And as you rightly say, towards the end, Jinzhao was the one stepping up. But now Jinzhao's moved to the support position, except it's Shinmo starting, so he's kind of just on the bench. You got Wings coming in. It feels like a very different version of the team, and we already didn't really know which version of the team we'd be seeing back at spring.
That's true, but I like that you highlight Jinzhao because I still think it's really important they kept him on the roster, since he is the one coming all the way back from when this org was like AD Gaming back in the day. Obviously went through different names under EDG's academy team, then becoming IMA, and finally Billy. So I feel like he definitely offers some confidence and, let's say, like a leadership role outside of the Rift.
We'll see if that leadership is going to influence the games here today. They certainly need some leadership when you look at their scoreline right now. 1-4, their 6th series. We'll see if BLG can change their fortunes up against LNG. But when we get into the ban phase, Nidalee continuing to become a very high priority ban here in the LPL.
A champion that Meteor was very good on in spring and has played a lot in solo queue, but the thing that catches my attention is LNG keeping this strategy of banning out Ezreal on blue side and trying to force the team into banning out Aphelios or, giving that over.
Well, the Aphelios was not banned away, and that means immediately Light going to happily grab that one up. This has been one of the champions that really has secured wins for LNG so far in the split.
We talked about how they do just want to scale and play that late game style, so it's a great pick. I do expect BLG to just go towards the Kalista, going to play this aggressive option, which Aphelios is fine with champions wanting to come into him and then really just popping off with those chakrams.
Yeah, able to just blast anyone that comes nearby. We've got the Trundle and the Graves locked in as our jungle picks, and then the Leona for Iwandi alongside this Aphelios for Light. But we'll see where BLG go. You'd expect them to go for a support as well, get something that can go alongside the Kalista. Maybe something like the Nautilus, something like the set.
The set would be nice because it is a flex pick, so I just love having flex picks on red side, and then you leave a lot of mystery in your draft all the way until last pick. But Shinmo has been much more of a Nautilus player.
But I think we might have a mid lane lock in instead. Fofo just going to grab himself the Zoe. And I mean, we saw it in the B-roll earlier. Zoe has been a standout pick for Fofo this split, and when we're looking at Fofo as being one of the primary carries, setting up with comfort is certainly the way forward.
And to me, it is also a bit of a takeaway because this is Maple's most played champion this split by far. He has 7 games to Zoe. He picked it all 3 games in their last set against Vici. So wanting to go with that, gonna do fine in trying to outrange the Aphelios. Obviously doesn't fit the Kalista that well, but you still have options in what you can build this comp into.
It's kind of interesting, isn't it, that we talk about Zoe as the most played pick for Maple, but honestly, the picks that have been most successful for Maple have been the support picks, more like the Galio. So he doesn't really fit into that category. But either way, we're going to have the Twisted Fate, the LeBlanc banned away from Maple here. On the other side, LNG banning that set that we talked about as a support for Kalista. We'll see where they go with their last ban.
Yeah, and I'd like to actually just see BLG go towards top here if they're going to just opt into this 5v5 team fight. You have Wukong still open, Ornn as well if they'd prefer that, but Wukong obviously doing so well here in the LPL, would do a great job of getting onto LNG's carries, and Kingen has looked pretty good on it.
And Kingen so far this split has played 8 different champions. He's played 8 games.
Yep, one different champion every game.
Obviously, ADD has played a couple of games for the team, but it's going to be Kingen majoritively, and he's going to be left till the last pick as well, so he gets his pick of the litter. And if something like the Wukong does come through for Chen-Lun, he's been willing to go for things like the Hecarim.
Yeah, you have the Hecarim. You can obviously take the Renekton in that matchup as well. And I guess Renekton is banned, but you have a couple of options. The Mordekaiser still open that could counter out that pick. And LNG have already set themselves up that they do want to go and fight what BLG have drafted. So now this Orianna actually does set up really well for a top laner that does want to go in.
And look at that Orianna win rate, 77% right now. It has been an exceptionally strong mid laner here in the LPL. And it certainly sets up the rest of the team, right? When you've got a Leona there, when you've got an Aphelios that wants everyone grouped together, that Shockwave's going to do wonders. We got a Bear in the top lane as well.
Yeah, and this was the pick that LNG have been playing a lot. Of course, it was Flandre, the one piloting the champion, but obviously extremely strong in the laning phase. I actually haven't really seen too many matchups where it even struggles, but the thing that is kind of not strange or off-putting, but you don't have any like guaranteed engage, right? Sure, you have the ultimate coming out from the Leona, but if that misses, Volibear isn't someone who offers any like point-and-click CC, right? So you are still going to have to run at BLG. They do have some tools to try and cut you out with the Sleepy Shovel Bubble and the Pillar, but ultimately BLG puts together a comp that wants to run forward as well.
Yeah, we've pretty much got 2 comps that want to clash against each other. A good amount of scaling on the side of LNG, whereas for BLG, with this Kalista pick, it feels like there's going to be a little bit of a timer on this draft.
Yeah, BLG definitely going to want to get more in those mid-game skirmishes. Obviously, Kalista's a pick that can start doing extremely well at the first item mark when she gets the Blade of the Rune King pick up, but I'd say late game you don't necessarily count out what BLG have drafted, since we said the engage coming from LNG is pretty conditional, but we have an Orianna and a Aphelios, even Graves and Volibear scaling up quite well, so if the game does go later, we definitely would favor LNG.
We certainly would. On the side of BLG, we've got Fofo on this comfort pick of the Zoe. It's a comfort pick for both of these mid laners. On the other side, though, Maple grabbing himself Orianna. This will be the first time he's playing at this split. We could have both of these players trying to make things happen, not necessarily in the 1v1 in the lane, but I'm expecting a lot of action from them roaming around the map.
Yeah, we do have an Orianna, though, so obviously not typically the champion you think of that really wants to roam around the map, just wants to sit up, farm, get those items under her belt. Fofo will have some options, especially you can try to get Meteor in that mid lane early. Trundle, of course, is one of the champions that can go for a level 2 gank, throw down that pillar, try to burn Maple's flash, and then it'll give Fofo a lot of priority to go and help set up his bot side.
All right, well, we're going to jump on Summoner's Rift here for the first game of the day. It's LNG up against BLG, with LNG on our blue side here. Good amount of scaling on both sides of the map, and one of the key things that we're going to be looking for in this series is good decision-making out of our 2 teams, showing that they know what they're about, that they know how to execute their win conditions.
Yeah, exactly, and we have 2, I'd say, very different power points for the compositions, where LNG early on can definitely play around top side. We've seen Volibear just crush Ornn many, many times, so you're going to have a priority point to play around, see if XX wants to go and invade Meteor's topside jungle and look for these duels. And for BLG, we already talked about it, right? See if you can get mid set up early on, and then keep trying to translate that into bot side pressure, wait for King to get that call of the Forge God, and then play for these early neutral objectives.
I haven't seen this Volibear skin yet, but that looks really cool. I think it's the... Is there a wrestler Volibear skin?
Yes,
I'm not
there's
even
like
sure.
I think there's like a luchador Volibear skin, right?
Well, he's yellow. I know that, and he looks cool. But we'll see that later on in the game as we get towards the top lane. But across this game, got to be looking towards BLG in the early stages, especially Meteor coming back in. Obviously, just as a player, is going to have a bit of pressure on him to live up to his own reputation, because he's certainly one of the most hyped members of BLG. But also, in terms of the matchup, in terms of the team compositions, a lot of onus on him to start the game strong.
And yeah, Meteor going to have a lot of opportunities around the map, especially we talked about in mid and bot. And we just saw in mid, Fofo looking for a lot of aggressive paddle stars. Wasn't using paddle star in the wave at all. He was just constantly trying to get in Maple's face.
Try and force Maple out of this lane, try and get some advantages in the early stages of the game. And especially when you've got these 2 mid laners that both, later on, will really want to fight for priority.
And even his rune choice, right? Going towards the electrocute. Typically, we do see either Spellbook or Shinmo.
Hang on, Shinmo. That's a little bit aggressive down in the bottom lane. He's going to be fine. Aftershock keeps him safe.
Also makes sense, right? You do have the Callista lane, so you do want to look for these strong trades early on with that Hail of Blades.
XX just going to be clearing his jungle away here as he gets over towards his blue buff. He's clearing up towards the top side. Meteor on his wolves right now. It looks like we should have one Scuttle Crab for each side of the map.
Yep, so our first clears are going to be a bit slower, but going back to the mid lane point, when you do take that electrocute right, it is all about these very aggressive trades, trying to get those 3 hits, proc the electrocute, back off, rinse and repeat, and continue to find your advantages through those ways. So Fofo at least signaling, hey, he knows I need to be the carry of this team. I'm not going to take a back seat.
Damn, this trade out of Chenlun. Honestly, new Volibear, especially in this matchup against Ornn, the harass is so difficult for Ornn to deal with.
Like, thinking about what we've seen here in the LPL, I've not seen a matchup where it struggles. From what I've seen in solo queue, you would think Renekton should be a good answer, but here in the LPL, we saw Volibear crush Renekton.
Yeah, we've really not seen any answer to the Volibear up in that top side. And it's interesting that we see it near exclusively in the top lane with a couple of variations there, but mostly it's been top lane Volibear for us in the LPL. Elsewhere in the world, it's been in jungle, it's been in support, mostly jungle though.
Yeah, LEC especially, right? Playing it in jungle pretty much every game. We have seen it here once from Lilian, and did find some success. It obviously won the game. It actually won the game against LNG. Actually, it was me and you. We were here the other day.
Yeah.
Did become a big unkillable force.
Baloo the bear in the jungle, but it's up in the top lane that Chenlun's going to be in trouble right now. The bear knocked into the sky, and with his flash on cooldown, there's nothing he can do about this one. Meteor grabbing himself first blood.
And really interesting that we set up how XX can play through his topside priority. He actually was in Meteor's jungle, looking for Meteor, trying to steal his camps and get that duel.
Hang on, we've got to fight in the bottom lane as well as Shinmo. Going to take a lot of damage to start this one off. And Eclipse from Iwandi is going to mean that he's relatively tanky in that trade.
Yeah, so we are still seeing BLG's bot lane be extremely aggressive, which is good because this is something we haven't seen a lot out of BLG. It really feels like their bot lane has been struggling this split. Even Wings getting damage onto the enemy team. His 2 most played champions this split are Aphelios and Ezreal. Even you move down one more, it's Kaisa, and he's doing the same amount of damage in his team as Kingin at 25%.
Which is a little bit of an issue, right? When you're AD carry that's playing things like Aphelios, that's playing things like the Ezreal, can't out-damage your top laner.
And your mid laner, whose most played is LeBlanc, is 31% of your team's damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lyric, would you say that this is an issue of Wings, or would you say that that is King and ADD doing a good job in the top?
I'd say it's a little bit of neither, honestly. It's his team not being able to execute on their drafts or find a style where they can set up for Wings to do well in team fights. So these damage numbers are bloated by how the laning phases are going. And we know Kingin picks a bunch of laning champions, right? You've already highlighted 8 champions. He's played the Jace, he's played the Hecarim, the Renekton, the Camille, so a lot of aggressive and carry style champions.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing about that number 8 champions, right, is that he's picking counter matchups. XX manages to grab his own Mega Chicken there. The smite was just a millisecond too soon from Meteor, or in fact, I think that might have been XX's smite.
Oh, Iwandi is actually in a fine position, but it's really nice to see BLG be the proactive team this game. Meteor somehow sneaking around, finding a gank in the top side, and now using that pressure from bot and mid to look for these invades in LNG's jungle.
Shinmo's going to be able to find his way onto light here. The root should come on through. Ignite already ticking onto the AD carry, and Aphelios is in trouble, but they can't commit to this one as XX shows. And they will have to back away.
Still, you got 2 summoner spells for 1, so BLG are fine with this. I don't think LNG should be able to get a re-engage, but you're at least going to help them neutralize, clear out this wave, and find a recall timing if they want.
I wasn't sure if they were going to keep going since they do have this Callista. Hail of Blade's going to be back available, and Iwandi forced a flash.
And that pillar was absolutely beautiful coming out from Meteor, and even the synergy with Shinmo to then go for the dredge line straight after. And we see how the team's just kind of working in unison right now, because if you are looking at the minimap, Fofo was also hovering, which is why LNG's bot lane realized, oh god, we need a back. And even now, seeing that, hey, Kingin's kind of walking down as well. He's ready if anything happens, and he has that Call of the Forge God now.
And this is such a great sign for BLG, because the biggest thing we said coming in was this team feels uncoordinated. It feels like there isn't any synergy there. Meteor coming back on in, being part of every play so far. maybe is the Band-Aid that can fix that problem.
And he was the shot caller of the team before. That was definitely said last year in 2019. So he was the star player as well. When talking about the best junglers in 2019 in LPL, the 3 names that always popped up no matter what order people had was Tien, Karsa, and Meteor. So good to see him back in the roster. Good to see the team at least synergizing early on. Look at all the vision in the river and how they're turning this into objectives around the map.
Yeah, I mean, setting all of that vision up as the Dragon was spawning so that they could take control in the early game. And now the next objective is going to be that Rift Herald, and you can see the team moving up towards the top side of the map.
And it's absolutely beautiful to watch. And even looking that Kingen still has the teleport. So if any fight breaks out, Kingen can be there. LNG not answering, leaving Shenlun in the top side, just makes you think that they're going to go for plate spot lane. But with XX not here, they actually can't really look to dive Kingen or anything like that.
Shenlun's in trouble up in the top lane because Shinmo going to start the fight onto him. Shinmo's still only level 5, but hey, that's a Volibear all popped out, and that means Meteor can start this Herald.
And this does go back to what we said about LNG, just kind of watching the game pass them by, which, you know, with this draft, taking the game slow is fine. Actually, all we'd really want to see XX do is really try to control Meteor, stop him from finding any options. We've already set up the invades in top side. Ooh. Oh, it's just going to clear out the wave.
Yeah, Kingen's aware that they could look for a dive here, so just ults the wave to make sure that I1D can't go into tower. One thing you always have to worry about against Leona.
Yeah, and right. So far, BLG are doing a great job. Looks like they are going to just go drop the Herald top and funnel some gold onto Wings. So this is going to be Wings' chance.
XX has found Kingen here in the jungle. Will be able to slow him down, but does not have the damage to get through an Ornn. He's already got a Chain Vest, so Kingen is feeling pretty safe. But in the meantime, Light is the one that you've got to focus on. He's getting some tower plays for himself. That's going to be matched in the top side by Wings with this Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it's also interesting that we see Shenlun in the mid lane, so going with Maple and putting some pressure onto Fofo, but Shinmo is there to answer as well. So overall, BLG also winning out on the big tempo play on the map.
Get a second charge here. There was no answer in this top side. I would have loved to see Wings just stick around for a minute there, honestly, and he maybe could have finished the tower.
The thing I like about it, though, is they reset. They're going to get tempo coming onto the map, so they can look to go set up some vision in the bottom side jungle. There isn't any dragon up yet, so that is a bit unfortunate, but hey, the recall, you stop LNG from taking your turret. You have a tempo advantage. We know Fofo is going to continue to have priority in this mid lane in the sense that he could just throw out a paddle star, clear out the wave, so maybe we can see some aggressive picks coming out from BLG with the Zoe, the Nautilus, and the Trundle Pillar.
Yeah. The fact that there's still 2 plates remaining as well on that bottom tower, Light was able to get 3 for himself, but ultimately, LNG lose the trade, and that's the most important thing, because we always talk about it's not about getting the Herald, it's about how you convert it into a play elsewhere on the map. So great stuff from BLG, and it's so good to see these signs of life from them. They're now 1,500 gold ahead of LNG in this early game.
And I mean, kind of luckily for BLG, they were also able to pick up that series win against E-Star when they didn't take Smite that one game. So they're not sitting at the bottom of the table. They do have this bit of a cushion to where, right, they still have 11 series left, not including this one after this one 10. So the dream run is still there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is still in playoff range. Even DMO right now.
Well, Rogue Warriors, right? Rogue Warriors have no series wins, but the run for them is possible as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue Warriors, they're still only on 5 losses.
11 series win streak.
Look, I'm just saying it's possible, okay? All they need is like 8 or 9 wins to make it to playoffs, generally speaking, outside of extreme circumstances.
Yep, definitely true. And going back, we see BLG making the same play that they made earlier on, right? We talked about how they can look for picks in the bottom side jungle with the Trundle Pillar and Zoe hovering.
Meteor moving into the jungle here. XX, the target. Look at the damage. Sleepy Trouble Bubble should easily finish this one off. Meteor with a second kill. Now double TPs come on through. Shenlun is the first one here, but he needs to get out of there as well. Orianna with a bit of damage on the backline, but Shenlun ain't that tanky just yet. Knockups galore. Hook doesn't hit though. Stun to get over the wall, and Fofo gets it with a bubble.
And overall, BLG doing so well. They're actually going to be able to...
They're not done. They're not done just yet. Light is obviously the target here on Aphelios. They just let I1D run because they want to shut down Moonboy.
And this is beautiful play coming out from BLG. Even a member we haven't had to highlight that much as Kingen. We've seen him constantly hover over, coming in with that follow-up TP, giving BLG enough confidence to continue looking for the play. Great hooks coming out from Shinmo, but overall, This has been all about the top half of the map for BLG, and these are the stars we expected to see coming into 2020.
Yeah, and they've been playing around the top side of the map, but ultimately it's Wings that's been able to profit off of that. Elsewhere on the map, grabbing himself turret place. Bit of a skirmish between our junglers here, but they'll both back away. Infernal Drake is on the map, though.
I know a lot of our fans have missed Meteor, and this game is showing us why. And both teams now hovering around Dragon. We are missing some key ultimates. I think especially Kingens that Call of the Forge God would come in handy if they wanted to start a fight against LNG, but also no ultimates on XX or Shenlun either.
LNG gonna move in to try and contest this one. With the Ren, though, the Dragon goes down, and LNG just go wide on the Zenith blade, so they're not going to be able to force the engage. Fate's Call to pull out Shinmo, and I think BLG just get away with it.
Yeah, and actually even Iwandi did not have his ultimate, and we talked about, hey, this team doesn't have any easy engage options, right? There's no point-and-click CC. I mean, I guess you do have Leona's E, but other than that, getting in there and hitting that Q, so...
Yeah, I mean, we just watched how if you miss the Leona E, there is nothing.
And then we also saw Shenlun just kind of run up, stun you, and it's like, well, now I just walk away, so BLG in a great position, 3K gold lead. LNG going to be able to answer on the turret, but this isn't really going to amount to any sort of pressure. Just a bit of gold in their pockets.
Yeah, just going to minimize that gold lead, so still about 2,000 at this point. But look at the kill score, look at the Drakes. BLG, very much the ones in control of how this game is going. We do have a play potentially being set up on the top side, but no, I think LNG just going to disperse once more and move back to their lanes.
And we're still at a point where if LNG look to start Herald, BLG can definitely fight. We already have a ton of items coming out on their side. Kingens already hit his first item mark where Shenlun hasn't. Kalista at that one item power spike.
Damn, Cleanse having to be burned by Maple in the mid lane. Really nice find from Fofo to get a trouble bubble there. And we talked about this mid lane matchup being the most important head-to-head in the game. So far, I mean, just look at the scoreboard. It is all about Fofo.
And it's just been great, right? Fofo's just pretty much been perma pushing and looking for trades onto Maple, which is let Meteor do whatever he wants. And Meteor's done a lot. We've seen 2 invades come out from him, 2 dragons, and a Rift Herald. Even him fighting that gank on top lane was really nice to see.
There has been a lot of plates taken so far this game. 960 for the side of LNG, but importantly, because of the plays you're talking about that Meteor has started up here, huge amount of gold going the way of BLG through those plays.
And let's remember that there are comps and games where a team falls behind and it does look impossible to come out ahead. But with LNG's comp, if the game goes late enough, we always have some kind of huge shockwave into Moonlight Vigil play coming out from LNG.
Or just make a play right now, because Wings forced out of the fight, and Meteor completely alone all of a sudden. No flash available, and he's 1v5. Goes down right now. Drake not going to be up for another 2.5 minutes, though.
Yeah, and this is Meteor just kind of overstepping a bit too far. When Shenlun wasn't showing on the map, Kingen's been up there by himself for quite a while. Even Maple not showing in the mid lane while Fofo was pushing out that last wave. So Meteor walking into 5 people.
Fofo's doing a ton of damage with these paddle stars. So obviously, off the back of... Wait, hang on. This is BLG starting the Herald.
I mean, they did just see light showing on bottom wave, so they know at worst it's a 4v4 right now. And they do have Kalista, but...
I love the confidence. They're like, oh, a jungler got picked off? Sure, we'll take a neutral objective. That doesn't seem to be how League of Legends should work, though.
Again, goes more to the light showing on the bottom wave, but I know what you're saying. The spirit of it feels wrong regardless, right?
It certainly does. Wings now going to be able to grab himself a red buff as well. The question is, where does this Herald go? What do they do with this objective?
I think opening up mid lane is always the best option when you don't have some kind of split pusher that wants to play through a long lane, especially when you look at LNG's comp, right? It has Orianna Ophelia, so you're going to have great wave clear. So without Rift Herald, breaking that mid turret actually could be pretty hard.
They are going to have the Herald to do exactly that. And Fofo obviously can do a decent job of shoving that wave in the mid lane. We've seen that countless times in the Fofo-Maple matchup. But you can see Maple only just arriving here in the mid lane. It's light right now to clear the way.
You're also at the point of Orianna versus Zoe, though, right, where you both just throw down your full combo and the wave's gone. Going to be pretty non-interactive at this point in time.
And we are going to see, actually, Wings move down to the bottom side of the map here. Might just drop the Herald to finish that tower off instead, because the rest of his team positioning to stop any kind of aggression down on the bottom side.
Ooh, that was a bit scary if Fofo would have had to blow a summoner, but Overall, I don't want to see Herald drop spot. You have no reason. The turret is pretty much so. Now the turret's gone. Now we're not going to see it. So
He didn't
thank
even
God.
have to auto. Never mind Herald. That turret is done with. Wings having to get out of here though, because Chenlun is charging along.
has
There's no
ultimates.
tower here right now.
Well, not having the confidence to throw it down that. I guess not confidence, not wanting to risk that on a 50-50 play.
We got to fight. Teleport coming in. I wanted the target to start this one off, and with the trouble bubble, stopwatch keeps him alive, but
He's gone.
not for long.
Yep.
Arguably a waste of a stopwatch in all honesty.
It was definitely a bit of a waste. And now, hey, you still have Rift Herald up.
Hang on. We've got more on our hands, though, because Maple, I don't think, can get away. Flashes over the wall. XX now the target. He's going to back away for himself. Light, desperate to get this red buff, but we all know he's not grabbing it. Meteor to get that one. Now onto the Volibear. Jumps over the wall. The trouble bubble ignored because of the ult. Very nicely done. XX now feeling the pressure in the mid lane. Has to collateral damage just to get to safety. And even a bonus charge to the Herald.
Like, Munch, I know it's against LNG, but this is supposed to be two evenly matched teams in this matchup, but BLG is doing whatever they want.
And BLG is meant to be the slow team, right? Remember back at the start of spring, we talked about this team as super slow, super calculated. This is fast, aggressive gameplay we're seeing.
And it's going to the win conditions of their composition, so it's great to see. You came out of pick and ban and say, okay, this is going to be us seeing can these teams play to their win conditions. BLG have definitely done that, and feels like they've executed almost every part of the plan perfectly. And now on Soul Point, but even that doesn't feel like it matters all that much. BLG are going to be at the point at the 20-minute mark where they could even just look to try to force a fight at Baron, but we do gotta take a step back because, again, it is still Orianna, Phelios, even Graves and Volibear, right? You have a ton of AoE, you walk into the pit wrong or into some choke where you don't have vision, and numerous members can get blown up.
Yeah, I think the correct way to say it is this is a very throwable lead right now for BLG. Yes, they are in a great spot, and their composition is spiking incredibly hard right now, so they should be in a great spot. We'll see if they can keep it going.
And this was LNG trying to play through their priority bot after looking for that pick. BLG collapsing from both sides. King TPing in doesn't really need to. He's the one that secures the kill, which is pretty interesting. And then they keep going. They have the Herald. We see Wings going to set that down, but Kingen and Meteor looking for this engage. Shinmo flashes in. His ultimate does hit Maple. Doesn't mean that much. And sadly, we didn't get to see where they actually did go on to turn onto Chenlun and find a kill as well.
Yeah, able to catch out Chenlun, who, in all honesty, was taking a bit of a greedy path through the jungle. XX going to be denied his chicken here. It's actually going to reset, but Wings is going to be able to finish that one off with the Rend.
This also leads to a conversation, though, where we saw Flandre play 4 games. And I actually feel like Flandre individually actually played extremely well those 4 games. So bringing back in Chenlun, who was struggling a bit himself, but also the team seemed really awkward to play around his identity, where he definitely looks better.
Oh my days, the damage coming out from Fofo. Iwandi's going in. The combo from LNG. Fofo punished for the aggression.
And that was as decisive as could be. And Iwandi coming out with some great CC. And we talked about them having a ton of AoE burst, and we just saw it there with all the ultimates coming out.
That was so nice from Iwandi. Recognizing he had an opportunity and just, you know, being willing to go over that wall, because that was, you know, a potentially questionable play if BLG could capitalize.
That definitely could have gone a very different way, but...
Yeah. I saw him going over. I wasn't filled with confidence. But hey, they pull it off, and that's what matters. Let's take another look.
Okay, so they do have the ward. The rest of the members are showing in the lane, so it is actually pretty safe. But
no.
the flash E over is great, and obviously we just saw it set up for both Maple and XX's ultimate. So this is the potential win condition for LNG going forward if that hits multiple members of BLG.
Maple slowed by the pillar, but Meteor realistically can't challenge him there. Meteor's actually pretty low with Baron available, but obviously LNG not really in a position to try and just force the Baron right now. They do have a Phelios, but ultimately
their Baron's definitely not bad, but...
This is 10-12, so the Baron take from Phelios hasn't been nerfed yet, still very much a threat.
Even Orianna with, you know... Ooh, actually... Oh, sorry, I actually thought they were about to start up the Baron, but getting a bit baited by the Graves.
Yeah, Wings wasn't there, so they have to back away from this one. But they can certainly set up vision, and this is what... So, Lyric, explain to me, like, what is the next step for BLG? How do we see them snowball the lead that they have? How do we see them abuse this Kalista?
Like, at this point, the Dragon's up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. So, keep Kingen in the side lane. It's actually strange. I guess they're going to wait a bit longer, but put King in the top side, have him push out that wave. You're going to be able to draw some pressure by trying to force someone from LNG to answer. Walk down towards Dragon. You're either going to get Soul, which is then going to put you on point for Elder, which is great, or you're going to find a 5v5 where your composition is still spiking extremely hard with this Kalista and Zoe.
So just try and put LNG in a bad position, basically. Try and force them to make a decision that there aren't any particularly good outcomes for. The big thing for LNG, though, is, as you rightly said just a moment ago, if they can find that fight around this Dragon, around this Baron, where everyone groups up, there's a big shockwave, there's a big combo of ultimates, things can very much turn around.
Yeah, and also really interesting they're going for this.
Red
They
Buff
do
actually
get
got
it.
taken by Wings there. Shinmo wants to find a fight. He's onto Light as well. And there goes the AD carry. Pop goes LNG. And now on to the rest of the team as well. Kingen arriving as Iwandi is going to be the next one to go. Shenlong forced out with his ultimate. And it's a double kill for Wings. And everything going BLG's way.
Yeah, and that's actually all up to BLG doing a great job of controlling this vision, because had LNG seen them come in, we talked about how they have all this AoE wombo coming out. Probably could have tried to burst that 3-man core from BLG, but didn't have vision, didn't see it. BLG steal red buff, and then Shinmo hitting a very good dredge line, starting that fight off.
And now onto the Dragon. Bear in mind, XX is nowhere to be seen. This is going to be Soul now for BLG. They're in a phenomenal position to close this one out. Soul at just 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and again, the next thing to look for, obviously we're going to start thinking about Baron, but Elder up in 6 minutes is going to be massive. And here we see the pillar come out from Meteor, but then a great dredge line like we talked about coming out from Shinmo. Wings having the confidence to pull him back in, throw him into the fight. Also interesting, we see Meteor and Fofo just zoning everyone else up on the top side.
It feels like there has been some quality practice from BLG recently. This is looking like a completely different team to what we... Like, coordinated team fights like that where they get a pick, the rest of the team zones, like, I don't remember seeing that from BLG this summer.
Ooh, and we're also seeing more coordination onto Chen-Lun.
This volleyball pick has not been working out for Chen-Lun this game. He's not really been able to find much. Knocked up, and he will be finished off once again. And yet another pick, yet another advantage.
Thinking about it, though, right? Especially here in the LPL where we've really mostly only seen it top, we've seen this volley bear pick work off just snowballing its extremely strong laning phase, which, again, early on he was winning the lane, which makes sense, it's up against an Ornn. But then that one gank from Meteor, just setting him behind, and then BLG never took their foot off the gas pedal and then just kept making plays. Okay, go gank bot, get Dragon, rotate back up to Herald, so on and so forth. And they haven't really given LNG even a chance to breathe after that.
Yeah, they've done a great job of just layering this pressure on, not giving a second, as you say. And this is an exciting showing here from BLG, because when you look at their schedule of who they've played so far, they've only managed to beat E-Star, but they've played FPX, they've played V5, they've played top esports. They've actually had a pretty hard schedule. So this is a really good sign that maybe we've got a middle-of-the-table team on our hands.
Yeah, and LNG actually spam pinging Baron. Okay, just going to get some vision. I was going to say, this could be the kind of Hail Mary play they maybe need to make, but the fact that there is still always a chance of them taking advantage of a misplay from BLG would feel a bit over-ambitious. A big thing for me, though, is Wings now has 3 items, going to be very safe, strong, and has a ton of sustain with that stance, and the Ornn items are coming out as well.
Meteor could get caught out here. This is the power of the Leona, but Iwandi misses the ult. Fofo going in as well. Moonlight Vigil used. That is a ton of ultimates used by the side of LNG. And now they're getting collapsed on Chen-Lun, gets into the backline. Shockwave hits no one. And that could be disastrous now as they get collapsed upon. Ren comes on through and everybody's starting to fall. Keep your eyes on Light. He is the hope right now for LNG. Jumping forward, gets a shutdown, gets 2 for himself, but still goes down. Maple, the last man standing, and will get chomped on through by Meteor. A fight for BLG.
Yeah, and we have 30-second death timers on a lot of these carries. Okay, actually, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I thought maybe they were going to push for the base, but going to be able to translate that into a Baron despite Wings going down. But that looked all right for BLG starting out right. Meteor had the flash to get away from Iwandi. And then things looked dicey to me when we saw Chen-Lun come in off the flank, jump into every member of BLG, but Wings doing a great job of kiting him out, as well as Shinmo. Kingen keeping all the members separated with that Call of the Forge God. And we just saw Wings dance around that fight, looking so beautiful on that Kalista pick, and Fofo doing a lot as well.
Yeah, and you know, props to Light trying to make that play happen. Did actually get 2 kills for himself, but ultimately wasn't quite enough. And you can see why they didn't try and push an end, right? There is no damage between these 3 players. You got burst damage out of Fofo, but he's not that great taking towers.
That's just one of those situations where it's like, kills here, kills there, you're really hyped, you think something else is going to happen, and you take a step back and...
Yeah, like, wait a second, we got a Zoe.
But yeah, so we see them look for this pick on a Meteor. He flashes out immediately. Irwandi now in a position he doesn't want to be in. And we actually see Chen Lun coming in.
Oh my goodness.
Just kind of ignores everyone, jumps in. We see Kingan doing a nice job of kind of separating the rest of the members, but even LNG just not feeling comfortable walking forward. Great knockup from Kingan. Tons of damage coming from Fofo, and Wings was doing a ton this whole time, dancing around the fight. And here's what we talked about with Light trying to find a way back into the fight, but hey man, you're surrounded, nothing you can do, and BLG comes out on top.
We saw Wings had stacked up so many spears in that fight. I think his Ren must have been used earlier on to get a slow, and so couldn't quite finish off Maple for himself. Had he done that, he maybe could have survived that, in all honesty. Fofo now setting up this push in the bottom lane as BLG with a 9-kill lead, with an 8,000 gold lead with Soul, begin to try and finish things out.
And LNG here, they just need to try to commit 5-man onto this 4-man in bot side and hope something works. It's really your only opportunity, but you've already given Kingan enough time to roam over, so ultimately BLG just going to sit in front of these minions and wait for another wave to show up.
And the poke coming out from Fofo at this point. Look at his items, already 3 items strong with boots. They can just bounce between mid and bottom lane and just do so much work onto these towers. That'll be the mid inhib going down here. LNG, I don't know when they're going to make this Hail Mary play, but their base is falling apart.
I mean, realistically, I guess at this point, you just wait as long as possible, hope you can get some more damage items in.
I
But
guess.
Elder's coming up in actually 25 seconds, so you can't do that.
Yeah, I don't think they've got time to wait for this one.
No, they don't. They need to fight.
BLG gonna now move back down to the bottom side. If BLG can get a second inhib before Elder spawns, that might just be the thing that clinches the game, honestly.
And they look like they should be able to. Kingan's still hovering, putting a bit of pressure mid.
Oh, I1D's going in. The fight is gonna go, but Eclipse goes wide here. Knockups across the team as XX the target. Kingan with the knockup, and down go the health bars. LNG gonna fall on this one. Chenlong giving his best, goes into the team, but doesn't have the damage, and with that, the tower will eventually fall in onto Maple. Shinmo trying to make the play happen, and Wings here to follow it up now. TP being channeled by Kingan, who's coming back into the fight once more. Another one for Wings. We said we wanted to see this LDL AD carry making his mark, and that he has. 7-1-5 on the Callista, and BLG show us why they're in the LPL.
And Munch, a coordinated BLG was not something I thought I'd ever see. Even when I predicted it to be a top team, I expected it to be off individual player skill. The player skill was there, but the coordination was beautiful this game.
And the difference that we are seeing in this squad between, you know, last time we saw BLG without Meteor, it felt like, honestly, it felt like they didn't really know what they were doing. They were all over the place. We saw a different version of this team every single game. Meteor comes in, and granted, it's one game. Like, let's wait and see over a larger sample size, but maybe Meteor is making the difference.
One game, we're not. This is the LPL broadcast. It's where one game we all in on saying BLG's going to Worlds. But
PP God.
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. Ultimately, I guess it makes sense. You bring back in your shot caller, and the shot calling looks better.
That
so,
makes sense.
You know,
that makes a lot of sense.
A bit of logic there, but Meteor did so much in this early game. Again, that first gang top was beautiful. Didn't even run into XX, who was in his own jungle. Then transitioning that into taking dragons in bot side because they'd given Kingan the TP priority. And then bam, right when that happens, it's the 8-minute mark. They all rotate top side, take a Herald. Just such a beautiful sequence of events.
Yeah, really beautifully done. Like, just acknowledging where they were in the game and being able to play to their advantages there. And Meteor, one of the great things for him is he's able to play Trundle. Trundle's really strong in the meta right now. He was playing Trundle in spring. It was not meta when he was playing Trundle, so he's over the moon that one of his absolute comfort picks is now one of the strongest picks in the game.
Exactly, and the thing I love about it is, one, it's extremely strong in early duels, so it sets him up to be this aggressive early game jungler, has some ganking potential, and also turns into this peeling team fight threat later on. So it has an aspect of everything, and when you are the player your team needs to rely on, That's the kind of champion you need.
Yeah, and also one of those tankier champions, Meteor, generally speaking, does tend towards those tankier junglers, just so long as he can still impact the game, and that he did. Fofo as well, looking great on the damage wings. I'm impressed by this Kalista. I said I wanted to see more out of wings, and I really feel like we have today.
Yeah, he looked great on this, and this is one of the picks when I was going through his LDL VODs. He actually looked extremely strong on as well, so glad to see. Even Shinmo hitting almost every clutch dredge line he needed. Some of them, of course, set up by Meteor's pillars, but even the one in the red side jungle later on in the game was just all straight up Shinmo. Looked beautiful. And then Kingen hit so many 3 or 4 man knockups. It's like games like this where you get to praise every member of the team are so rare, but also so nice. It's like, man, this was an MVP performance coming out from everyone. And again, I don't think we had a caveat of it's against LNG because these teams are pretty much in the same standing, even going back to spring, very similar caliber of teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, LNG have some serious wins under their belt this split as well. So, I mean,
FPX
most
and RNG.
importantly, FPX and RNG. Yeah, so, like, this is a team that you have to be nervous about. But it is also one of the things we said coming in today is LNG's biggest problem is lack of proactivity. And what we saw in front of us today is BLG came in, they were proactive, and sure, LNG had a scaling composition, but the game had already fallen apart before scaling came into anything.
Yeah, and again, I understand it, right? With their draft, you do want to take more of a step back, but at the same time, it feels like it wasn't even necessarily them not contesting, but we would have need to see them play through their pryos in a different way. Like, I would have rather not seen them make these plays, like when we saw them wrap around bot and try to find a pick onto, I think it was Kingen, and then set themselves up to get like 3 or 4 men going down for them. So, yeah, LNG, I'm sorry, should have taken it a bit slower and just tried to use their presence as pressure.
Maybe play on the opposite side of the map or something. Try and find other ways to play the game without just fighting BLG. But either way, BLG going to take our first game of the series in a commanding and surprising fashion, honestly. I'm hoping they can keep this ball rolling. We'll have to find out after the break.
过来的，然后视野是一片黑，这边
跳下来，
扫描扫到了对方的一个位置之后，虚弱直接挂上 3D， 在 3D 这里走位比较谨慎，没有被对方勾到。同时的话，红四方 TP 再次亮起 PP 告交出自己一个闪现之后，杨来撞到了对方2个人，但是这一发 Q 闪 Q 是没有能够收下对方的人头。
偷的羊这边撞，看一下撞的怎么样，直接撞起了2个人。女坦的血量非常的低，发条一发冲击波拉了2个，顺便把 AD 这里也拉成一个残血，补足伤害死了之后，小东北也是留在了原地，打掉了将近1半的血量，交替了。
交替上线，但是小东北这里在找机会跳，这是一个视野盲区来了，直接进场跳的非常的完美。在正面的话，红色方已经将远古龙拿下，那配合上远古龙的一个效果，这波方 pass 直接溃败了。
门外的眼已经看到了，这里又一个漏点，红色方。 打龙的速度很快，
一勾这里直接勾到沙皇了 ，Squad 的原地交出自己一个金身，同时的话羊叫唤出来，但是这个车厘子大招有点砸早了呀，没有压到对方的一个起身 ，Squad 第一时并没有能够吃到这个大招的伤害，同时小鹏一滴血，身上还有一个时光的复活，徐斌输出又无人可挡了，闪现上来直接跟 BBD 互点，那这一波，
哇，这一波。 正面因为有一个沙皇的塔，所以这个位置他们是直接进攻到2塔了。那因为侧翼妖姬偷死了，直接偷死了一个，而且这波这么完美
了呀！我的天，这 combo 全部接满了。
后续残局，这蓝色方怎么活？感觉有点难。但是奥迪这位置是不是稍微脱节了一点点？有没有可能会被换掉？ 丝血自己的队友已经赶过来了，扶野护驾，这波赶过来了之后，铁男对战力非常强，以1敌3拉回来了之后，还是杀掉了残血的奥迪。EZ 来了 ，EZ 这个位置，
他们可没料到我的出现。
我们将不再遮掩。
大招挂一下，
清不动线，大招都清不动，清的好累。然后中路的话，超级兵又要上高地了。
反手一勾是勾空掉了，还剩下一个炮车在做继续跟进。BLG绕后了，这一波绕后有没有奇效？直接踩进来，踩的效果一般般。不过正面厄斐琉斯的春哥已经被打出来了。那这一波看看厄斐琉斯在所在的位置，
但是这是把
疯狂回卷，哇，回上来了，直接把红四方逼到只剩下上单和 AD。上路防御塔再一次告破，这里如果不出意外的话，应该是可以一波掉的，还在继续追。奥迪开启自己的 W， 但是没有办法阻挡到伤害，只剩下 BBD。
月有阴晴，七星轮转。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome everybody to the LPL as we rocket on through our day here. We're already going into game number 2 after BLG gave us a nice quick one to start things off. A surprisingly quick one between these two teams. And Meteor coming in swinging here in game number 1. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric on my left. And honestly, I'm just kind of surprised that we're seeing this version of BLG come through.
Yeah, it's really nice to see, like, okay, we were all excited when we saw Meteor was back on the roster, but still, this was still a team that struggled in spring and only showed signs of flashes of brilliance. And even when they were, it was like, okay, King's popping off or Meteor's popping off. This was BLG playing as a team and popping off and, you know, playing step-by-step League of Legends of how to take objectives and secure a win.
Yeah, and importantly now, as we go into game number 2, Flandre going to be stepping into the roster for LNG. We'll see if that is going to be what is required. You mentioned it during the game. His Volibear certainly looked amazing. So fingers crossed for LNG. Flandre can make a difference, but our MVP for game number 1 was Fofo in the mid lane. And I mean, the LeBlanc, the Zoe looked absolutely amazing across the course of the game. You said it multiple times, like the damage he was doing on the Paddle Stars was absurd.
Yeah, and we saw it all the way from level 1 where he was just trying to abuse Maple, right? He was constantly looking for those one-on-one trades, and he was a big facilitator of what Meteor was able to do, right? He always had priority in the mid lane, was always hovering to sides first, always there with Meteor when he was looking for a pick in the jungle. And, you know, I think this MVP could have gone multiple ways. I think most of BLG played all of BLG actually played extremely well, but Fofo definitely warranted MVP.
Yeah, I can completely agree with that one. And I think, you know, Wings could have made an argument, Meteor as well, but honestly, Fofo, certainly a good recipient here. But, I mean, we can see across these clips, honestly, they aren't necessarily just like Fofo clips, right? These are all big team plays, and that is exactly how BLG were able to win the game.
Yeah, and even this one where he's not really a flashy member on your screen, he was consistently hitting the paddle stars and just kind of getting around with that movement speed from his W.
Yep,
that's it, my point.
Certainly was. I thought you were going to keep going.
Nope, there was nothing else. I was expecting to see if the clip would keep popping off, and it's like, nope.
I mean, he did get a triple kill. He got himself.
He got a triple kill, but I guess the rest of the clip popped off around him. It wasn't really him popping off.
That's true. It was nearly Wings popping off, but
yeah,
his end was on cooldown, I think. So either way, BLG started things off in a great way. That's the most important thing to take away. And importantly, you know, we talked about Meteor being kind of the star player back in spring. He was the guy everyone was excited about on this roster. But even when it was looking good in spring, it wasn't fast gameplay necessarily from BLG. So it's good to see them changing things up when the meta allows you to play this kind of speed.
And exactly, and the interesting thing to me is we saw some fast games out of them when like he was on the Olaf and Fofo was on Karma, and you'd be snowballing through him. And there were certain games where Kingen was on something like a Renekton and they'd get a fast victory that way. But it was never like this, right? It was never coordinated. We're having Ornn hover as Zoe hovers, and we're all making this play bot, and then we're all rotating topside together, and it was very, like, checklist League of Legends. It was very beautiful.
I mean, you mentioned the Ornn, right? Look at Kingen as a player. We're not used to him being on Ornn, generally speaking. He likes carries. He usually plays stuff that will set him up individually, but showing that he is able to play for the team, and that when they do play as a unit, when he's on something that can set the rest of the team up, we can see a totally different BLG.
Exactly, and sure, in spring he showed that he himself could play tanks, especially in the laning phase. He never had any issues, but we always saw him struggle to be a frontline for the team, and he was never this player like a Morgan or Zoom who's going to use his priority to, let's say, hover mid, and then the pressure from a Call of the Forge God making the enemy mid laner sit under their tower, giving you all this pressure to create any play you want. But Kingen doing really well, at least that first game with that type of pick. But moving over, I'm actually happy to see Flandre back on the Rift. Again, his 4 games, I think, actually did look pretty good. Even better than most of his games in spring.
Yeah.
His 2 Volibear games were great. His Mordekaiser was really good as well. And even his Ornn having a lot of promise. His laning phase especially was extremely strong.
It feels like we have a hype matchup in that top lane once again, because when you think of Kingen and Flandre, they kind of fall into a similar category in my brain. I just talked about Kingen as this carry player. We've seen Flandre play a lot of carries back in spring, and this split, he has been on more of the tanky picks, generally speaking, but things like the Volibear, things like the Mordekaiser, you can still very much carry from the top lane.
Exactly, and we've seen it. I mean, we've seen Flandre carry with the Volibear itself, but, you know, another aspect of this matchup, and I always go back to these LMS references, which is Stake and Maple, so Flash Wolves versus pretty much all of J-Team's, not J-Team's, all of BLG's staff is J-Team's, which was TPA, so having all of TPA's coaching staff and Fofo, who started on TPA, so Flash Wolves versus TPA rematch, getting old school in here with you hipster LMS watchers.
Yeah,
I don't think there's really any, but
I don't think there are many hipster LMS watchers in the world.
There was no English broadcast, so makes sense.
And I feel like if you are watching the language appropriate broadcast, you're probably not a hipster LMS watcher, because
you're right.
You're kind of the target audience at that point.
Speaking of Stake, there's the man on your screen. We expect to see some magic coming out in this next game.
He's looking glum off the back of that first loss. He was not looking happy with the way that things went. I can't say I blame him that much. Obviously, enacting a substitute in the top lane, bringing Flandre back in.
And obviously, other than his past in LMS, Stake obviously was the coach for RNG last year, and before that was the 2018 coach of Rogue Warrior, so has definitely led a lot of successful rosters here in the LPL.
Certainly has a solid trophy cabinet behind him as well from the LMS. I mean, we talked about him and Koma going head-to-head, him leading the SKT killer squad back in the day.
And it did not work out in that series.
It did not work out for him in that series. But LNG, generally speaking, have been looking better than what we saw in spring, this split. So, I think when you consider how people were looking at this team in the power rankings at the start of this split, they have already outperformed that expectation.
I mean, I know some people expected them to come in last. Some people, heck, if there was any argument to a team that I saw some saying could be like a spring V5, it was LNG. And LNG have picked up those 2 series wins, but even in some of their losses are showing they could be contenders, right? We saw up against OMG, they were winning both games. Heck, game 1, they had the Ocean Soul. And against Vici, they did pick up that game 1 victory. So LNG are definitely not a team that is down and out by any means.
Certainly not. But maybe in this series, we'll have to see. And I like that they're trying things out as well, bringing Iwandi into the roster instead of Duan. And Iwandi, you know, didn't have the greatest game for himself on this Leona, but there was a couple of moments where he looked good, like catching out Fofo when they were playing around the top tier 2. So there was certainly good moments here for LNG. They just need to try and distill those, turn it into an elixir, chug that before the game, and get into game 2.
And for me, like, as of right now, yes, Duan is a better player than Iwandi. But Duan also, this split, was the one struggling the most on the roster. We saw Chen Lun having some good performances. Maple obviously looking better than he did in spring. XX, I think, always delivers a performance you expect out of XX. And then Light has been a big late game carry to where I've seen many times Duan going off and warding by himself or on the opposite side of the map where he should be and his team's trying to play around a different objective, just dying. So I guess you're going to choose to commit to a player that has more potential, a young player like Iwandi, rather than, sure, maybe you can come out with a potential win today, but it doesn't set you up for success as the split goes on.
We'll have to see if they can set themselves up for that success across the course of the split. But BLG, they're not looking at the split overall right now. They're just looking at the next game. If they can get one more in the bag, they'll be on their 2nd win. And if BLG can win this game, they'll tie themselves up against LNG in the standings right now. Bans coming on through. Jarvan and Italy both being banned, and Meteor first picks the Tron.
Yeah, and Aphelios going through, so BLG saying they're fine with that Aphelios-Ezreal trade. Heck, we can also potentially see something like a Kaisa or an Ashe always as well.
There's plenty of stuff available. And bear in mind, LNG, some of their biggest successes have been with the Light finding those strong AD carries for himself. I distinctly remember the one Ashe game that he had, doing a really good job with the ultimates, but it has been the Aphelios that Light has lent on. 7 games so far on that pick, and this one will be his 8th.
Yeah, and I also do like the Syndra coming out. We've talked many times about how Syndra in the mid lane just doesn't really have too many, if at all, bad matchups. You do well in all phases of the game, and you actually fit in most comps, whether it's team fight, pick. You can set up, you can go with sieging junglers and AD carries, so very flexible champion.
So Thresh going to be the final lock-in here for the side of LNG. Does just offer a whole bunch of safety for the Aphelios. You have the Dark Passage to pull in safety, but also gives you a way to set up engages, set up picks for you and your team.
And obviously BLG are setting up this traditional poke comp, which, you know, has been a discussion in the community these days about how to beat Aphelios, and it's just about outranging him and not picking champions that just want to run into him. So BLG definitely agreeing with that argument. And for LNG side, they're just setting up a comp that could pivot into a pick comp. They could just put beefy frontline champions and just go for a straight-up 5v5 team fight.
Yeah. I like this Yuumi ban from LNG, just to remove the Team Rocket potential on the side of BLG. But importantly, we have seen a lot less Ezreal Yuumi than what we were seeing maybe a week or 2 ago. We were seeing it basically every game, and now, as you rightly say, Ezreal has not necessarily fallen out of favor, but has been banned a lot. And obviously, Yuumi is pretty much exclusively picked with Ezreal these days.
Yep, and for LNG, you do still have the Graves open if that's something you want to go towards. Obviously, XX played it last game, but ooh, we're actually seeing the Gragas, which I do expect this to be Gragas jungle, but I just want to throw it out there since me and Dagda were super excited that Gragas top lane is a thing, going with phase rush and being a bit of an annoyance.
Yeah, you can like get trades off and get out of there before.
Back in the day in Season 7, sorry to interrupt you, but
no, you go.
Gragas was always seen as a decent matchup into the Jace, which we're not getting because we got a bear.
Well, it was exciting for a second. I was ready to be taken on that story with you, but it is going to be King and bringing out the bear in the top lane. We saw King and popping off in one of BLG's more recent series on that bear, so I'm hoping that he can do exactly the same thing once again. And I'm really curious if that is going to be against that Gragas in the top lane or whether XX takes that into the jungle. But Shinmo, by the looks of things, looking to grab some more engage for the team.
Yeah, and so right now, they obviously have the poke and disengage coming out from the Trundle and the Zoe and Ezreal, of course, but going to have a strong laner in the top side and have some follow-up engage options coming out from Shinmo as well. And we said we don't really know what are good answers to Volibear as of yet. We've seen some scaling picks like Fiora and Kale come out, but Renekton is the one you traditionally think of. Just hasn't panned out here in the LPL yet, but Flandre going to go at it today, and Flandre has been like our premier Volibear player, so if there's one person who you would expect to know the answer, it is him.
So we'll see Flandre against King and Volibear versus Renekton. We'll see if the Croc can bring down that bear. I'm just excited for this Gragas jungle, honestly, because it's been a while since we saw a Gragas jungle. Back in spring, we were seeing it a ton towards the start, but it really fell out of favor.
Yeah, it's really surprising. The thing that's nice about Gragas is you have a lot of different modes and ways you can play the game. You can obviously be an engaged champion or a supplementary engaged champion. You have disengage options as well coming out from your explosive cast, but haven't seen it in a long time. Does struggle in a lot of these kind of one-on-one jungle matchups, and we don't have a lot of champions that pair too well in that 2v2. It's like here with the Syndra, right? You have the CC to set up for Syndra Ender Burst, but you also are just both AP champions, so typically you do want that mixed damage in your like mid jungle or top jungle synergy.
We'll see if he's going to be able to set up his laners regardless. I'm curious if he'll focus on towards that top side as well. What would this Renekton-Volibear matchup? It feels like whichever way that goes, it could be a very volatile matchup. Whoever can get a lead probably is able to run away with things.
And that's where I would expect him to focus because, again, you just counter-pick top. We actually even just talked about mixed damage, so you have all the X's crossed and I's dotted. So I want to see XX be aggressive towards the top side of this map. You do have setup in all of your lanes, though, luckily. They have the Syndra, they have Thresh in the bot lane, so you wanted LNG to be aggressive. This is their chance to do so.
It certainly is. And, I mean, you mentioned the X's being crossed, and it's XX who's going to have to step up in this game to make that happen for LNG, with Flandre subbing back in for LNG, one of the most hyped players on this roster. We'll see if he can step up on this Renekton to make that carry happen. But obviously Light as well has that Aphelios for himself. We've seen Light really succeed. Honestly, this composition from LNG feels reminiscent of some of the compositions that have really worked for them in the past.
Yeah, and it's actually a bit strange because especially in spring, this was something we could see them pull out and do really well on. But obviously here in summer, this is kind of the style they've tried to stay away from. And when they have drafted more early mid-game centric compositions where they've really struggled.
It is going to be that Predator Galio coming on through here.
Gragas. But
sorry,
both,
Gragas.
Both
yeah.
Gs, both take Predator. You get a pass.
I'm not sure why I said Galio. There are no Galios.
I mean, there is Maple on the Rift, so I could understand why you would.
But when I think of Galio, I don't think of Maple. I think of Doomby. I think of Teachama.
I was going to say, Teachama, to me, is like the student of Galio at this point. If it's open, you know he's going to take it.
I would argue that he is the teacher of Galio.
Oh, God. I swear I wasn't trying to set you up for that.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Well, we'll see him later on today. So anticipate, if not Galio gameplay, then Galio bans at the very least. But BLG, so far 1-0 in this series, looking to keep things going here. And they have a much different style of composition to what they had in game number 1. Game number 1, it was all about trying to get things rolling with that Kalista in the early game. Here, with an Ezreal, it's a much slower start for them.
Yep, but, oh, actually, just since on our screen, we do have Press the Attack coming out from our Volibear, which we haven't seen all that much here in the LPL, but is a lot more about winning your laning phase. It's very easy to proc. There's a lot of damage pairs well with a jungler, since it does amplify incoming damage as well. But speaking of runes, I do want to step back and remind everyone that Predator has been changed. Of course, it does have a shorter cooldown. It also, you have it from the start of the game, which is quite different as well. Does less damage, and now when you're going in the direction of an enemy champion, you're just going to move faster regardless.
Which is a very nice quality of life change. Maybe it'll bring life back to the Gragas in the jungle. As we said before, we really haven't seen much Gragas recently, so I'm excited to see XX bringing it out. And there's a lot of potential for huge playmaking in the jungle with the likes of a Gragas.
Yeah, exactly. So gonna be nice to see how he could utilize this pick and if he can get into any lanes early on and kind of show us how this works now, because we haven't really seen Predator even on our Gallios here since the rune's been changed.
We are seeing Flandre doing a really good job in this matchup in the top side right now. As I say, that takes a pretty bad trade for himself.
So you also got to compare to the fact that Flandre took Conquer, which obviously is a lot more about extended trades, which is what he's looking for. Kingen did end up using up all his mana, so he's going to have to back and actually blow TP pretty early on. So LNG might be able to try to force an aggressive play on bot side while Flandre does have that TP advantage.
And XX is moving over towards that bottom side now. But it would be a little early to try and make something happen, especially with where the lane is right now. But you always have to bear in mind, with this Thresh for I1D, they can make plays around the map. They can really set up with that Dark Passage and with the hook. Even moving over towards mid lane, they could try and set up a play on Fofo.
Yep, so again, LNG's comp has a lot of options. On the side of BLG, you do expect them to take it a bit slower. Honestly, they probably want to play it on top side as well. We see that both top laners are looking to play this extremely aggressive style, and it's about trying to find picks with your Zoe hovering as well.
So you mentioned how you wanted to see the junglers moving to the top side. We're going to see exactly that. Meteor charging in, but XX is around as well. Flandre solo already. Look at the damage. He doesn't even get to flash.
And it's like, okay, Munchables, I know Kingen has a recall. He did buy an extra Doran's ring, but what beats this champion in lane?
I don't know, man.
We've heard whispers of what beats it. I've talked to pros and say, oh yeah, Renekton's a fine answer to it. You can do this, that, and the other thing. But both times we've seen the matchup, hasn't worked out. To be fair, he did obviously get ganked, but just the damage from Kingen by himself looked massive.
We need to see the Shy's Quinn. That's where we're going to end up going with this Volibear, honestly, because it feels like in all of these Bruiser matchups, he just seems to just out-damage, out-sustain, out-heal, out-shield.
Other things that I would expect is like maybe Shen would do well, since you do have the...
yeah, you can dodge the auto
exactly,
attacks. Yeah.
Where you would dodge the auto attacks. Jax is another one you would think, and sure, Fiora, I think, would be a bit hard early in the laning phase.
We have seen some Fioras already, though, that have had at least relatives. I mean, Curse looked amazing on it.
Exactly.
Specifically against LNG as well.
You can try to riposte the Q or the R once it comes up, and then hitting those vitals you'd expect to come out ahead in trades.
So we'll have to see, as the weeks go on, what the answer is for Volibear up in this top lane. But this is honestly why I was surprised that we were seeing Volibear in the jungle so much over in Europe, because it feels so insanely strong in the top lane.
Yes, it does. And at least every time we've seen it here in the LPL. So once again, getting off to a similar start to last game with Meteor finding that gank top early on. Kingen now set up in a good position. Obviously doesn't have the same TP advantage this time, but with that gank coming out, you burned Flandre's TP, which means if there's going to be a fight bot side right now, it is going to be a straight-up 4v4.
But I don't think we're going to see the fight as Meteor start this dragon. Actually, maybe we will, because XX is proccing that Predator to get closer to the play. I think Dragon's just going to go down, though, before they can make anything happen. I1D's here. He's taken the wrong route, though, and he will be punished for this one. Damage coming on through. There's a trouble bubble, and the Electrocute finally plays off.
Ooh, and we have both ultimates blown in the top side.
Those are some big beasties up at the top lane. Flash away from the lightning. Kingen is getting low on this one. Maybe we have found the answer after all. Flandre finds the 1v1.
Yeah, that looking beautiful. And this is why we were highlighting Flandre coming into this match, that he's looked really strong in lane recently. Doesn't matter that he got ganked. Doesn't matter that Kingen had this advantage starting off. Finding that solo kill and giving his team an avenue to play through.
Long swords better than Doran's ring.
And we got a Blade of the Rune King Renekton. This is not common here in the LPL, even though I think it's insanely strong and what you should probably opt into almost every time. I really don't see a reason not to opt into Blade of the Rune King first.
So what you're saying is it's not common, but it should be. In we go in the bottom side. Shinbo starting yet another fight here. Light, who narrowly dodges the True Shot Barrage. That would have finished him off.
Oh, and hits another one too, and we were saying how BLG's bot lane has been really disappointing lately.
We wanted to see wings. We are seeing wings this series.
Yes, we are. And we've talked about scaling and how, well, we've actually talked about the opposite. We've talked about how LNG's comp can play through the early game. They have early game options. But we do need to highlight, once again, as we always do, they have the Aphelios. They have late game damage. Syndra as well. Always going to have the potential to blow up Bofo or even wings early on in the game.
But obviously as well, counter to that point, Ezreal has been seen somewhat as like a pseudo counter to the Aphelios, just outranging Iwandi for a second time now. Going to be caught out. This time, no summoners. Means he just goes straight down. Really great from Meteor just to punish this player while his summons are down.
Yeah, and Meteor in both games looking great, which is why he's participated in all 3 kills so far. But going back to what he just said about, I don't really like the word counter for Ezreal in this matchup. And I know it was said over in the LCK. Was it Teddy who said it? Teddy said they see...
You're looking at me like I know the answer to that one.
They see Ezreal as a counter to Aphelios because he outranges him. But obviously these two AD carries want to do very different things.
Yeah.
They're strong in very different times in the game and in very different situations. So I think looking at what AD carry counters, what AD carry is pretty much a null point. Especially as a bot laner yourself, you know, lane is even a lot more dictated by the support matchup.
It's almost never in a vacuum AD carry versus AD carry, right? So the conversation of counters doesn't necessarily work. But at the same time, in those teamfight environments, the goal of Ezreal is to keep them at arm's length, right? The goal of Aphelios is you want them to run into you. So in terms of the style of the AD carries, but that's where the argument comes from.
At the same time, right, I agree with the spirit of that argument, but it's like, we don't always see Ezreal put with this comp around him that just is a poke comp or a siege, all outranges the enemy. You are usually put with champions that also do go in, like we see right now, paired up with a Leona. But again, I understand it.
That is one of the strange things, isn't it? We've seen quite a lot of aggressive bottom lanes paired with this Leona. We're just going to see the mid lane shoved out there. I wasn't sure if we were about to see a fight, but everybody backs away.
And we've already highlighted how this is how BLG wants to play the game. Use this priority that Fofo is able to get, and it's kind of a bit of Fofo just out-laning Maple, but I also do like BLG's 2v2 much more, so Maple does have to play a bit more reserved. But using that pressure from Fofo to constantly hover 4 sides, and we actually see Shinmo just sitting in mid lane now for like the past 2 minutes.
Kind of interesting that we're seeing Wings move up towards this top lane here, especially considering the fact that Dragon's up in a minute, Rift Tower has already been taken, King is going to be sitting in this bottom side.
So what that tells you is they're trying to dodge the Volley Bear versus Renekton matchup. They obviously see that as very important. We've already seen Flandre get about a 40 CS lead in that matchup.
Yeah, he's been looking good. He's been looking really good. That solo kill was incredibly impressive, but I think the key thing is he has now finished that Blade of the Rune King. So if it was a bad matchup before, it's gone from bad to worse for the side of King.
Yes, it has, and like you said, King is now only sitting on a Ruby Crystal, some Dorans, and a Longsword, so he can never match Flandre in a 1v1 at this point in the game.
It has to be said, in almost all situations, if you're bringing a sword to a fight, you're probably going to win against someone who's only brought rings for themselves.
I'm just saying,
unless
we've seen this bear do some pretty tremendous things.
I would say the only difference to that would maybe be in Lord of the Rings, because there are some pretty powerful rings in that story.
Oh God, please don't bring me down this rabbit hole. I won't understand any of it.
It's not a rabbit hole, it's a hobbit hole.
Oh God.
Dragon going to be spawning in 2 seconds time here as Herald wants to be a Krug today, but realizes that's not the case here, and we'll move up towards the top side. Flandre should be the benefactor, though, of a whole bunch of plays here.
Yes, and Flandre does have TP.
XX moving in to try and contest this Dragon. This is going to be a smite-off between him and Meteor. Meteor incredibly low, doesn't get the Dragon either. And now we see LNG trying to back away from this one. Shimmer with a perfect stopwatch, but it's not good enough. XX finishes the kill. Meteor chasing forward. Realizes he can't close the gap, though. In the meantime, they get the Dragon and a top lane tower.
And that TP from Kingin made absolutely no sense. He TP'd in pretty much to mid lane, was obviously the mid lane bot side river brush, was so far from any of the potential action that didn't look like he'd ever be able to catch up. So overall, just giving Flandre a lot of gold and also going to deal some damage to the structure, which, hey, this time around we do have a champion that will do well in a long lane. Renekton with Blade of the Rune King would love to just sit 1v1 up against Kingin, so now we're going to see if LNG can do what BLG did last game of use that pressure, have Flandre hover towards mid, which will unlock Maple to then start playing around the bot side.
And when you look towards that top side, I mean, already a phenomenal CS lead in favor of Flandre, but you saw him get that second charge onto the tower. There's an argument to be staying there, but what he did instead was he went for a cherry on top. He went and grabbed his team the Scuttlecraft.
Yep, so really good. And I also think just if you have something on the map to come up for, getting that tempo advantage is always nice. Obviously right now there isn't, so had he stayed, it would have been all right.
In the meantime, Maple going to be clearing away this jungle, or at least helping XX to do so. But we are going to see that 1v1 in the top lane that you just talked about as Kingen has head back up there as well.
It is also pretty strange that we just saw Kingen hard push the lane back to Flandre. He could have tried to, hold that near his tower for a bit, get a bit of a freeze while there's no objective on the map that anyone can play for.
I'm honestly just really glad that we are seeing a better early game out of LNG this game. Obviously, the compositions are different,
They did draft for it.
It is a very different game, but we're seeing signs of life out of this team, because what we saw out of LNG in game number 1, even though they didn't have a composition for the early game, as you were saying on the desk before the break, they could have played around the map. They could have played for pressure on the opposite side to wherever BLG were playing, and they kind of just keeled over and watched the game be lost in front of them. This time around, though, they're the ones with an advantage, and it's because of a bit more proactivity.
Yeah, and again, BLG as well have been very proactive, which is why they do still have that kill lead, but finding a very hard time to translate it into anything as of yet. Of course, we will start seeing more when Wings does finally turn that.
Look at the tower plate difference right here, almost 1,000 in favor of LNG. And you can see that almost exclusively that on the scoreboard when it comes to their lead. They did get the first tower of the game for themselves. And LNG now have to decide where they want to go next and how to use this lead that they have specifically in the top.
So they're going to use their advantage top to turn that into a Rift Herald, and I expect to see BLG just trade side and try to get some gold onto Wings and play for that bot lane turret.
Kingen will have to be a little bit careful as the sole member of BLG on the top half of that map there. The Wings just going to try and get damage onto this tower, but needs to be a little cautious, because obviously I1D has ways of making things happen down there.
Yeah, and it looks like BLG are kind of posturing for a dive, but Flandre has TP and can answer.
Let's just take a moment as well to mention how Fofo has been consistently winning this mid lane matchup. It's felt like he has had so much more of an impact in this game.
And this is also a skill matchup in the mid lane. It's not one-sided. Ooh, this is a bit one-sided, though.
This is very one-sided.
I mean, I guess it should be one-sided. We have a 60 CS lead and a huge item advantage coming in as well. But
you'd hope it's one-sided at this point in the game. Flandre doing a great job. And let's bear in mind, it was Chenlong playing game number 1. Really didn't work out for them. Flandre comes in and then just dumps on the top lane. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, and here we were after that first gank saying, what's happening? Why is Renekton not winning? But, we made that judgment call a bit too fast, and all I got to say is, casters, man.
SMH. These casters. Why won't they let the game start? Oh, dear. But yeah, no, we are seeing, maybe Renekton is the answer. Maybe that was the answer to our question all along. We just couldn't see it in front of our very own eyes. But Drake going to be spawning in 30 seconds here. That'll be happening in front of our eyes, Lyric. And that one, I think we can all agree on.
Yes, we can. And again, BLG have a ton of poke if they are on the objective first, which we do see they do have bot side river control right now. So going to try to stop LNG from coming in onto them. But with that Rift Herald, they're going to be able to force BLG under their turret.
Well, they're certainly going to try to, at least. A bit of damage onto it from Wings, but he's not going to be able to stop the charge here. One hit onto the eye clears the Herald. Fofo, really nice damage onto I1D, who has been struggling in this series. XX gets low as well from the True Shot Barrage with a paddle start to boot. And now BLG get to move into this river. The Herald didn't really achieve what they wanted. Another trouble bubble. Fofo is on fire.
If Flandre can find his way on top of Wings in Fofo, though, I feel like one rotation of spells are pretty much dead.
Cleanse comes through Moonlight Vigil. Doesn't quite connect. And that's Dominus on cooldown. BLG can just wait this one out.
Still, though, I do like that LNG are posturing and trying to delay BLG from doing this, buying time for XX to get over here.
They're trying to buy time. They're trying to buy themselves opportunities here. Maple steps forward, but one trouble bubble could spell disaster for LNG.
Ooh,
keep your eyes on the carries here, because Kingen is going around the back, and he's looking to jump. He's looking to bring some thunder from the skies here. He's still out of vision for now. Everyone relatively grouped on the side of LNG. Solar Flare's on cooldown, though. That's going to be an important factor here. Jumps over the wall, gets into the fight, and somehow they get the Drake for themselves. Now onto the rest of the team as XX is low, but flashes to safety. It's only Kingen to go down. Maple stepping forward aggressively. Wing's stuck in the back of the pit, but he'll get his arcane shift in just a moment or two.
Yes, still the fact that BLG are able to secure the dragon, I think feels really nice for them, even if Kingen is the one to go down. It is going to translate into LNG being able to pick up this bot lane turret, but overall, I think it feels all right for BLG.
I'm just kind of confused about how that went down, how BLG were able to grab that dragon for themselves, because it felt like LNG were completely in control. Flandre robbed of that Krug there, couldn't quite get in at the last second. LNG at least getting themselves some gold off of the back of the plate. They are almost 4,000 gold ahead at this point, but really nice pickup for BLG.
Yeah, and here we can see how it happened. Kingen coming in with a great ultimate over the wall. Oh, actually flashes, Qs, and then ult, so does get the stun down onto XX as well, and we just see Meteor being able to pick up that smite, and then not having anyone really able to go in at this point since Kingen was already low. We saw Shinmo chunked out, and Meteor also was on like 10% HP, so BLG not able to keep going with that fight.
We get to see a full screen here of Meteor clearing his wolves. XX as well, really nice flash at the end of that fight. Had he traded his life here, it would have been a really, really significant win for BLG. The fact that it's just a kill for a dragon means it's a little bit more okay. The fact that they could then convert it into a tower on top of that.
Also, I was going to say just nice shot calling overall, and you would assume it's from either Flandre or XX in that situation. Flandre, because of the way he was posturing to say, hey guys, we're here. We're not just going to give up this objective because XX had a recall. But of course, XX is known to be a voice for this team, but just seeing the stark difference from game 1 to this game would make you think Flandre has a critical role in those shot calling duties.
Speaking of shot calling, BLG deciding to move up towards the top side of the map here. And they're going to try and even the difference in towers up just a little bit here.
It's not being even much because, yeah, I was going to say, on our mini-map, Flandre is left alone with this turret.
Oh my goodness, LNG looking for 5 towers at a time right here. Down to go. Look at that, 5-2 on the scoreboard when it comes to towers. And I think you're absolutely right. Flandre has to be a big voice in this team.
Yeah, and we're seeing here that BLG, we're really have to wait for a situation where we come to neutral objectives and they're able to lay down that poke, because unless it's LNG overstepping, not much of a pick comp that can really be too mobile and look for these aggressive picks onto LNG. LNG also have a ton of mobility, at least in the top half, right, with Gragas and Renekton. Just with the Lantern coming out from Iwandi for Maple and Light.
I'm just excited that we get to see the kind of Renekton that is the reason Renekton is picked here in the LPL, right? Because there's like 2 versions of Renekton, right? There's Teamfight Renekton and there's this version of Renekton where you're looking for aggression in the side lane. Flandre is playing this beautifully, but importantly with that Black Cleaver, he can still teamfight. He's still a huge threat if he can get onto cameras.
Yes, he is. And like I said, it feels like one rotation of spells while he's in Dominus is just going to delete Fofo. Feels like Fofo will have no chance to answer. Of course, Wing's going to get a bit tankier, already picking up that Iceborne Gauntlet, and we expect him to go towards the Death Stance, so it won't be as easy to kill him, but with the Fed Renekton, anything's possible.
Absolutely anything.
Winning worlds.
All you need is one Fed Renekton. Cheeky little wizard lizard can get you a long way here in League of Legends. But LNG, they're not looking for standard play. They're looking for picks right now. Meteor the target and chunked out, taking down Fofo the next one. As he desperately tries to get away with his life, flashes the Moonlight Vigil, and will walk away.
And where's this decisiveness coming from for LNG? Just great play coming out. Everyone going in unison. Great E coming out from XX. And this Baron's not going to be hard. We talked about the affiliation, it not being 10.13 yet.
Yeah, he can definitely burn through a giant purple worm or 2. BLG moving in, though. They're not going to let this one go without a fight. Meteor is dead, though, so there's no smite available. Taken now by XX as LNG start the play as they mean to go on. They're looking to get away with things. No answer from BLG anywhere on the map.
And now we've seen 2 games in a row. The team with the stronger early game pressure point being the one to take the reins of the game. And it started off looking all right for BLG, right? They found the gank in top lane. They got Kingen, not a lead, but got him a kill, got him a bit of gold, and started translating that around the map. But once XX helped Flandre get that 1 kill, that's when this game just started turning upside down.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre's kill was a solo kill as well, actually. He managed to find the 1v1.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it was
Hang on, we've got a fight on our hands, though. Maple is already low, but so is Fofo. We talked about Flandre being A big old croc, but he's going to flash to safety. Couldn't quite finish off the kill onto Fofo, so a couple of carries low. But the Dragon, realistically, the focus, not the kills here. As we have a bit of a reset. BLG the ones to start this one off.
Coming in on the flank.
Both of our junglers equal level. Flandre getting in onto the backside. He's straight on towards Meteor. And that is going to guarantee this Dragon. Very nicely done by LNG.
Yeah, and we saw that started off by Fofo finding a Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Light, and he did chunk both Light and Maple very low, but then he himself got chunked out, and Flandre got onto the backline of BLG.
Lyric, how is this happening? I was coming into this series like, BLG, LNG, this is going to be a mess, this is going to be all over the place, no one's going to do anything. Both of these teams playing proactively and finding objectives for themselves.
Wait, you came in and at the start of the broadcast told the audience, hey, this is the matchup you guys are waiting to see, this is going to be a banger, this is what we've all loved and been waiting for.
I never said this is going to be a banger.
Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
I feel like people can just go clip it on Twitch and prove me right.
I don't think they can, because I definitely didn't say this is going to be a banger.
Look, you might not have used the word banger, but the spirit of the word was there.
That depends on your definitions, my friend. I said that I was excited to see if either of these teams could be more proactive than they have been. And I am pleased to say both of these teams have been more proactive than I was expecting coming into this series. Especially with Meteor coming back in for BLG. Flandre being subbed in for game number 2 here. Both of these re-entries to the rosters have brought signs of life.
And you don't have any really excellent wave clear coming out from BLG yet, right? Ezreal going to struggle to clear these waves, just has to spam his Qs. And even Fofo, sure you're going to put down a paddle star, but nothing that's just going to instantly clear the wave.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficulty, especially against that Baron. Good trouble bubble from Fofo. Oh, the combo does a lot, but with I1D's Dark Passage, Light gets out to safety here. But it is going to mean that they can't quite finish off the town.
Still, they just have to wait for the next wave to come, and I would expect him to be able to take this easily, and even Flandre pulling a lot of pressure from the other side, but it looks like BLG are going to look for a pick. Nope, just going to take the red buff.
Well, that arguably is a pick in of itself. They picked up the red buff for themselves. So great proactivity from BLG to take what was already theirs. Now onto the tower once more. LNG should be able to finish this one off. Light happily able to step forwards here. Maple tanking up a lot of damage, slides away from the solar flare as well. So a good pickup from LNG once more. They have been completely in control of this map ever since Flandre got a bit of a lead for himself. And let's just check in on the scoreboard. When we look at that top side, he is 70 CS up on this Croc.
Yeah, we have a 6K gold lead for LNG, so like, if this game was even right now, we've already seen how much damage Fofo is doing to the carries of LNG. Like, we'd be in a much closer place where BLG would start being able to take some fights. But with a 6K gold lead, especially off of the performance of Flandre, right? Because it's actually quite strange where LNG are ahead, but it feels like Maple hasn't really done much, which goes against our pancake segment today. It really is just off the back of Flandre, XX, and Light especially.
So what you're saying is, despite your controversial statement that pancakes without maple syrup aren't worth having, the blueberry sauce in Flandre is really the flavor sensation that LNG were looking for.
Why is he blueberry sauce?
I don't know. Because that was the first pancake-related sauce that came to my mind.
Do people actually do that? Is that a thing?
Have you never been to an IHOP?
Yeah, I have.
You're American.
I've been to many IHOPs.
They have blueberry sauce for your pancakes.
That sounds weird.
I don't know what to tell you. It's your country. You guys invented that stuff. I have gravy on pancakes. I'm from the UK.
Oh, God.
We're weird.
That sounds disgusting.
It's not. It's actually amazing. Savory pancakes, boys and girls.
Chicken and waffles, though. That's an American breakfast.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Hey, that
I
was
had it one time. It was okay.
I was extremely skeptical for a long time, and then I think it was in, like, New Orleans, and I had it. It was amazing.
Isn't that where it's from originally?
I mean, I'm sure it's from somewhere in the South, but not too sure where exactly. But delicious. American breakfast, best in the world. Just going to throw it out there.
Like, I think the thing about chicken and waffles is it doesn't sound like breakfast.
That's what's cool about it, though. It gives you that, like, edgy X factor.
It's like having a roast dinner for breakfast. Well, actually, no, it's nothing like having a roast dinner for breakfast. I take that back. We've got a dragon coming up, Lyric. Talk to me. How are BLG going to get back into this game and stop Soul Point happening?
Look, 6.5 thousand gold advantage for the side of LNG. This is still very LNG favored. BLG need to keep trying to do what they're doing, right? They need to find a very clutch, sleepy trouble bubble, maybe chain that with Wings ultimate, and hope you pick off one of the carries from LNG, then have a numbers advantage.
The slight downside to that plan is Maple and Light both have cleanse. So if Trouble Bubble is your win condition, it don't feel so good for BLG right now. And especially when they're positioning like this in the mid lane, they could end up finding themselves in trouble. There's one of the cleansers gone. True Shot Barrage.
Completely whiffs.
He's just going to be checking Dragon with that one, I think. But it doesn't matter if he knows about Dragon, because it's gone down.
BLG going with an alright answer, going to get some damage on mid lane turret. We expect him to peel up towards top side.
Do we, though? Because Fofo's been caught right here. He has to use a cleanse. Cleanses across the board here. XX looking to close this one out as Flandre on the flank here has the dominance, but they're just going to start the fight on towards him. Slice and dice away. I think BLG have got away with this one.
Yeah, I feel like LNG could have been more aggressive. They weren't on the same page. You can see Flandre clearly wanted to keep going. Feels like Light was a bit...
But LNG are just going to say, hey, look, let's make the macro play here. Let's go straight down towards the mid lane. Let's give BLG a taste of their own medicine straight on towards an inhibitor tower. And LNG looking to win this trade out. Down goes the tower. Very nicely done here.
Well, and this also goes to BLG over posturing in that situation. Ooh, Kingen.
Kingen wants the 1v1 once again. He wants to turn it around. Solar Flare onto the whole team, but there's no follow-up available for BLG. And health bars are relatively low here. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, it does look like the play's going to be over, potentially.
There's a big question mark there. They keep trying to make it happen again, but both teams get to back away now.
Kind of taking 2 steps back, we saw them go for that mid play, which isn't even necessarily about getting damage on the turret or taking the turret. The thing I like about it is you're clearing out the wave, so LNG shouldn't be able to peel off the dragon and go take your mid turret. But with Fofo posturing so aggressively and them being delayed to recall, they didn't even get a chance to recall. They just had to walk all the way around. It means you just gave up what was the good part of your play.
Yeah, unfortunate for BLG to lose that trade out, especially after losing the Dragon. We find ourselves now at a point where LNG are close to finishing off a Mountain Soul. And when we're talking about BLG's compositional strengths, it's all about the poke damage, right? It's about the Zoe and the Ezreal being able to get poke out before a fight. Well, against the Mountain Soul, that win condition doesn't really work out.
And at the same time, we've also seen Wings miss almost all of his poke. Not been hitting those ultimates for sure. Not really hitting any Qs. It's really been down to Fofo. Aggressive TP from Kingen.
Kingen comes in. Kind of a weird TP, honestly, as they don't seem to be committing to the play. Trouble Bubble, though, goes down onto Light. Follow up with the True Shot Barrage. They can't connect the Paddle Star, though. Now Flandre looking to jump into the fray himself. Turret goes down here. And nicely done by BLG to keep everyone at arm's length. Flandre going to lose his dominance for this.
I'm also just really surprised that LNG weren't willing to look for the fight. They had XX pop the Predator. You would assume they'd be willing to run forward, especially with Flandre having that ultimate at the time and also having flash.
Hang on, Fofo.
Oh.
Not a great ult from XX, it has to be said. LNG maybe not the most decisive team, which I feel like I might have said once or twice before here, Larry.
It doesn't sound like a statement that it's that outrageous.
Yeah. Maybe LNG not quite knowing how to close things out here. Maple has been found. The damage from Wings, you asked for him to start landing those Qs, and he has. Now BLG with an advantage in the fight onto Iwandi, who walks away, but XX has found himself on the wrong side of the play, jumps into the pit, but the Baron will finish him off himself. Wings now straight on towards the purple word.
Well, Munchables, to all of our surprise, when you are the comp that needs to engage, you blow your ultimates in Predator and then choose not to engage, the poke comp actually gets to have its way with you.
That is true, and BLG are well aware of that fact, finding themselves the fight, finding themselves a Baron, and while it's been a much slower paced game than what we saw in the first one of today, it's still now going the way of BLG.
That was one of the most anticlimactic throws I feel like we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, throws are usually like a singular moment of
awesome,
disaster,
yeah.
right? This one has kind of been LNG going, nice, we got ourselves a lead, we got a huge Renekton, let's just not use it.
Let's just watch them. Let's watch them as they throw out their spells. Okay, we pop Predator. Okay, we keep watching. Dominus popped as well. Well, and that's how we got where we are.
If we use our Dominus effectively, we can scare them. And then reset.
No, we scare them, and then they run into us. It's like a fear, but a much longer range fear.
Unfortunately, it's not been working out. As much as I love weird League of Legends, this weird strategy.
I'm just saying, I love big throws, though. I love big, chaotic, messy throws. That was not a big, chaotic, messy throw.
If you love big throws, Set is the champion for you, because he has a really big throw for his ultimate.
Oh, God.
BLG now posturing once again. This one, like, let's bear in mind, LNG still with the gold lead. They can win fights.
Keep an eye on Flandre because he has flash.
Iwandi misses the hook. The poke is coming down. Solar Flare there as well.
God.
Iwandi is going to fall, surviving for now, but finished off by the bear. XX is going to be going down as well. Flandre tries to get in, but realistically, there's just nothing he can do. Now a trouble bubble onto Light. Everything has fallen apart for LNG. They had this game in the books, but BLG aced them once more.
Munchables, they had a 5,000 gold lead. Everything was looking good for them. Even in that last fight right there, not coordinating and engage. Is this game over?
The audience didn't have enough faith. Lyric, it's all gone wrong for LNG. LNG is a team that I want to love. It's a team I want to succeed in the LPL. But with a lead like that and a loss like this, it's just not a team I can get behind right now. BLG, though, with Meteor stepping back into the roster, look fantastic with a 2-0.
That was definitely a 2-0. It's nice to see them be able to play from behind. So we saw two good things from BLG, right? We saw, hey, they know how when they're ahead to close out in a very dominant stomp. And we saw, hey, when they fall behind, they know how to wait for the team to throw and then take advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, you say it in a slightly sarcastic manner, but that is a very important skill to have.
No, I actually agree. I think, especially coming from coaching, teaching a team how to play from behind is extremely hard. It also has a lot to do with kind of players' mental states and also where you don't get to dictate your options, right? Everything is up to the other team, and it's about how you answer. So it's not something that you really get to choose how it's going to work.
Yeah, it's all about waiting for that opportunity, right? And it has to be said, with a composition like that, you've got a Leona, you've got a Zoe. These trouble bubbles and solar flares can really punish the enemy team when they do make a mistake. And LNG, we saw right in front of us, they were more than willing to make the mistakes.
It's also, yes, they were. It's also about knowing what opportunity you need to take advantage of, right? Because you might see a team make a slight mistake, and it's like, oh, well, do we pull the trigger now? Is this big enough, or do we keep waiting? We saw BLG realize in that last fight, hey, Predator's down, Gragassy's down, Cask is down. We saw Flandre use the Dominus. It's like, well, they're probably not going to jump on us anymore. Let's charge in, keep them at arm's length, throw down this poke, and got him back in the game.
I mean, staying at arm's length is the perfect situation for BLG with these compositions. With an Ezreal, with a not a Yuumi, a Zoe in the mid lane. As soon as you say Ezreal, Yuumi is the next champion that comes into your head. But just being able to layer out this poke, but also being able to chase down. Like, you don't get to run away from Ezreal. If you're trying to run away as a Renekton and Ezreal is chasing you, you're just constantly slowed by the Iceborne Gauntlet. And it meant BLG could just chase them. And that fight in the mid lane, I think, was the most important one, where Flandre clearly wanted to go in, pop the Dominus, but they just don't really make the thing happen.
And it's so weird because they're not... We were talking a lot about BLG having good synergy going in at the same time. And then we saw for LNG, it's like, okay, you can see Flandre wants to go in, but he's not going in. You could see XX throw out his ult and miss right away. And it's like, well, he's not Eing in either. What do they want to do? What's the communication? Where's the plan here? It looked like there was the semblance of a plan, but they just weren't confident or didn't know how to execute on it.
It feels LNG kind of looked like what we've seen out of BLG this split, where it was like just discoordinate. Honestly, they could do with Meteor coming back into their roster. Unfortunately, he was never in their roster, so it's difficult for him to come back in. But that seemed to fix everything for BLG. And I'm memeing here, but let's just talk about the fact that BLG, this is an important win for them because both of these teams, as we said, still plenty of time to climb up the standings. And when you look at the schedule so far, BLG, they've played FPX, they played E-Star, which they actually managed to win that one. They played V5, they played Top Esports. Their schedule ahead is easier than the schedule they've had so far.
Yeah, I agree. And what's another important thing to notice now, both of these teams are 2-4 in the standings. So another massive win to try to leap up over someone in a similar standing as you.
And importantly, on game difference, they are now exactly tied. So BLG win on the head-to-head on that one. when we look at the damage, it was down to Wings at the end of the day. Despite him missing quite a lot of Qs in the mid game, it has to be said. Those team fights, he was able to consistently follow up.
That's the important thing, right? We saw him be a bit quiet in the early stages of the game, but once LNG started giving them opportunities, this man just grabbed them and went for it, and that's why we see him at the top of the damage charts.
I feel like this Zoe pick as well was incredibly influential for BLG. Like, they clearly prioritized it at both of the drafts, and Fofo looked great on it. Most importantly, it wasn't necessarily the follow-up damage he was always able to get, but it was the trouble bubbles that he was consistently able to land against carries that both had cleanse was still impactful with those.
This is something I know me and you have talked about on broadcast before. He had a clutch factor to him because even the paddle stars he hit at the start of the fight, like when he forced XX to recall right away. So he hit the really clutch paddle stars and hit very good sleepy trouble bubbles that that pretty much bought them time for LNG to eventually make these mistakes and set up for his team to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's that star power that we always talk about, right? And I know Reddit doesn't like Fofo very much, but ultimately, when he's winning your games, if you're a BLG fan, you got to accept that he's a significant part of the team.
And you're going to need him to do well if your team wants to keep finding wins. So overall, everything for BLG being put together today, I would say Game 2, Kingan's performance was a bit rough, and we've seen that this split, especially in lane. He does not look like the same player he was in Spring, but also in Spring, he had a very like small effective champion pool. He can play a lot of champions to a degree, but he had these certain champions in Spring was Aatrox and Renekton, Camille that he stood out on. Now it's going to be, hey, can he integrate certain champions like Volibear into his playstyle?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, and we're seeing a pretty significantly different meta in the top lane, in the jungle as well, from spring to summer. So one of the big questions, not just for these two teams, but across the board in the LPL is how adaptable are these players, especially the newer players coming into these teams, on how well they can play across metas, whether or not they're just like a Kai'Sa one-trick, or if they can move on and change up the style.
And I like that you're saying this is not just for these teams, for everyone, because think about a team that just won JDG, where we're seeing Zoom is finally being forced to branch out onto other champions, to where in spring he was pretty much allowed to play Ornn Mordekaiser like every game. Now he's being forced onto champions like Renekton and Wukong. We're seeing him, a player who was a star, probably the best top laner in the league in spring, have some difficulty. So definitely going to be massive for players like Flandre, King, and Chen Lun, who's a much newer player as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've even seen glimmers of these kinds of things on the likes of top esports. When we look at Jackie Love, he's very much happy to just sit on the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa and pretty much nothing else. They've been averse to going on that Aphelios. While they have played it a couple of times, and he's looked decent on it, there was definitely questions at the start of the split of like, hey, is Jackie Love limited? I feel like they've sort of been answered at this point, but we can ask those questions of a lot of players in the league at this point, and maybe Maple is one of those players we have to ask the questions of, because without the Zoe, and I'm kind of surprised they didn't lean towards things like the Galio, because we've seen him look good on that in the past, but here today on the Syndra, on I forget what he played in game number 1, on the Orianna, didn't really manage to make much happen.
The thing is, he's one of these players that just looks like he struggles too much in lane against some of our better laners in LPL. So sure, Zoe might be his most played champion, but getting him on these more supportive style or non-interactive lane champions, something like Fiddlesticks is coming into meta now, this more like Duinby-esque style, I feel like is a path that LNG should at least try to explore.
At least try it out, right? See what can happen. But we said right at the very start of today, we wanted to see more out of Wings in the AD carry position, moving up from the LDL, and we have. He's going to grab MVP for game number 2 here on the side of BLG, and well-deserved. Look at that damage to gold conversion, the damage percentage of the team.
Now I feel extremely bad for calling him out early on in the game, doing a great job. Both games looked extremely good, even as Kalista in game 1 was beautiful, so
I love that he's got his own logo with his hands as well.
Me too.
He's got his W right there.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Nice to see, and especially him with a team around him being able to come into form is great to see.
Yeah.
Oh, this is that last fight, isn't it? This is the one where we see Flandre wanting to go in, but wasn't able to coordinate with his team. XX blew his ultimate super early. Iwandi getting caught out, and XX now forced in a difficult position, allowing Wings to take over.
Yeah, really difficult game here for Flandre, as it felt like, you know, in the lane he was able to do a lot, but the longer the game went on, the less impact he was able to have. And Wings more than happy to capitalize. You could see the poke damage that he was getting out right at the very start onto the likes of Iwandi it was. I was going to say Shinmo, but he's his own support.
He's, that would be a
so
not
luckily
good.
he wasn't getting any damage onto Shinmo because that'd be a disaster. But yeah, fantastic series here for BLG.
And luckily for Wings on one last closing point in that game, it came down to 2 team fights, but it's 2 team fights that he completely put on his back and said, hey guys, don't worry, you can count on me, and pulled him across the finish line.
And that, I mean, when we talked about him coming up from the LDL, the thing we talked about was his team fights. So far, that is proving to be the case, that he has still got that magic and bringing it to the LPL as well, bringing it that extra level higher. We're going to be moving on with our day, though, going that extra level higher as well, because after the break, we're going to be jumping into a hell of a series. WE against RNG. And we're going to explain to you the theory of the reverse Scara in a few minutes' time, so don't go anywhere.
Not a fair fight.
或许这里其实是承担了比较多的一个伤害的。
这边
看一下摩根解体的话，2个人。
Fight me, small warrior person.
同时马老下一前接超过了4个人，
还把大龙拿了！哇，这一波3打5击杀4人，拿下大龙。
Wanna go?
If anyone's watching this fight, they owe me money.
看一下这里，悲伤的位置被发现了，这里勾到Q杯啊！这个大鳄鱼身上被套了一个虚弱，但是第一时间并没有能秒掉他。
That's a KD. Not dead.
直接进场是被爆杀爆进去了，然后拉到了好多个人，同时一个 W 打出了不错的一个伤害，44个救梦已经倒地了。
You swing on the boss, you better not miss.
Do not turn your back on me.
虽然找闪，他这个位置队友，
两个队友汇合一下，有个灯笼。
哇，这个灯笼很关键。
是的。
好顺的一个位置选择也还是不错的，但是他3个
腹地进入3分刮破之后，那一波完美配合，南墙一个大，往后跑，再交一个闪，但是位置还是跑不了。
Come, look me in the eyes.
I'll leave them in pieces.
右这个位置开了一个大招，看一下
W 第一下伤害好高，一个 Q 技能，再一个 E， 直接把卢克给秒掉了，我天呐！
可以选择往下面 E， 但是可能是得知了下面有个船长，但这一波
还要再打一个绿方也有点危险，他居然打下了一个双杀。
Embrace the jaws of death. So many things to squash.
开到 C 位的话，位置，哎，搞到来了，这里他是有一个疾跑的。
Go time.
嘲讽到了4个人，这波激光眼一下是直接爆炸，高级空中炸出了一个烟花，虽然是给到了一个宇宙光辉保住了一下自己的兄弟，但是没有任何的办法，因为输出实在是太低了。
You're going to need some mending.
I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome back, everybody. Our first series is already done and dusted as BLG managed to grab themselves a 2-0 victory over LNG. But enough about our first series. We're jumping into the match that you've all been waiting for. RNG up against WE. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric. And we have two pretty aggressive teams going against each other here, Lyric.
Yeah, I'm really hyped. We are going to have a lot of action today. But this series is a bit of reminiscent to the old LCS for me.
That's an interesting segue, but I kind of agree with you because when I think about WE, I think about Skara. Because back in the day when he was on Dignitas, Skara said some very important words. He said that Team Coast, when they were always winning the game up until they lost, right? And that's kind of the opposite of what we see from WE. They are the reverse Skara. Up until they win the game, they're losing.
It's really surprising, too, because they're this team that tries to play through aggressive early game leads. But they've been behind in 60% of their games this split, but they've won about 56% of the time. So being behind does not count WE out at all.
It seems to be a strength for them in a very weird way, but hey, if it works, don't fix it. That's what I say. WE playing this interesting strategy, but we've got some clips of exactly how this works. A couple of these team fights where look at the gold deficit that they're starting on.
Exactly. Even looking at WE's base where they have inhibitors open. And now starting out the fight, we even have Beishang going down, turning this into a 4v4 from a previous pick. But the members of WE knowing how to kite this out, play around their cooldowns well. We see Teacherma go to the backline, gold card Zhong Wuji, with Jomung just killing the front line so well.
Yeah, Jomung able to keep himself safe. Actually kind of being saved by a Shun Yuan Tempered Fate there. But then this game was so crucial. This moment won them the entire series.
Exactly. That Asho from Jomung was absolutely beautiful. Followed up with that Galio ultimate from Teacherma. Now setting them up with a 5v3 team fight. So it is a fight you'd expect them to come out ahead. But when they were just losing 4,000 gold, really impressive from WE to come out with a win.
Yeah, I did misspeak that. They only won the game. They didn't actually win the whole series. But ultimately, just being able to win that game when they were so far behind. There was a Kale on the enemy team as well. So like there was terrifying scaling on the side of FPX.
Exactly. That's what's important to know. It is those were not just team fights they won, and then, that's the end of the clip. It's deceitful. They won those two games. Yeah. So really impressive from WE.
Yeah, really impressive from the side of WE, and that they can execute on those win conditions, and they will set up these compositions that want to just run at you. They want to force a fight and win the game that way. On the other side of the board, we've got RNG here, and I'm kind of relying on an old pun because RNG stands for random number generator, and that really feels like what we're getting out of RNG in this split, that we never know which version of the team's going to show up.
And it's a bit of a flashback to spring, too, where there's not some, clear flaw on, you exploit this and this team will lose. They just play so heavily around their individual player skill, especially with mid-jungle. It's like, if Xiaolongbao can find a lead for the team, they will get ahead and win.
Yeah,
If Xiaolongbao and Xiaohu get abused, they just lose.
We have a few of these games where, like this clip here, right? It's not a clear-cut win. They make a play in it, and who really knows where it goes? And then we have some plays that go really bad.
Exactly. We saw a 2-for-1 in that last clip. Here we see Xiaohu and the rest of the team going in two completely different ways, and Nu ends up getting punished for it and going down. But then you have some fights that turn out really well, like this one, where they're baiting E-Star into this Baron. And we all remember these E-Star games. It was extremely dominant from RNG.
It certainly was. RNG showing up to this series. Obviously, it did go the full weight in the series, but Betty especially being a super consistent factor across that one. But ultimately, I think a lot of this series is going to come down to the junglers. When you think of Beisheng and Xiaolongbao, they are both driving forces for their teams in the head-to-head, but they're very much different styles of jungle.
Exactly. Beisheng is definitely the star of WE. He's meant to be a carry jungler, which is why we see him typically go on champions like this Echo. For Xiaolongbao, it's all about early game snowballing. But either way, both of these junglers have massive presence in the early game in different ways. We see that first blood participation for Beisheng, 83% is massive. On the other side, first turret for Xiaolongbao, about 67% of the time he's going to get into your lane, help you secure that first turret, and try to snowball the game.
And it also lends towards Xiaolongbao trying to focus on towards things like the Rift Herald. But Beisheng, we've quite often seen his Echo. It's typically paired with something from Teachermart like the Pantheon, which lends towards things like this first blood percentage where Teachermart is able to set up that play, able to set up while the parallel convergence is channeling and use that combo to their advantage. But the thing about WE, and we kind of touch on this every time because it's a very important thing. If you've not seen them so far this split, WE, they look at League of Legends quite differently to every other team. Like when we look at the compositions that they draft, it is all about playing as a team. It is all about fighting, and there's very little variance there.
Yeah, there was some headline by Emily Rand from ESPN where it's something along the lines of like, WE know exactly what they are, and that's okay. Because you know what to expect from every WE game. Their opponent knows, you know they know, and they're fine with it. They're going to play out the style either way. It's either going to net them a win or a loss. Thus far, they're sitting at 4-2, so I think they're feeling pretty good about themselves.
It's been looking pretty great for them. They even managed to get top 6 in playoffs back in spring as well. And I feel like, as a team, they've only got better since. Jomung especially, I think, this split has been stepping up.
Like, we looked at Jomung in spring, and he was inconsistent. I'd say he was a below-average 80 carry with flashes of great moments. Playoffs was just looking good overall, and this split is looking like a potential top-tier 80 carry. He has been defaulting a bit too much on Ashe recently, but hey, if it's working, why get away from it?
There's no such thing as defaulting too much on Ashe, by the way, just as a clarity there. But now up against RNG, we have to bring up the question of, like, which version of RNG are we going to see today? Because when it comes to the draft, there is a lot more variance there. RNG are willing to play lots of different styles, and it feels like quite a lot of it, as we mentioned, is going to shoulder on Xiaolongbao, but also on Nu in these team fights with things like the Wukong.
Well, I like that you highlight Nu and as well as different styles for RNG because we've seen them go a lot towards these heavy 5v5 team fights with things like the Wukong and the Ornn, but we've also seen them go more towards scaling compositions with Nidalee in the jungle, Nu on something like the Renekton. We've seen them go towards pick comps completely based around Xiaohu on Twisted Fate. So this team has a lot of different tools in their kit, but again, it's not even necessarily which one they pull out is how they'll look good. It's really, can Xiaolongbao find those advantages in the early game? And we know RNG are really good at snowballing.
And I think a key example of what we're talking about here is when you look at the champion pool for Betty specifically, he's played 4 Aphelios, 4 Ezreal, 3 Kalista, 2 Misfortune, which nobody's playing Misfortune right now, and then an Ashe game as well. So, like, if your AD carry is playing this many different champions, it probably screams a lot about the different compositions that you're bringing to the table, because most AD carries this split, they're playing 2.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really interesting, and it's the thing I like about RNG. I like that they can go, hey, we're going to put Xiaohu on Corki and play late game team fighting this game. Hey, this game, Twisted Fate. Let's look to 1-3-1 or find picks around the map. Next game, okay, we're going to have like Sylas, Renekton, and some other bruiser in the jungle. It's going to be some dive comp that wants to get on your backline. It's really exciting. Now we just need to see a bit of consistency from it.
Yeah, and one of the things that has been a little inconsistent for RNG, but I think in a good way, is we're seeing Cryan stepping into the roster once more over Xiaohu, which, you know, we saw Cryan joining this roster from E-Star at the start of this split, and I was worried for Cryan. I thought he was going to be kind of sat on the bench behind Xiaohu, but RNG showing that they're willing to bring him into the team, and that he can be a driving force from that mid lane.
It's exciting yet scary at the same time for the fact that like, Xiaohu isn't the standout problem on RNG, but at the same time, if RNG have been having the same problem, all year long, I do understand RNG's reasoning of, hey, we need to try something. And Cryan is obviously extremely good, so it just sucks when you have both Xiaohu and Cryan on a roster, and it's like, man, both of these guys deserve to start in the LPL.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that one. And they were in spring, let's bear that in mind. Cryan moving over from E-Star, and let's just remember that Cryan was one of the real star factors on E-Star that got them started in spring. Let's bear in mind this was the team that upset FBX right at the very start of spring and made a splash on the scene. This is the 17th LPL team, the newest organization in. With Cryan stepping out, the team has looked a little bit weaker, and Cryan was a huge part of the communication and setting up the plays for that squad.
IG were undefeated last split until they faced E-Star, and E-Star 2-0'd them. And like you just mentioned, a lot off the back of Cryan. The thing that scares me is we saw in their series against V5. V5 did 2-0 RNG. Xiaohu and Cryan both got one game. I'd say the team looked more cohesive with Xiaohu on the roster, which is what you would expect. He obviously has so much experience. You would expect him to have some sort of voice in the team to where Cryan maybe still has to kind of find how he fits into this roster. But it's like, hey, if these are both top 5, top 6 mid laners in their role, why would you not stick with the experience? But again, if there's a systematic issue of we have some issues, just try something new.
I mean, when you think of Xiaohu, I know a lot of the RNG fans at home think about the inconsistency that he often brings in that mid lane. Cryan, I mean, he wasn't inconsistent. We have to say that. When E-Star lost, they lost as a team. It wasn't down to Cryan individually struggling. So I'm hoping that with him starting here today, we can see that roam style that we got to see so much on E-Star, where he was going down to the bottom side of the map and making plays there to set up his AD carry.
I agree. I hope we see that, but especially in their series against V5, he was on the Twisted Fate. He was ready to go make picks, had the Ezreal Yumi in the bot lane, had a strong jungler in the Graves. We never saw him unlocked with the Destiny, and he was even up against the Fiddlesticks, which I'd say Twisted Fate is one of the more decent answers into Fiddlesticks, since you could just gold card him while he's draining, and then he's pretty much just left doing nothing.
I mean, that's the ultimate weakness, right, of Fiddlesticks, is if you can stop him draining, suddenly that sustain doesn't exist. Suddenly, he doesn't do anything anymore.
He can't push the lane anymore, and he doesn't also get the reset on the refund on the cooldown on W, so it is massive.
Either way, Fiddlesticks aside, we've got RNG stepping onto the stage as they're getting ready, and see Cryan there in the middle, ready to jump into this roster once more. And I feel like there's a good amount of pressure on Cryan from the RNG fans that, you have to replace Xiaohu. Let's just remember, Xiaohu has been on this roster since 2015. He is absolutely the franchise player for RNG.
And it's one of those things where, yes, he's heavily criticized by the community, but it's under the expectation that you have to be the best team in LPL in the world. Being like a top 5 or 6 mid laner is not enough for this organization.
Yeah, it's criticism to the guy that has won LPL multiple times, the guy that won MSI back in 2018. So understandable criticism there. You can see WE stepping onto the stage as well. And we got to see Morgan for a second there, and my heart fluttered.
I like how you see RNG and they're all standing so confidently, hey, we're champions numerous times. And you look at WE and they're also humble and shy. And
I mean, here's the thing, WE, if you look at the organization historically, has been incredibly successful within the LPL, but none of it is this roster, right? This is a very new version of the WE roster. But that's one of the things that's so exciting about WE is when you consider who the team was back in 2019 versus who they are now, they've completely reinvented themselves.
Yeah, they have. Again, building a complete new system. We remember especially the big one was they were completely built around Xie and Mystic for the past few years. This year, though, being completely built around Beishang and Teachama, I'll throw Missing in there as well with, sure, we talked a lot about Zhou looking great this split, and Morgan, I honestly think has looked like one of the best top laners in LPL this split, but those guys are really just playing a facilitating role for the champion pool that Teachama is defined by, and then Beishang's star power.
And that's one of the conversations that always comes up with this team, right, is Teachama's champion pool, how he has these 5 or 6 picks that do define how the entire team plays. But ultimately, the 5 or 6 picks seem to work. They're 4-2 in the standings right now.
And in their series against Rogue Warriors, which was on a non-English day, so I'm going to assume a lot of people didn't see it, he played Twisted Fate 2 games in a row. They 2-0'd Rogue Warriors. He looked extremely good on the pick. Heck, we saw in one of the clips his clutch gold card in the team fight onto Zhong Wuji, which set up his team for that comeback win.
He's also played Set, which is definitely not within that standard category. Just for context, in case any of you guys at home haven't seen Teachamar, big A-Soul player. I know we don't say that very often, but he's huge on the Aurelion Soul, big on the Galio, big on the Rumble, things that can roam around the map and make plays. Back in spring, we saw a ton of Pantheon alongside the Echo
He's
formation.
a pocket pick Nocturne as well.
Yeah.
He mains it in solo queue.
We've seen a lot of wacky stuff come out from Teachamar. He's more than happy to move away from the meta. In fact, I would argue he rarely steps into the meta. But now with Twisted Fate being one of these meta mid laners, that fits his wheelhouse perfectly.
It does, and even Fiddlesticks, right? It would fit this kind of playstyle he has, and it's really interesting to where I feel like we have 3 mid laners currently in this category of like, there's Duinby, who's obviously like famous for this, and really is, it's like Duinby's playstyle, right? Teacherma is now kind of being the second coming of Duinby in a sense, and then for some reason, Fun has now opted into playing this style as well. We're seeing him on things like Set, Galio every single game, so it is quite interesting how FPX win Worlds, Duinby obviously wins LPL, and people now start emulating this style.
It's worth mentioning that E-Star lost to WE in playoffs. So maybe they're going, hang on, if we lost to this style, maybe now, with Cran moving out of the team, hey, let's just emulate what beat us last split.
That's really interesting. Fun comes in, he's like, yeah, I want to play Corki and Azir, and they're like,
No.
You mean Galio, right?
We're playing for the team fight. We're playing for you rotating to that bottom side. But WE, they have very much defined themselves this split, and a lot of that comes down to the mid lane. But ultimately, that does put pressure on that bottom side of the map. Jomung is the primary carry for the side of WE, because all of these picks from Teachamar are about setting that AD carry up. But he's got a tough matchup on his hand, because Betty and Ming have been looking really good this split.
Oh, Betty and Ming, I'd say outside of their last series against Victory 5, if you had said they were the best spot lane in LPL, it would be hard to argue. They're definitely in the conversation for sure, but definitely had a rough series last time around. But still, with the accolades and experience in both of these players, you would expect them to be able to bounce back very easily. And like you said, not going to be easy for Jomung or Missing.
Certainly won't be. It's not going to be easy, though, for Betty and Ming when we consider the way that WE usually plays. We have seen WE dive that bottom tower many, many times over the last few months, and Betty and Ming are going to have to try and withstand that pressure. And a lot of that as well is going to come down to Xiaolongbao playing around that.
Yeah, exactly. We know Xiaolongbao is very, I'd say, fluid and diverse and kind of where he can go on the map. We've seen him, he can gank top, can play through mid, is willing to just straight up gank through bot and turn that into a dragon play, will invade the enemy jungle. So has a lot of avenues, and going to be interesting to see what happens when, like we said coming in, RNG know what W is going to do, right? They're going to look for mid-jungle, have Teacherma on some kind of pick that has global pressure, it can go mid, and most likely Jomung will be on the Ashe. He's just going to throw out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and try to set up that pick. What do RNG draft to counteract that play? Are they going to actually look to 4v4 bot side, or are they going to look to snowball new, which they actually have done before?
We're going to have to find out as we head towards Champion Select. I'm expecting them to draft Cleanse. I think that is the ultimate play. Just get Cleanse on every single carry, because you know Teachamar's going to be drafted CC. Jomung's going to be drafted CC. Missing is almost certainly going to be on either a hook champion or something like the Leona as well. Like, the way that WE functions as a team is building these pick-oriented compositions. So draft around that. Draft to hold that up at arm's length and maybe look towards 5v5s.
Yeah, that would be interesting, and especially being able to take away some of these picks, whether you want to go for that Galio itself or the Twisted Fate, which we've talked about this before too. Other regions are like first picking this Twisted Fate. We saw G2 do it. We see it in NALCS. It's first rotation a lot on both sides, so it has been a pick that's worked for RNG. Of course, we've only seen Cry in one game on this roster, so we're not quite sure what his champion pool is right now. Towards the end of E-Star, it was very control mage heavy, like the Azir and Cassiopeia.
So the headline way of saying all of that is Cryan has played Twisted Fate in 100% of the games he's had in the LPL this split.
Yeah,
and then
sure.
you sneakily tell the audience later that it was just one game.
Oh, Joe, last time you taught them about sales, and now you're proving you are the salesman.
Cryan has a 0% win rate on Twisted Fate so far this split.
Cryan has not lost on any champion that is not Twisted Fate.
That's true. So he's undefeated except for against our Lord and Savior PP God. So I think that we can allow that one Twisted Fate loss.
God. Yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good condition. You know, Victory 5 is untouchable, as Hysteric said yesterday. They are absolute. You do not question Victory 5, but you know who I am questioning coming into this.
Unless they're playing against FPX.
No. Let's not think about that.
We ignore the results here.
Exactly. FPX.
We're here for the
LGD.
storyline. We're here for the narrative. Give me the script lyric.
I feel like I did write that script, honestly. If there's anyone who deserves credit for the Victory 5 script, it's not me, but I'm going to say it's me since I was saying it was going to happen all along.
Do you know what my favorite script thing that has happened is when we talk about WE, we always talk about them as the Star Guardians, friendship and magic. They work together no matter what. It's all about the team play. It's all about building these compositions that play together. Completely simultaneously, on the Chinese broadcast, they built the phrase, comps that flow in the wind. They talk about the exact same things about how this is an absolute unit that build compositions that all move in together and all stay as a unit. So we went different directions with the wording, but ultimately, the direction we went with how we tell the story of WE is exactly the same because it is so clear-cut the way this team plays.
It is, and going to that friendship storyline too, they also have a lot of cute and fun streaming moments where they're all always playing together, so always good to see some WE stream highlights on my Twitter feed.
You love to see it, but we should hopefully be able to get into game shortly. You see Morgan, he's ready, he's raring. He's fresh off the back of his WWE career. I'm just kidding. He's never played in the WWE. I don't know if you could tell by his player cam or not, but I like to think that he once was on the WWE.
How do you know that's not his main aspiration?
That's true. That could be his follow-up career. First League of Legends pro in the LPL. Second WWE wrestler.
Maybe that's what he does. He wins a championship in the LPL, and then whether it's WWE or UFC walks up, say, hey, I have this championship belt. Put me in, coach.
Yeah. They didn't give me a belt in the LPL, so I've come to compete here instead. We'll have to wait and see. That's a few years in the future, because I'm sure he's got many world championships ahead of him here first.
RNG already saying, hey, we're banning out Teacher Mount. We were wondering what their strategy was.
We've seen this before.
We have seen this before, and it's kind of gone both ways, actually.
Yeah, this is the thing. There's two ways that this goes against WE. You ban out Teacher Mount completely, and sometimes it ruins the game for WE, but sometimes it just means that the rest of the team has a million power picks to win.
I was going to say, this just means they're going to pick Echo plus Pantheon. That's what this means.
That does often indicate that. The Ash ban from Jomung, though, I think is a very crucial one. You can see 380 carry bans away from WE. So RNG right now, they can just first pick this Ezreal.
Yep, you'd expect RNG to go. Ooh, actually, this is something RNG have played and something they liked a lot in spring. Haven't picked it this split, but we remember this was the RNG pick in spring. I remember fans were hating it, but RNG kept doing it. So now you have your choices, WE. You can go towards the Ezreal and play from that range, or you could even go with something like a Kai'Sa, which, we have seen Jomung on also in spring. Not in summer, but...
I'm not going to lie, I hate it. I don't know why you wouldn't just pick the Ezreal here. I feel like Ezreal is just straight up stronger than Senna.
I don't like Senna either. I don't feel like we've even seen it have a lot of success in the LPL. It also typically sets you up for either one of two things, playing around your soul lanes or trying to pair it with a bruiser like we see the Wukong and trying to turn that into a big unstoppable force?
I mean, we'll have to see. I'm willing to be proven wrong. I'm willing for Betty to pilot this center and show me what's up here. But we mentioned the power picks that can come through when you ban everything away in the mid lane. We've got Graves for Beisheng. He's a carry jungler, so could definitely be set up for success. And Morgan, he gets his ultimate comfort pick.
Yeah, so W with a very good and I'd say standard first rotation. They didn't need to pick 80 carry. They can take that on 3. And RNG already building a comp that is going to want to play around snowballing, want to play more around tempo. And guess what? If you wanted to have a soul lane to highlight with that Senna ultimate, Renekton feels like a good one to have.
That is for sure. And we have to mention this jungle matchup as well. This Nidalee into Graves is something we're seeing more and more, and it feels like it's pretty heavily Nidalee favored.
Well, we're constantly seeing the Nidalee being able to get ahead in clear speed and tempo, and we're always seeing it go and play through its priority lanes. I remember me and you casted the series the other day. It was LNG Vici, where Lil Yen was just giving us a masterclass on, hey, your comp doesn't need to have a holistic identity. Just draft a bunch of winning lanes and play through the strength of Nidalee.
So we do have this Ezreal locked in, so we could opt to see RNG banning away things like the Yuumi, but it's important to mention that Missing doesn't really play the Yuumi very much. When you look at his champion pool, it's all about these champions that can find picks, that can find hooks. RNG still going to respect the potential Yuumi, though, and ban it away.
I would, like you were just saying, I'd expect Missing to go towards something, whether it is like a Nautilus or a Set. They can just wait till last pick. I'd like to see them go with that counter pick support for the reason that this is WE. We don't really expect them to leave that counter pick for mid. Of course, another champion that's still open that would be extremely strong in this composition is Syndra. And we saw Teachama play Syndra in playoffs.
That was kind of the fallback, right, for Teachama. In playoffs, we saw a lot of teams just deciding, hey, 5-ban straight at Teachama, let's test his champion pool. And Syndra was the pick that came out for him to answer that strategy. And it looked good.
Yeah, and it's a champion that doesn't have any bad matchups. And when we talked about how Xiaolangbao wants to play around his mid priority and really go abuse the enemy jungler, if you get something like a Syndra that's extremely strong, can just clear the wave instantly, it would be really nice to see you. Ooh, that is actually another champion that does the exact same thing. Of course, this is a flex, which is the most exciting part, so we don't know where this is going to go yet, and gives WE a lot of options with how they could go forward in draft.
It certainly does. Could go to Teachama in the mid lane, but we could easily see Missing bringing that alongside the Ezreal, maybe go for the Ardent Center, set Jomung up to carry the team. But now RNG, oh, we could see them being the ones to grab a Pantheon.
I just hope we don't go back to Spring where it is Betty playing this.
We could see Betty playing this.
For anyone who doesn't know, in Spring we did see RNG do this same bot lane, but it was Betty on the Pantheon and Ming on the Senna, and it did not work out.
It didn't, and I think that's what we're going to see as the Syndra is taken here. So, but hey, I like the creative drafting, because they're like, look, let's just take all of his mid laners and lock one of them in for our bottom lane. But Rumble's still up, so Teachama's fine.
Yeah, and I actually would have even liked how they just sent the Karma mid and maybe picked a more defensive bot lane that isn't going to end up getting killed to the Pantheon. Okay, I'm sorry. I was just seeing where they have the champions. Like, wait.
Defensive picks? WE? I don't think so, buddy.
I was actually looking at the fact that they swapped Pantheon up top first. I'm like, wait. Are we going to see some real shenanigans? But, hey, it's Senna.
Hey, look, we have Ming on Pantheon right now. We're going to see some real shenanigans. Like, whether you like it or not, that's what's happening.
But overall, on the side of RNG, they do have this more snowbally get ahead and close that lead out in 25-minute style composition, which is where we said they excel. They have global pressure coming from their bot lane, so we want to see them play heavily through top and mid. And even Syndra going to have some pressure in on this Rumble, so Xiaolangbao is going to have a lot of room to play with.
Xiaolangbao will have a lot of room, and that's exactly what we expect from RNG, right? We said earlier, Xiaolangbao is the guy that sets RNG up for success. On the other side of the board, it's going to be Beishang on this Graves that has to try and match up against the clear speed, the power farming from Nidalee.
It's going to be tough, too, because so we expect his top side to lose. We expect mid lane to get pushed in early on. Won't be until 6 where you have some semblance of threat on the Syndra always there by being able to drop your ultimate. In bot lane, I expect their bot lane to be able to win. They have a Karma, so they should just be able to mindlessly clear waves with Mantra Q. But at the same time, you do always have the threat of Ming all-inning you, and you are two squishy champions. So this game's going to be tough for Beishang, but at least we know W going back towards this heavy 5v5, big AoE ultimate type composition.
You could see RNG there looking menacing
that
as
was
we get
intense,
onto Summoner's Rift. I'm scared, and I'm sure WE fans everywhere are scared, because you've just... Lyric, I feel like you've just gone through the lanes there and told me that RNG is going to win every single one of them.
Not bot lane, potentially.
Potentially.
Hey, again.
I don't know. There's a Pantheon there.
I'm
scared of Pantheon.
That's what I'm afraid of, too, because...
The Pantheon.
Yeah, he also has... Again, we know what Ming's going to try to do, right? He's going to try to find some sort of early flash play onto Missing or Jomung and secure that kill. We could even see Xiaolangbao get in this lane early, right? You have a point-and-click stun coming from the Pantheon, so maybe can set up an early spear coming out from Xiaolangbao, but we've already said it in draft, but just very easy to understand identities. Snowballing on the side of RNG. They have a lot of global pressure, especially towards top side from their bot lane. And WE all about the 5v5 team fights.
And you know what? We don't have things like the Ashe on the side of WE here today, but we do still have that same identity that they're going to want to find that one fight that gives them the game, right? They're wanting to find that individual moment that sets WE up to win the rest of the match. We'll see if that's something that can come to pass. Interesting to mention as well, Betty bringing Glacial Augment on the Senna, not going to that grass build with the Frozen Mallet that we've seen more recently.
We actually have been seeing players go back to the Glacial build, which... So the grass was a bit of a flash in the pan. It does feel better, especially build-wise, when you go towards the Glacial, since you can like easily build those lethality items very early on. It gives you very nice back timings.
Betty is having a hard time in this lane already. And I mean, this is the big thing that Karma brings to the bottom lane, right? You have so much poke from this Ezreal-Karma duo. They need to try and get Ming low. That's the key thing. Stop him being able to just all in.
Exactly. That's going to be very crucial to see. And going back to keeping RNG's bot lane low, you know, Grasp was seen as a rune that could minimize the laning difficulty on Senna, but I guess especially when you're trying to snowball this game really fast and play around your mid and top side, this kind of makes sense. Betty goes for this build, and like you already pointed out, we're going to need to see a lot from RNG's bot lane to survive this slaughter from the poke.
Good amount of poke damage coming through. Obviously, they are against the Senna, so there's a good amount of mitigation on the poke, but Xiaolong Bao, he's not interested in the lane lasting long enough for poke here because he wants to make something happen at the level 3 mark.
Flash W, Munchables.
Oh, in he goes. Ming to start this one off. The root is there, and first blood already for Xiaolong Bao.
And that was the combo we expected to see. You have a point-and-click stun setting up easily for the spear. Even Betty hitting the snare is nice as well. And now guess what? You can start the snowball early on. Ooh. There's going to be nothing happening here. Krine also has Phaedra, so very safe, but I feel like the point where this game's really going to explode is obviously that level 6 mark. That's when we're going to start seeing a Ming go around the map, and then Betty also following up with his ultimate as well.
Morgan losing out a trade in the top side there to the Renekton, but yeah, definitely looking towards that level 6 mark. And one thing that is important to mention is these top laners when we get to level 6, because Morgan, his kind of calling card has been teleporting to help the team make plays around the map. And typically, is quite selfless with those teleports. We got another fight in the bottom lane. Ignite used onto Missing. He's got no summoners. And RNG winning out. But Betty goes down. Jomang in a 1v1. But that's a Pantheon. You don't get to 1v1 Pantheon. Dodges the spear though. Yes, he does. Jomang pulls it out of the bag. Now trying to get away. Crying. Can't find a stun. Yes, he can. Gets the kill for himself with an auto.
Overall, nice to see, but that was nice from Jomang getting into the brush, and obviously Ming doesn't have flash anymore. They had no vision in the brush either, but I guess it wouldn't have mattered. You're a ranged champion, Pantheon's a melee champion. He was dead regardless. Great from Crying to come in and secure the kill as well, but does end up losing a bit of CS in the mid lane because of it.
So, we've already got a bit of action on our hands. We were expected to wait till level 6, but Ming says, nah, we're fighting right now.
Yep, Ming all-ins, which forces Betty to use the heal. Not a really awkward position. Not having anything to block out on any of the Ezreal skill shots anyway, but does look like he just killed him with autos. And now Ming has nothing. Can't get on top of Jomang regardless whether he had vision or not. And Crying just able to finish it off with a nice combo.
Good damage out of Jomang at the end to try and find an opportunity to turn things around. Had the stun miss, but ultimately, it is WE that come. Well, I guess it's even on the trade. Ultimately, Crying uses that teleport, though, so Tichmar at least had a moment of safety in that mid lane just to get a couple of waves.
And now that he bought the Null Magic Mantle, is that what the small one's called? There we go. That's what the small one's called.
Nice.
Not a Negatron cloak, but he's actually going to be pretty fine in this 1v1. Crying won't have too much threat on him even when he does hit the level 6 point, also with the shield coming out from your W, and especially with the fact that he took heal, so going with like the safest possible options in this matchup.
Not that surprising from Tichmar, realistically. We already talked about this in depth, how Tichmar is the kind of guy that wants to... Hang on. Forget Tichmar. We've got to play on the bottom side.
It's going to be much harder to execute this without that flash.
Not if Missing just walks into them, though. Because
God.
He's gone down again. Missing ain't looking good without a hook.
That was not supposed to be the play, Munch. They have no flash. You have no way of getting onto you since you know they're there.
He almost did it to prove you wrong. You were like, they can't get onto Missing right now. He's like, oh, yeah? I'm going to walk into them.
Oh, yeah, random English-speaking man.
I'm sure he's tuning into the stream.
We've talked many times. They're definitely listening to us.
There's no way there's not. I don't see any world where Riot doesn't allow them to currently watch the English commentators mid-game. Dragon going to go the way of RNG here.
And let's be honest, RNG get that Dragon completely just based off of Missing's mistake. They would have had some windows to start playing around this kill threat from RNG and not go down, but Ming's flash is going to be up pretty soon, so they will be able to look for a repeat play, and obviously flash stun into spear, pretty much a guaranteed play.
Missing Splash will come up at the same time as well. So the only downside is you can't flash the W from Pantheon.
Yeah.
He's going to stun you, whether you like it or not. It's just whether or not you can avoid some of the follow.
That's a very menacing laugh.
Evil Graves recall. He doesn't even look like Graves, honestly. Looks like Jace.
I don't know. We only saw his back, so...
I've seen the front of the skin as well before.
Well, I have not.
Well, there'll be plenty of opportunities, don't you worry, Lyric. We've got a whole game ahead of us. Aren't we lucky? I don't even know the name of that skin, honestly, but Jomung's in trouble. Jumps away with the Arcane Shift. And just anticipate this for the entire lane. Now in goes Ming. Forces the cleanse. Missing will be able to find a route. No, doesn't even get it onto Ming there. It's Betty to find a route instead. Spears coming down.
You know,
how is Karma Ezreal being out?
Well, that's the thing. It's kind of funny to see. This is a bit of a poke lane in itself with Senna Pantheon. Ooh. Betty getting low. Going to heal himself up by healing up Ming.
Jomung doesn't have any mana, though. See Jomung move down, but it's a little bit late on the play.
It's always a bit awkward having a Rumble in your composition where you don't actually have like a ton of CC, right? You don't have like an Ashe or any engaged support at Jarvan, nothing to really set up your ultimate. It's really only on Morgan. So that's why WE's composition doesn't really do a lot unless it's grouped up as 5. I guess a topside 3v3 is something that could possibly come out as well.
One thing that they are exceptionally good at is chasing you down. If they can get RNG on the run, the amount of slows that are going to come out from this team, the amount of follow-up is pretty insane. Beisheng could be in trouble here, though. Scatter the weak lines. There's a spear. The flash forwards. Look at the coordination out of RNG.
And I guess this shows us why Cryin is starting here in this game. So decisive with that flash. You already said the coordination as well. Picking up that kill, and we said RNG need a snowball. We wanted it to be through bot and then transfer that to mid. That's exactly what they've been doing.
Yeah, this is beautiful to see as well. We asked which version of RNG was going to show up today. Apparently, it is the one with a playbook in hand. Cryin stepping into the roster, and as you rightly say, showing that he knows how to make an impact in a game. Morgan going to use the ult just to try and clear the wave. I think he's a little worried that the rest of RNG is moving up.
You know, this does come down to RNG, like a big positive and negative as well, though, because we've talked about this a lot off broadcast. It's why I rate RNG super highly and predict them in a lot of series where maybe a lot of people would disagree, but like this one and against FPX this weekend. But they're so reliant and really heavily play through player skill. A lot of their drafts are just heavy snowballing drafts, and it is when they look their best. They're not a very consistently systematic team in the way they play.
I will say, though, they've currently got WE at a gold deficit, which is when WE are at their strongest.
Okay, guys, statistically, WE have a 56% chance of winning this game.
Well, we're not at the 15-minute mark yet.
True.
So it's arguably lower than that right now.
I do want to say, though, obviously higher than 50%, I feel is quite promising if you are a WE fan listening in.
That is for sure.
It's a bit better than a coin flip. Let's go. It's a bit of a rigged coin.
Look, over a period of 16 series, you take the 55%. That's good odds right there.
It's 56% if you round up, Joe.
Well, I was rounding down. Lyric.
Oh God, we're not
Jordan.
Personable.
I don't know which name to use. Bear milk tea.
Oh God, that's still not a story for today. We're saving that story for like years down the line.
Oh, okay, we'll see. If you're not careful, I'm going to tell your story for you.
But
I would.
Going back to the game, RNG once again have options if they want to look for a kill on bots, since they do have the flash W up from Ming. But they also can play around mid or top because we have the globals coming out from Pantheon and Senna.
Ming takes a hit there, but so far this bottom lane has been all about RNG. They've had complete control, but it is important to mention that in terms of CS, Jomung has been fine. He's not falling behind in the bottom side right now comparatively to his lane opponent. But there is still a while until Jomung realistically is going to do much around the map. Ezreal is going to spike very hard on the 2 items, but doesn't really have much of an impact on the game prior to that.
Standard Morgan play, gives up some waves top, walks straight down bot, so they want this 5v5.
They might not get a 5v5 though, because Beisheng is rooted in a Dawning Shadow to finish it. Ming with the kill credit, and now collapsing onto the rest of WE. Jomung able to get over the wall. Missing safe as he wasn't the target here. And I don't think WE are realistically going to keep this contest.
I'm just going to say, that sucks. We saw Morgan walking straight down from top. Things were looking good for WE. It's like, okay, Morgan doing a great job of what he always did in spring. Just like, hey, what's more important right now? Losing a bit on top side, if we can win out in a huge way on bot side. Well, Beishan goes down. You just lost a ton of plates, lost a ton of gold and EXP. RNG.
The amount of plates that they got topside as well, I wasn't sure if they dropped the Herald there. They didn't. Herald is still on Xiaolongbao.
Flash W coming out from Pantheon, chained up with all of this burst coming out from Xiaolongbao. Great ult from Betty to follow it up as well. And watching compositions like this is always so fun to see. And again, now they still have options. This isn't a comp that needs to wait for neutrals. Now you still have Ming's ultimate up. You can have Ming and Xiaolongbao hover towards either side. Ult in, secure another kill.
This is a really phenomenal start coming out from RNG at this point. Huge lead in the top side despite the lack of kills, but massive lead in the mid lane, in the bottom lane as well. And WE already finding themselves in a difficult position. 3,000 gold down at the 13-minute mark, and Xiaolongbao looking to snowball that even further. They have insane pick potential, as we've already seen on this team. They're looking for more plays.
And realistically, I'm hard-pressed to find options that WE actually have. They can try to gank top, have Teacher Mount hover over, and, you know, they have the CC set up on the top side. Their only other play would be just minimizing damage on their bot lane, but there isn't actually a proactive play they can make without RNG overstepping.
It's a difficult situation, but ultimately, we have seen inconsistency from RNG this split, so it's still very possible. I mean, we just saw in the last game we cast today that early leads can be thrown, and this is the LPL. There's plenty of opportunity. WE have found ways back into games before. I think the key difference between this game and those other games where WE came back is lack of agency on the composition, right? It's not as easy to just force a play when you don't have something like the Ash Arrow to find a pick.
Exactly, and the only thing you can really rely on is once RNG are on something like a Dragon.
Morgan is doing a good job to keep New in the fight here as his jungler is going to run, dodging the ulti, but it's not quite enough. Beishan finds himself the kill.
Glad to see WE notice pretty much the only place they have the agency you were talking about to make a play. So they do find a kill onto New. It's going to buy them a bit of time. Not going to really equate into any form of an objective or map pressure, but just nice to find a bit of gold to stop the bleeding.
Beishan CSing with the collateral damage. Hey, maybe heading back to base in a very evil, menacing manner. Why not ult on the way back out?
That skin is intense.
Look at the plates, though. That's intense, Lyric, because 1,120 gold against 0.
Munchables, I wasn't lying to you when I said this comp has a bunch of winning lanes, have a ton of kill pressure, and need to snowball. It was the truth.
I believed you. I just didn't believe whether or not RNG would be able to force the issue on that. But hey, when we talked about Xiaolongbao, we did say this is a guy that wants to play through his lanes, find success that way. This is the perfect composition to do exactly that.
It is. It's really, really fun to see. And especially the other day on cast when Vici drafted something similar, I'd say this is much more indexed into one area, which I prefer, to where we saw Vici do it with like a Kale on the top side and had some weird scaling elements. But I was skeptical. But after that performance and now seeing it here again today, but more cohesive, big fan of drafts like this. And maybe it's something that, you know, globally, some other audiences wouldn't be a fan of. Maybe would use words like sinner and things along those lines. But here in the LPL, these compositions are fun.
They certainly are, and we'll see if this kind of thing is going to catch on elsewhere. I think the key thing, though, is it does rely on being able to punish the enemy in early laning phases, which quite often we see other regions erring away from fighting throughout the laning phase.
Also, apparently Nidalee does not have the same success in NALCS that it does here. I think I saw it had no wins.
Really?
Yeah.
Has it been played?
Yes, I think it was played like, when I looked at the stat, it was 4 or 5 games with no
really?
wins. Yeah. Here in the LPL, when you pick Nidalee, you see big snowballs.
One thing we do have to talk about with Nidalee, though, is it does kind of rely on the team as well. Like, you have to have winning lanes. You have to be able to get into the enemy jungle for this Nidalee pick to really succeed.
Oh, I agree. I think it's a very it changes the whole style that your team needs to play. As
nice knock-up, I guess.
It also changes the whole style your composition plays when you're only engaged as an Ornn and he has no call to Forge guy.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what that was. Morgan, you're my favorite player, but that wasn't it, Chief. WE now just gonna recall or move back to their own lanes once again, and RNG are like, hey, WE don't have an Ornn ult. Sure, we'll take a dragon. Sole point, thank you.
Exactly, that is that's what's gonna happen. And they have a lot of good ultimates, so you know, Cloud Drake feeling good. Once again, RNG's bot lane still has their global ultimates open. They can make any play on the map. Of course, there aren't actually that many neutrals still available, so my guess and what we will see and what they probably should do is push out these side lanes, have WE send 1 or 2 members to go answer, and then try to 5-man mid with, you know, the Pantheon ultimate and Senna as well, and try to secure that mid lane turret.
Ming looking OP so far this game.
They also still have Rift Herald. A lot of options, Munch.
They do have a lot of options. We'll just see which option they are going to take. Let's bear in mind as well, it's not like we keep talking about how they need to snowball in the early game. It's not like their composition falls off particularly quickly. You've got this Senna that's going for the Black Cleaver build, so we'll scale exceptionally well. A Syndra, I mean, there is no weak point in the game for Syndra.
They always have burst, right? So as long as, whether it's by denying vision or finding a pick in transit, because they also have globals, they can just kill a member like Teacher Mahjong. Pretty much all of WE is squishy rather than Morgan.
It feels like RNG are playing pretty much a WE composition. Like, in the way that they can just brutally force a pick anywhere on the map if someone steps out of position.
In that sense, yes. You know, yes. Yes, they are.
Did you just give up on arguing?
I did. I didn't want to insult you.
Look, there's a Pantheon. And that's
there
good
we
enough
go.
For me. That's good enough for me, Lyric.
That's the big win.
We take those.
We see Pantheon, we say it's a WE composition.
Yeah. I mean, there's Renekton as well. Morgan likes Renekton.
There's
Either way.
Also a Nidalee, which Beishong has not played yet this split, but has played it in his career.
I feel like we're reaching at this point just to justify my dumb statement. Morgan is in a little bit of trouble here. And this is what I was talking about. Ming's going to arrive on the bottom side of the map. No way out here as Ming finds himself his second kill of the game on the Pantheon. And they've got a Herald to keep this play going.
Yeah, they're not even going to open up the mid lane of the map. They're just saying, hey, we're going to go for this play on side to get this down. And it's going to be an easy turret for them. They now can turn and pressure mid off next wave. They also obviously have poke elements to their comp, like we saw in the bot lane, as well as the Nidalee. So going to be able to get some damage down here.
Easy peasy, squeeze that lemon, as they say.
That is not what they say, but...
Well, that's what I say. They're going into the mid lane, though, Lyric. And they're not actually going to be able to finish this one off. They're deciding against it.
There's nothing that can happen right now. At this point in the game, it's really going to be about playing around the global with Ming, or really any point-and-clicks you see, and punishing WE's overstep, or if you do have a flash / are willing to make some kind of bold play, that's when you really can find these kills.
We are seeing a very calculated game from RNG. Like, I like that they are not just trying to brute force anything. Like, if the opportunity isn't there, they're not just going to try and make it happen regardless. They are waiting for those correct opportunities.
Exactly, and people might hear like words like snowball, early game comps, and think like, hey, you just need to play, exactly, play mindlessly and fight. But when you have the tools that RNG's comp does, there's a very systematic way you can play out this game through your globals. I thought
that was going to be a pro view of him landing the spear then for a second.
Oh, so they know. And even nice heal by Ming by Betty at the end. Comes in, presses W, all in a day's work.
I love Pantheon. He was so much fun to play.
I love Pantheon support, and it's something that, for all you viewers out there, a lot of LPL players are actually spamming this and have been spamming it for like 2 weeks. It's in all of my notes. Like, hey, this player's playing Pantheon. Like, be on a lookout for Pantheon. Then none of them pick it.
Is it just alongside Senna?
No.
Or?
I see with Kai'Sa a lot, too, which also sounds kind of fun in a way. In lane, it sounds weird. But later in a team fight, Pantheon and Kai'Sa dive into your backline.
Yeah, dive buddies. We could see WE picking that kind of thing up. I could easily see WE play that kind of style. Oh, my
Oh,
days.
God, we missed
When did that happen?
I know, that was beautiful.
That is terrifying.
This also comes down to, I was thinking about it yesterday and how many good junglers. I'm going to pause on talking about good junglers because we have new collapsing from the side.
We certainly do, but he's not going to find a way in just yet. Beisheng hops over the wall, going to clear some vision here. We've got a Drake spawn in 15 seconds. This will be Soul for RNG if they're able to get it. Granted, it's only Cloud, not the end of the world.
That
if WE lose it.
That man drop, definitely available for Ming, though.
Certainly, they'd like to get this Soul. WE would like to deny.
Ults to actually get even to the fight at all.
WE need a combination between Ornn and Rumble right here. They need to line those ults up, but keep your eyes on Nu, who's going to try and get onto the backline. Beisheng desperately trying to burst this dragon down, but it resets in the middle of the fight. Now everybody going ham for this one as Morgan trying to protect jungler Jomung, still surviving. Beisheng got the dragon, and now they're looking for the fight as well. Xiaolongbao already went down, and Ming is stuck in the back of the pit. RNG going to try and collapse onto Beisheng here. Ming knocked up, but keeps himself alive with his shield. Now Nu jumps into the fray. He's tanky. He's the big Renekton, and he's tearing them apart. Betty keeps him alive, supporting him on the AD carry, and RNG come out on top.
And Nu, a top laner we had no expectations for coming into the split, already having such a good start, now bringing this fight back, evening it out for RNG.
So damn close in that fight. And RNG, they do find the extra kills on the end of the fight, but ultimately, WE managed to get that dragon.
And this highlights two things for me. One, RNG's setup was all wrong, came out really late. Here we see Xiaolongbao trying to go for the smite, but both Beisheng and Morgan just being an annoyance. Beisheng able to be the one to get the smite, and here the fight is a bit all over the place. We see Ming in an awkward place. They do all in him, but Nu still very strong. He obviously did do extremely well in lane. Does go in, comes out with a really nice stun onto Dichima, comes out with a Q onto Jomung, Cryin flashing forward aggressively, and Betty also in the wings, putting out damage that whole time.
Felt like Jomung panicked a little bit during that fight as well. I don't think he needed to E aggressively at Ming. Had he had that available, maybe he can survive the all-in from Nu that comes out at that point.
I agree, but still going back to the start of that fight, it still feels like it was a mistake by RNG. Ming backed so late, and even Nu's push in the bot lane. He pushed pretty much almost all the way up to the inhibitor turret where had he backed off, let's say like a wave sooner, gone mid, helped RNG get priority, they probably could have had the vision set up to have a favorable Drake fight. But still, that fight also showed us that when it does come to straight up pure 5v5s, WE are not out of this game. But it's a 6K gold lead. Not going to be that easy.
It's a 6K gold lead, but hey, the clips that we showed at the start of this series were comparable gold leads at comparable points in the game. This is ultimately the strength of WE is the 5v5 when they can work as a unit and team fight. We'll see if they're going to find those opportunities. Because, I mean, you can't pick Morgan anymore. He's got to the Ornn point in the game where he's basically invincible.
And you do not have the composition that kills tanks.
No.
Even
with your 2 black cleavers, he's still in 3 black cleavers, in fact. They only stack one time. Xiaolongbao's been found. See you later, Xiaolongbao. He's gone.
And we didn't even see how he ended up here. But at the same time, this goes back to what we were talking about before the game, to where RNG pretty much Xiaolongbao giveth, Xiaolongbao taketh away.
He certainly did take it away just there. Or he had it taken away from him,
yes,
forcefully, by WE. Nice little pick that they're going to find for themselves. There's not a ton that they can do on the map, though, and this has been one of the issues WE have been finding across this whole game. We saw a similar thing up in the top lane when they went for that gank. There was nothing they could find much from it.
If their composition had more engage, they'd probably be able to go straight onto a Baron with something like that, because Xiaolongbao is a huge part of RNG's damage, but of course they had to blow Call of the Forge God to even get the Xiaolongbao pick, so now you don't really have much to offer.
They actually kind of didn't. Morgan didn't even get an assist.
That's true,
He
yeah.
actually died before the ult hit. But hey, the thought was there, and it's the thought that counts.
It's the moral support.
Exactly. Friendship and magic, Star Guardians. This is WE we're talking about. Comps that flow with the wind. I'm going to throw some buzzwords at your lyric and see what comes out.
Buzzwords. Let's see. Priority. Rotations.
Exactly. Now we're talking. This is analysis. This is what I'm looking for in my broadcast.
If you want to know how to go get a job as a coach or to sound really smart on Twitter, just use those words. Just insert random player and teams names and throw those words in, and I'm sure some people will listen.
You just got to try it in different orders, see which ones stick, track your interactions. There you go. You've made it in esports. Congratulations.
But going back, we always do have this sort of play from RNG available. Ming push out the side lane, look to man drop in and have a numbers advantage in a team fight. Instead, no. They have the confidence to rush a Baron.
They could just do Baron. That is always an option, I guess. You do have Senna, so you can tank it indefinitely. It's not like, even if it's a slow Baron, you can just tank it forever. Morgan's TP'd into the mid lane because we've got a Drake spawn in 20 seconds. And once again, WE do not want to give up this soul. Let's bear in mind, with how ult-reliant WE are, stacking Cloud Drakes is pretty great for them.
And even denying it from RNG, like even just denying the pure Cloud Drake in and of itself. You have a very ult-reliant composition on the side of RNG.
These ults really going to dictate the game. Beisheng finds his opportunity to start this Drake off. He knows he's spotted, but he's Graves. He can burn this one down.
RNG need to look for a 5v4 right here.
They're about to. Jomung jumps away for himself, keeps New at arm's length. Teachimar and Morgan surviving as well. This is beautiful from WE. Now they're going to try and force the fight as well. They might bite off more than they can chew, though. Betty's low, trying to chase this one through. Teachimar can't finish off the kill. But Jomung, I love this confidence on the Ezreal.
Confidence in that Teachimar ultimate was amazing, getting Betty solo like you said, and okay, the 56% stat is going up, Munchables.
I don't know, but this is looking great for WE. Beisheng just decided, hey, I'm not doing the dragon anymore. Let's force the fight on this one. Goes back to it now after the fact. They get themselves a tower on top of the dragon.
You know, now I'm feeling a bit dumb where I said, oh, I love comps like this. These Sinner comps not working globally. Ha, ha, ha. And then, yeah, not working out the best for me here today, Munchables.
No, not working locally either, apparently. Oh, dear. It's a bit of a disaster here for RNG. They do still have a 5,000 gold lead, though. Actually, 6,000 gold lead, almost. They've still got 3 Drakes. They just seem to have lost.
They just don't win 5v5.
But why, Louis? Why, like, with this kind of gold lead, surely they can still just brute force.
I don't think it's that easy when, one, WE actually has a big frontliner in the Morgan. We've seen how Morgan takes almost no damage when they hit him. You also have more shields coming out from the Karma herself. You have good kiting on the side of WE, and your only engage on RNG is Flash W from either New or Ming. You have no other engage, or you hit a Scatter the Weak. So you actually have very good tools as WE to bait out the spell rotations of RNG, and their comp is also very cooldown reliant, right? We don't actually have an amazing source of DPS. Senna's obviously getting there, but no one else on RNG.
It's going to be rough, and especially, I mean, we saw New during that fight. He tried to get onto Jomung, but Jomung didn't even have to use a summoner. Just completely kited him out, has a ton of armor, has the upgraded gauntlet, now has a death stance.
You also
as
have
well.
the speed up coming in from missing, so actually in this stage of the game, W are pretty well equipped to deal with RNG.
Oh, well, hang on. Jomung could be in trouble, does have cleanse, but is going to be able to get over the wall here. So much CC going onto him, but he's still full health. You cannot kill the Ezreal, and now they turn it back on towards New. That's everything used for RNG.
That is literally our whole conversation 1 minute ago.
And you know what? It cost a lot of summoners for the side of WE, but Jomung survived. And that means that WE continue to just stall this out.
So I guess in another 2 minutes, you try to make the play again when all of your ultimates are back up, but also New not having the flash this time around, and E plus the Mantra Shield coming in from missing, you would expect them to both be able to get away once again. And at this point, they're still operating their comp right. They're still looking for the correct plays, using Ming's ultimate, trying to find these numbers advantage fights. Just sadly, WE can get away because, you know, there's no engage.
And I'm starting to dislike this Nidalee pick in this situation, where I feel like there isn't that much in the way of setting up for this Nidalee. If you can't get Ming straight onto Jomung, which they're going to continue to struggle to get him on, it's very difficult for Xiaolongbao to actually get on and finish a target.
The problem with, I'll say, Nidalee in this composition as well, is these comps are very, I'll say, momentum-based in the sense that that first dragon they gave over to WE, that was still in a position where they were completely favored, extremely winnable, and it came off them going with bad understanding of when they should push wave states and also bad recall timings to why they lost that dragon. Had they been able to keep up that snowball from that point, that's pretty much how these comps work. You can never be set behind. It always needs to be able to move forward. One road bump is actually massive.
Seems to have bumped them off the tracks at this point, as RNG have pretty much stalled out. They are just taking a moment here, waiting for those ults to come back up, but you can see across the left of your screen, the ultimates are available once again for RNG. Dragon going to be spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds. A Soul certainly could revitalize this squad.
Yeah, and as you've pointed out with the gold, we have the item advantages there for RNG, especially compare Cryan, who's on 4 items, to Teacherma, who's on 2.5. The problem is, will we see Cryan be able to actually hit his abilities? And again,
so.
not on any fault of his own, just on the way we've seen Jomung missing and the rest of WE be able to kite out these team fights.
Jomung's cleanse is still on cooldown right now. There's no Mikhails for missing. So this is going to be a crucial fight. 45 seconds until that Drake. I think the cleanse might just be available by the time we do get to the skirmish.
I think cleanse will be up. I think cleanse will be up by the time missing even gets to this fight right here.
I think you might just be right on that one. Nu going to go and push this wave out in the bottom side. Does have his TP available. WE, we've known them pull the trigger on less, honestly. They're just going to look for priority in this mid lane. Drake spawning in 20 seconds.
I'm interested to see what WE will... Okay, I'm not, because it's WE. They're going to look for an engage, but even if WE gave up Soul for Baron, I actually don't think it'd be that big of a deal, because WE's comp is just so much stronger at this point in the game.
Also, it's a Cloud Soul. Like, Cloud Soul is not going to win you the game by itself.
But like you said, 4 Clouds on WE's composition, that Rumble ult up off cooldown would be so amazing.
You're going to see multiple equalizers in a fight. Morgan rooted here, but he's not really the target they want to be going on to. And you can see WE just muscling their way forwards. Morgan trying to find a way onto Betty here. But he is starting to get low himself. Shields coming out from missing, not quite doing enough.
I think Morgan's health bar outlasts RNG's mana bars, though.
Yeah, potentially. Shaolin Bao is getting low on mana here. Dragon going to be started up by Jomung there. Ming jumps over the wall, but he can't really connect onto Teachama. Equalizer to keep RNG in the fight. Good healing, though, coming out from Betty across the line here. Beishang jumps straight onto the Dragon, but he has to back away once more. Jomung's still going strong. The root lands, but there's no follow-up. Now onto the Dragon once again. It's taken by RNG. They get themselves the soul. Beishang flashes away, and they're trying to collapse onto WE. But they just can't close the gap here.
You know, it's actually funny. The soul is a bit of a bait in itself. You get the smite, you think, okay, our team can fight, we can go now. It's like, oh wait, we just got Cloud Soul.
We're really fast.
Yeah, we actually we don't really get anything else. But still, ultimately, I did just say smite secured, but Cryan obviously the one who secured that dragon. And I guess there isn't too much more you could ask for from RNG. It is actually nice that they didn't end up going down in a straight up 5v5, but remember back. RNG were throwing out every ability, Morgan was soaking it up, and RNG were out of mana before Morgan was even 30% HP.
I want to see Morgan go for like a Warbox, honestly. Just so he can suck that up, heal
walk
up
away
again,
and like
rush
walk back
and come
over.
back. I don't think we're going to see that today, though. As we do see Jomung just checking the Baron. He knows that RNG can threaten to just start this one up. But importantly now, RNG very much have a window to just close things out if they can get themselves that Elder Drake. That is the ticket for them now, to be able to just straight up 5v5 once more.
Yep, and at the same time, the condition for RNG going forward until that point is not any different. You really have 2 options. Either one, catch someone out either from some kind of cheesy brush play, denying vision, whether it's in transit or abusing Ming's ultimate. But we've seen that latter way, abusing Ming's ultimate not working. WE every time able to get away.
Yeah, and you thought Morgan was tough to kill before. He's just finished himself a stone plate. So he's a big, beefy boy. And we'll see what he's going to be able to do during these team fights. You've got to keep your eyes on the ultimates for WE. That's crucially how they're going to be able to turn things into a win here.
Call of the Forge God is up, and that's obviously the most crucial of WE's abilities.
Cleanse available here for Jomung as they start this fight off. Morgan goes a little bit wide on his ult. on just the second proc here. They're on to Jomung, but they can't finish him off. Teachamo goes down, though. And New still going to be healthy on this one. Morgan trying to tank up for his team, but Jomung just doesn't have the damage to finish any of these kills. New with a stopwatch of perfection right here. Morgan gets out, and it's Jomung to fall instead. Now Beisheng desperately running another kill for Cryan as RNG have found their fight.
Much, how did this even happen? Even with Morgan's ultimate, you forced out Betty's flash. Things were looking all right for you, and suddenly there's a crocodile and I guess I don't know what Nidalee is in the back line.
A cougar.
Okay, there we go.
A croc and a cougar jumping onto the back line. Teachamo got destroyed in that fight. Couldn't even use his equalizer. RNG might just win the game.
I actually think they will. 30-second death timers. Teachamo, I guess will come at 10, has his ultimate.
They're going to go for this one, missing so low. Beisheng, there's nothing he can do about it. And RNG have made it happen. The Croc and the Cougar comp working out in the end. 13-6. Equalizer's not enough. And the game goes to RNG.
Before we move forward, what is the difference between like a cougar and a puma?
The color.
What color is a puma?
Puma's black.
Oh, God. Well,
yeah.
Well, RNG,
I don't know what to tell you.
RNG won that game. We're moving on. My lack of, I guess,
big cat knowledge.
Big cat, yeah. General life knowledge. But, yeah, RNG, we set up, they have this snowball comp. It was looking beautiful early on. A bit dicey, actually, in the early 2v2. But they realized, hey, we press our point-and-click W. Nidalee throws a spear. People die. They translate that to a bunch of objectives all around the map. W actually doing a really great job of kind of like stalling out the fight. And ultimately, even though RNG were winning like 6K even at that last fight, yeah. I feel like that game was WE favored and more of a WE throw.
Yeah, I could see that. I think a lot of that came down to New as well during the fights. I mean, I think our key learning points here, New big carry on this Renekton. He was so impactful during these team fights. WE struggling the longer the game went on to keep RNG at arm's reach and to win out those fights. The last two team fights did sort of go RNG's way. And then the third learning point, obviously, is Pumas are black and that Nidalee's a cougar.
Thanks for
now
that
analysis.
Well,
over to you, Lyric.
Again, that last fight went so chaotically. I actually didn't see how Xiaolong Bao got on the back line. We saw, okay, Morgan opens his ult. Betty's forced to flash, and it's like, okay, cool. Even if this is all you get, this is actually pretty decent. Maybe you don't find a way onto their comp now, but wait out the Call of the Forge God ult. It's actually not that big, and we've stated many times, RNG actually don't have a way of getting on top of you either. And then suddenly, there is a Cougar on top of, was it Jomung he got on? No, it's Teachamo.
No, it was Teachamo,
he got on top of Teachamo. Teachama's suddenly dead. New is now in the back line as well, and all of WE are left with their hands up like, what is going on?
And it felt like WE throughout these fights, we had Morgan tanking up on the front line, but it was like, all right, now what? Because Morgan's lost half of his health, 3/4 of his health, all of his health. You haven't done anything with that now. Now you've just got a dead tank. Jomung, you know, great for Jomung. He was sat behind an all game just throwing out these Qs, but they couldn't really convert it into much.
Yeah, it really didn't turn into anything at all. And I do want to say this gold graph is a bit deceiving in the sense that this game definitely felt much closer than what this graph shows. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't have to eat my words. The early game snowball comp ends up with a win. Works out here in the LPL.
We're just going to ignore the turbulence in the mid-game.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. That did not happen because look at this gold graph, Munchables.
I think this game is a perfect case study of how strengths of competition, of compositions matter so much more than just gold in a game. Like, I think a lot of viewers at home can come into that game 25 minutes in and go, oh, this is a one game for RNG. But, like, that was clearly not the case during the late stages of the mid-game. So, like, I think this game is a really good example of if you play to your win conditions, it's still very winnable even when you fall behind.
And it also comes to a concept I like that gold is not as equally efficient on like champions the same way. So like 100 gold on Renekton isn't as valuable as 100 gold on Kayle or something like that, right? Kayle's going to get a lot more if she can keep buying time, getting her gold, getting that a 3-item Kayle versus a 3-item Renekton, right? You definitely want to have that 3-item Kayle in your back pocket. It's going to feel great. So RNG, great early game. A bit of turbulence, especially off. I'd still put it down to their mistakes on that 4th Drake.
Yeah.
But then WE kind of realizing, hey, we actually have a chance in this game. RNG continuously tried to look for windows, as we saw when Jomung and Missing had to blow everything to get away from the Pantheon ultimate. But at the end of the day, RNG only needed to find one fight to win. And that game did end a very, not a climactic way. There we go. That's the word. It was
the,
awesome.
the opposite of anticlimactic.
It's like, what is
climactic. You did it. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. And that's the thing is, like, yes, WE compositionally were very strong towards the later stages of the game, but when you got a big gold lead, if you do win the fight, like, you can just end the game. Like, RNG were far enough ahead that they could just brute force it once they won one.
Cryan's items, right? We saw how many items Cryan had in his inventory. Xiaolongbao as well. It's like, well, if they hit these spells, they win. Are they going to get a chance at these spells on anyone other than Morgan? It was left to be seen, but we saw it at the end, and RNG won.
The answer was yes in the end. So RNG 1-0 over WE. And we'll see if WE can come back swinging in game number 2, or if this is going to be a comfortable win for RNG. We'll have to find out in just a few minutes' time.
军魔还在给阿磊爆果实下来一个手左一，他身上有一个冰枪的，先拉飞星，再一个催眠气泡也被躲，旁边中野过来了，这是 DM 的中野，
感觉要被包，这个位置辛德拉很好发挥，看一下这边推到了3个，
盲僧2段踢过来，瞬间巨魔倒在地上，艾希的位置也不好，欢风也要逃不掉了，再打2个闪，这里还要再追，这个中野组合先一个 W 技能减速。锤石机发了自己的余震，但也坦不住。盲僧还在如影随形，想再去追，这波踢过去，自己的血量也不太佳。辛德拉这一推没能成功的推到。
刚刚以为他这边有机会蹲一下人，但是看到后面没有队友了。
这里8条一个大招拉回来小 C， 小 C 的位置很差呀。下了一个英雄登场，保护一下队友，但是可汗肉的飞起，又进行一个闪现一技能，效果很差。盲僧一个大招1穿2。先带走了一个色提，同时串起了一个可汗。公子方这波想反打，林伟翔已经参战了，他一步一步往前滑，但是离得稍微有点远。杜云碧闪现给一个 Q 技能，先行收掉一波泰坦，双方要进行一波拉扯战了。看一下杜云碧和南辰的一波拉扯，狗熊一波技能打空，这里 EZ 一个精准的 Q 技能先收掉杜云碧，这波 EZ 马上要来一波收割战场，他现在比较灵活，可汗自己仗着皮糙肉厚，帮助小天挡下后续的技能。
就是典型的团战英雄，只要配合到一起，伤害就可以拉得很高。正面想开泰坦吗？但是没有晕到 ，EQ 减速了一下，但是艾希的剑空了，这边开了一个响鬼石板甲，最后还是被贾斯收掉。正面女枪这边原地喊，大卫巴德一个大招定在了原地，正面杀了一个假猴之后，大猴也是被嘲讽了回来，贾斯拿到这个人头，倩倩正面开一个大招保护一下自己 ADC。
有波狗熊的身上穿着王者板甲的绕后。跑的是很快，但是不太好找角度，反倒是奥文想先进去开放，奥文已经率先被留了，可汗撞出来，泰坦瞬间被秒，哇，这个可汗太肉了，他居然1丝血还活了下来，战场被分割成2块，杜云碧在屏幕的左侧想去找纷纷，又被小薇，又被小天一下 A 到脑袋上，他打不过这个男枪。
魔偶生气了。对镜成员。
黄布拉斯先抢一下中路兵线，旁边有一个狗熊的绕后，他可能会去拍林伟翔，大招想去拍林伟翔，先拍出一个小天，自己率先被打残，皇子一个 EQ 接大招，找出了林伟翔，再接一个英雄登场，林伟翔的位置并不是很好，他需要往后不停的拉扯，他还在输出，他居然活了下来，这个银焰的输出相当高，一米哥已经踩到了后排，再起一个铁爪抓了一个小 C， 直接打了一波大团灭。
The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster, heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Hello again, everyone. If my words will come out separately for once, it's RNG against WE. We're going into game number 2. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric, and I think it's very important that we quickly address something that we said in the previous segment because multiple people have said on Twitter now that it turns out Cougars, Panthers, Pumas, and Mountain Lions are all the same type of cat, and they're not black. So I was an idiot. I think they can be black.
Thank you, Twitter.
Thank you, Mojo. Thank you, Rob Fabro, for correcting me. But PSA, we're idiots. And they can be
Also-
black, they can be not be black. They're also small cats, not big cats.
They are, but moving on.
Let's talk about League of Legends
I was
now.
going to say, we're obviously already on stage, but that first game, Cryan was the MVP, so really great performance from him.
Yeah, Cryan looking amazing in game number 1 on the Syndra, being able to follow up with so much damage out of each of these situations. And I think it was important as well that he was able to follow up on what New was trying to get done for the team, because it felt like in the couple of fights that they did lose, New was doing his damnedest to win those fights.
Yeah, New was extremely good, especially that one Dragon fight is obviously the one that really comes to mind, right? But still, overall, good performance coming in from Cryan, and especially I was really skeptical of RNG coming in without Xiaohu. I didn't know if it would be the same performance like we saw in that one game against V5, or if they'd be able to bring a more coherent performance together. But overall, Cryan looking great.
Yeah, Cryan looking fantastic, and it's good to see. It's exciting to see Cryan, you know, firing from all cylinders, because a lot of people were worried when he was picked up by RNG that he was going to be kind of sat on the bench behind Xiaohu. So it's good to see in his second game on this roster, him showing up and really being the driving force behind the victory.
I'm still going to be upset, not about necessarily Xiaohu being on the bench, but about the fact that we have to be in a world where either of these players has to be on a bench.
We could see the full 6-man roster coming into play. Well, 7-man if you include 705 as well, but we could see them swapping between mid laners, varying in styles as well. That is always an option for them. I'd love to see that.
It would be interesting because Xiaohu plays everything, so you'd have to, I feel like, really define what Cryan is the best on and try to play around that. Obviously, we just saw Cryan on Syndra, which even in Spring, Xiaohu was one of the big pickers of Syndra, but it would be interesting to see if they want to build Cryan around this style with like the Azir, like we saw a lot in Spring on eStar.
We'll have to wait and see what's ahead for the mid laners. But it is going to be Cryan on stage once more as we head into game number 2 of the series. WE now on the blue side with the Nidalee band away, respecting the pressure that Xiao Lanbao was able to put onto them.
Yeah, and I want to see what happens this time around. Of course, last game, the first big Senna kind of came out of left field for us, and this time,
WE respect it.
Yeah, this time not going to come out at all. WE don't. It's kind of funny too because they still have that Pantheon option available for them.
So one thing we have to mention here is there's one ban left. Aphelios is available, but so is Ashe right now. And RNG basically say, look, if you pick that Ashe, we're going for the Aphelios ourselves.
Yeah, I guess the problem is, right, when you can't ban out both, it's realistically probably better to just ban neither. And Morgan obviously does love this Ornn pick. He's really gravitated mostly towards Ornn and Renekton, so kind of get that out of his hands. You would expect RNG to go towards Ezreal, but they didn't first game, so maybe you're right, and they themselves just go towards that Ashe.
We'll have to see where Betty goes with this one. When you look at his champion pool, he has played a ton of Ezreal in the past. He's played 4 so far this split games of Ezreal, but he's actually played a couple of games of Misfortune as well. So that is still an option for them. RNG have options available. The Twisted Fate, though, locked in by Cryan.
So it makes sense, right? We did see them ban it in the first game, so wanting to lock this up early, not let Teachermont get his hands on it. And obviously, since he also doesn't have the Galio, nothing that can really easily follow it. An interesting answer that they could take, though, if they do want to be able to try to follow the Twisted Fate roams, is the Aurelion Soul. So I want to keep my eye on where WE go. I do expect them to lock in the Renekton. Very pointed. This is Morgan's other big champion.
Yeah, I mean, I remember right at the start of spring, Morgan wasn't even the Ornn guy at the start of spring. It was the Renekton and the set that he really popped off on to start his season off. But then the Ornn came in later on in the split, became his go-to. Beisheng with the Trundle here, not the carry that you usually expect out of Beisheng.
No, but moving over to RNG, I actually really would like them to pick the Ashe rather than the Ezreal here because you have Thresh and Twisted Fate, right? So when you have these two champions, you think pick comp. Yeah. So let's just keep building on that identity, which Ashe obviously does extremely well.
Let's go Elise jungle. I'm ready. It's probably not going to happen, boys and girls.
Well, no.
Soul band away here.
Yeah, so we're already running out of options. And the fact that Beisheng has already taken the Trundle means we're not seeing Pantheon Echo. So I would assume that in itself is a soft ban to another champion that Teacher Ma plays. I guess we could see the Rumble. The set also, obviously, we'll just ignore the Twisted Fate. The last thing, which would be quite interesting if you wanted global pressure still, is to take Nocturne, but you have 380 champions already, so actually, Teacher Ma's options feel extremely limited.
I mean, the Syndra is the one that's jumping out at me alongside that Rumble still, but the thing about the Rumble, you can see the Fiddlesticks band here. We've not seen Teacher Ma play it, but you could easily imagine Teacher Ma going for that Fiddlesticks pick. It would definitely fit in his wheelhouse. There are still a couple of options for him in the Rumble, in the Syndra, and there is still the possibility that he's picked up other champions during the break.
I was going to say, I expect Xiaolongbao to go towards Lee Sin, but now that Lee Sin is banned, going to have to go somewhere else. The Rek'Sai is still open as well, so another early game jungler if they want to try to snowball the map.
Something like the Jarvan too could be an option for them.
You'd expect one of these more early game snowballing options, right? That's what their composition has already set themselves up for.
So Nu going to go with the Mordekaiser here to try and waylay some of the pressure that could come out from the Renekton in the top side from Morgan. And now WE, they have to confirm this roster.
This obviously just makes sense, right? Because when you've set up TF and Ashe, you're already saying, hey, we're going to play it on bot side. You lock in Mordekaiser, so if they trade, we pull you into Death Realm and everything's A-okay.
Well, we talked about the Karma being a flex pick in the last game. It is going to be a flex pick this time going to the mid lane. So Missing grabs himself the Nautilus, one of those hook champions that we know him so well for. And it's going to be Teacher Ma playing a much more defensive role here, playing the supportive role that we know him to play.
Yeah, going to be interesting because he's not even playing a supportive role for Beisheng this game necessarily, right? Karma, Trundle is not exactly a insane 2v2. No. They will win out early game as both of them are strong in the early game.
They're just basically unkillable.
Yeah, exactly. To where Teacher Ma is going to be a lot more about keeping Jomung alive and even Morgan if you can snowball that top side. But ultimately, this is one of the most easily identifiable win conditions for each comp where we have late game team fighting on one side and we have early mid game pick potential on the other.
This is going to be interesting. Once again, we have a situation where it's RNG the ones that have to put their best foot forward. They're the ones that really have to set the tempo for the game. And as we talked about right at the very start of the series, it's Xiaolongbao and Beisheng that are really going to be the things that set the pace here for the game.
Hey, I like how you're saying that because they're definitely going to have to be the catalyst in this game, Xiaolongbao especially. But the interesting thing for me is we look at RNG's comp, and it's definitely mid-jungle to bot, right? When you look at the side of WE, they're definitely going to want to play more towards that top lane, at least very early on. Obviously, post-6 it'll be much harder, but if you can set that Renekton up early on so he can win in that Death Realm 1v1 on his own, that's really what you're going to have to do. You don't have much early pressure coming out from that bot lane.
The bottom lane certainly, I mean, on neither side of the board, we're really not going to see a ton in terms of that direct pressure. There is always the opportunity for shenanigans to happen. That's never out of the conversation. The mid lane as well, you expect both of these mid laners to essentially want to just clear the wave, move elsewhere. So it's when things like the dragon start to spawn on the map, that's when you'd really expect these two teams to force the issue.
Exactly, and I like that you talked about the mid laners just wanting to push and move because Karma obviously going to heavily outpush Twisted Fate early on.
I'm scared, Larry.
You know, the thing is, RNG's players looked very menacing with that music. WE still looked like the same, humble, little nice, cute kids. hey guys, let's go play some League of Legends.
They're called the Star Guardians, I'll have you know.
I like it. I like
Friend Squad.
The hero of the LPL, as some may say.
I love it. Well, let's see what they've got, because, I mean, the Colonel likes RNG's composition. That is for sure.
So I feel like you have an opportunity in the very early stages of the game if you're WE, because Karma definitely going to shove in Cryan. Twisted Fate not going to have a lot of opportunities until he can start picking up some item components and then start clearing out the waves with this Q. And we've already set up how you have this strong top lane Renekton that you can play towards. But once you hit level 6, everything to me looks RNG favored. You have this Mordekaiser that's going to be able to deal with any pressure topside, and W are going to have to try to match that 4v4 setup bot, but you have so much kill pressure from the Ashe and Thresh. You're going to have Cryde who's able to get there first, and sure, Teacher might be able to follow once with TP, but after that, you can just make the repeat plays RNG.
It does feel like we're seeing kind of a different version of RNG across the course of this series than what we're used to. And obviously, there's been a lot of bounce towards Teachama, but there have been picks available that we've seen Teachama pick in the past that could still play towards this style. And we've not really seen WE opt into it.
No, this is strange. Even though we've set up that he does have a very Duinby-esque champion pool, him going towards the Karma, and it would have at least made more sense to me if we had a carry jungler, if we had a, whatever you want to say, a Kindred, a Graves, so on and so forth. But having the Trundle, and like we are all inning on Jomung. It's ride or die with Jomung right now, and not even just on Jomung, because Jomung doesn't get to choose how proactive RNG are with this comp early on in the game. If Cryan and Xiaolongbao just hard camp bot, especially once Betty has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, not much Jomung by himself gets to do.
No, he's got the cleanse every so often, and that's about the level of interaction he has in that play. He is on the Aphelios, so ultimately, if you're going to pick an AD carry to ride or die by, as you worded it, I'd say Aphelios is probably the correct one to do it with. Let's just see if WE can pull it off, because in the last game, they actually did a really good job of holding RNG during the mid-game and stopping that snowball from just rolling through.
This is why I wonder if W would want to try to cover a bot gank or dive, because if RNG mess it up once, comps like this, it's extremely hard to...
Hang on, Cryan's in trouble in the mid lane. Instead, Root's going to come through onto Cryan. Beisheng there to follow up the damage. Ignite not existing there despite the spellbook.
He was so patient with that flash, which is actually so good, because if there was a situation where he potentially wouldn't have had to use it, it would have been amazing, but Cryan holding on to the last second, gonna have to recall, but ultimately does have the TP to come back to lane.
That was damn close. It's gonna be 2 summoners here for Cryan as he has to use the TP to get back into lane. He does have that spellbook, so he can change that up again. In fact, I don't even think he's gonna TP back to lane here.
No, it doesn't look like he's actually going to need to. The fact that Teachama went bot, used that scrying orb, meant he wasn't able to push the lane in time, so Cryan actually not gonna miss out on that many minions.
Teachama is going to be able to get himself a little bit of a CS lead, but ultimately Cryan should be able to close that gap a little bit. Beisheng coming in onto the Krugs here, but Xiaolongbao answers the situation, makes sure that there's no kind of early dive shenanigans available for this Trundle Renekton duo.
Yep, and we would expect Trundle to win out in the 1v1 early on against the Jarvan. Of course, very strong, also does have the Presti attack this game, so really good in those early 1v1 duels. Ultimately, gets some of the Krugs, backs off, and now it's going to be about where does he want to path, because his whole jungle is pretty much up. So whether he would want to go top to bot or bot to top will be interesting, but it does look like he's going to path towards the bot side. Unless he heads straight top for a dive, I would assume that means he wants to cover any plays RNG make on the bottom half of the map.
You'd have to assume so, and you'd hope so, right? Because ultimately, this is how you could see RNG just brute forcing a win in this game, is finding plays through Betty, through Ming's death sentences. That was beautifully done by him. Jomung is so low, and Xiaolongbao is here.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to push in this wave. They also have another wave coming right now, so both of them definitely going to have to back off.
This is oh wait, what? Missing didn't see him. Where did he go? Okay, he backed away.
Well,
I thought he was just hugging the wall there. I thought he got away with it.
So WE are opting to cover for their bot lane, which if RNG make a mistake, things can go extremely bad for their composition. So I couldn't understand WE's kind of state of mind with this play rather than trying to just play for the Renekton.
Yeah, try and just reduce the pressure that RNG have as opposed to build pressure of their own. I can certainly understand that. Especially when Aphelios is realistically your biggest win condition. Teachama could be in trouble in this mid lane right now, though. There's no vision on that side of the wall from the side of RNG, so Teachama's going to be fine. Ming doesn't actually see him.
It looks like Teachama knows, but you also don't know. Like, the way he's leaning down, I guess his jungler is on that side, so it makes a bit of sense. But
sometimes you just don't know if they know, you know?
All I know is that you don't know the difference between a puma and a cougar.
Neither do you, my friend. Or a mountain lion. Or a panther, for that matter. Or any other small cat. Which, in what universe is that a small cat, by the way? Those cats are huge.
They are pretty tiny. Again, I've seen mountain lions.
Have you seen a tabby cat?
Yes.
I know what a small cat looks like. A munchkin cat is a small cat.
Okay, they're like small to medium-sized cats.
They're pretty big. They're like dog-sized cats.
Yes, but I don't consider dogs big. I guess it depends what kind of dog.
In comparison to cats, dogs are big.
I guess that's true, but
this is a hill I'm willing to die on. Let's stop talking about cats now. Let's talk about League of Legends.
Let's talk about that Cryan has Destiny available, so maybe we'll finally see a play towards the bottom half of the map.
I certainly hope so, but Xiaolong Bao is not on the bottom half of the map. He's going for his red buff right now. So it's relatively safe to assume that they're not going to dive in the next minute.
Interestingly, we actually just saw Cryan back off from the wave, stand under his turret, and Teachama used a missing ping, so he was kind of giving some pressure without actually giving pressure, which is nice, because we've talked about this on broadcast before, that to me that's what really makes a kind of standout player go to that next level.
And that's one of the things we've actually complimented Teachama for in the past as well, when he's on these roam champions, just stepping out of vision in the mid lane, force pressure in that way onto the opponents. So honestly, of any player, if you're trying to do that strategy, Teachama is the one that's probably going to know that strategy the best, right?
Yep, definitely true. But now we're going to get to a point where through their pressure in bot lane, and obviously the fact that Cryan was hiding out of vision and does have the Destiny available at all times, RNG finally going to be able to pick up their first neutral objective.
Nicely done here by RNG. Going to grab themselves a Mountain Drake to start things off. Xiaolong Bao able to smite that one out. As Missing and Beisheng move in, but they're not going to find any stragglers here. And I like the respect here from Jomung, not stepping up to the wave because they don't have vision in the pit. They don't know. RNG could have easily just tried to force something in the bottom lane.
True, but you know, I know we're only hitting the level 6 marks, but the fact that we do have these types of compositions, Twisted Fate, Thresh, Jarvan, there's a surprising lack of ruthless bloodthirst. Bloodlust. Let's go with that word instead.
Why not both? Because there's no Draven, so nobody's building Bloodthirst. That's why not.
Hey, the new Draven build is also all about lethality.
True.
But we don't have a Draven, so
the old Manamune. Why do people say Manamune instead of just Manamoon?
I have no idea.
Why does the E make it an A sound? It doesn't.
It shouldn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I agree. It's when I hear it, I giggle on the inside and I move on. But
and then people even call it Miramana instead of Muramana. It's a U, people.
Yeah.
I don't know why this item has so many issues with people misnaming it. But there you go.
So,
we are going to see WE getting themselves a Herald here, Lyric.
Yeah, despite the fact that RNG's balling at pressure, so they could have looked to roam first.
Why are RNG not doing anything? In game number 1, they were super proactive. Game number 2 here, they have a super proactive composition. And they've fallen asleep.
Yes, they have. It could be because of Morgan's topside pressure, but still, you could have been able to rotate your bot lane first, and you obviously have Cryan's ultimate to look for any sort of picks on the top half of the map, so RNG could have looked for some sort of play, and sure, Cryan might have to give up a wave in mid, but ultimately that's something we see in the LPL all the time, being willing to give up a wave in mid, maybe even half a plate or a plate, to go get more elsewhere.
Yeah, more than happy for many of our mid laners, especially, I mean, right, the world champion is famous for doing exactly that play to get his team advantages, so it's not that surprising to see here, but we're not going to be seeing that for now at least. RNG playing this so slow, and if you're a WE fan at home, this is exactly what you want. A super slow early game is the perfect situation for WE.
Yep, we haven't exactly talked too in-depthly about WE's win conditions for the fact that we said this team just wants to take it slow. As long as RNG aren't able to make plays, you have this Karma Aphelios composition scaling up to the later stages of the game.
The one scary thing for the side of WE is no matter how late in the game we get, New can always just bring that Aphelios into the Death Realm. So Jomung is going to have to pay the tax, going to have to get himself a QSS at some point, which will slow his build overall. So it does add a little bit of time to the scaling on WE.
Yeah, and we're actually building up WE's playing slow and scaling, but instead when they come into the bot lane, I guess it makes sense. The carry of their comp is the Aphelios. They have the Rift Herald, so there isn't a better champion for them to drop and get plate gold for.
This feels like... This doesn't feel like the kind of game that you want popcorn for right now, Lyric. This feels like the kind of game that you want strawberries and cream for. This feels like Wimbledon, where we're just politely watching the teams hit the ball back and forth, waiting for the next serve. Nice return there from Beisheng as he's going to face check into the brush, but Xiaolong Bao able to flag and drag away over the wall.
This reference was way too UK for me.
You guys are really good at tennis in America. Jomung really good at flashing away from the play out of RNG.
Oh!
And here's the answer from WE. Get your popcorn, boys and girls. First blood to RNG. Betty, though, can't get away from this. Beisheng answers. Xiaolong about to go down as well here as Morgan has found his way into the play. This is what we know him for. Mingle Fall as a double for missing. Anu is going to be cut down by the Croc.
And I honestly couldn't even follow what happened. We saw them secure the pick on Jomung when Xiaolong Bao jumped in, but somehow Betty dies on the top side of the fight to Beisheng, and then the rest of WE just able to run forward and secure more kills.
And now they're going to grab themselves a tower as well. Well, I said that this was a slow game. I said this is like tennis. This is gone real quick into an absolute brawl. This is going to be first tower going the way of WE, as well as 4 kills, and now a 3,000 gold lead.
And okay, so let's actually take a step back, see what happens. So we see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow come out. We know Cryan coming in with the gold card. They aren't able to secure it. Ming flashing as well. Xiaolong Bao's going to secure the kill here, but I want to see what happens up on the top half of the fight. This great ult coming in from missing. Betty flashing over the wall right into Beisheng. And then the rest of WE's members on the bottom half of the fight just running forward. Morgan getting pulled into the Death Realm by New, but guess what? New able to actually win out in that 1v1, just then wait out the Death Realm, and then New dying.
Yeah, I mean, New pulls Morgan into the Death Realm and then realizes that he's just challenged Renekton to a 1v1 early on in the game. That ain't the play. That is not how you win this fight right here. 3,000 gold lead for WE, and that means that they're able to quite happily just start this Drake up with no contest from RNG.
And now things actually get really hard for RNG. You're running this Twisted Fate Jarvan composition, so very strong in the early mid stages of the game. Twisted Fate also feels pretty useless when you fall behind because you actually don't really generate any pressure in a side lane, so it's going to be hard to create a numbers advantage. And ultimately, this comp with the Aphelios, also with the Trundle Karma as well, going to get time and get more gold and items onto the Aphelios.
It's going to be an Ocean Drake this game as well, so we should have a decent amount of contention over those dragons. And I think this is that was a very important fight for WE because it kind of set a tone here in this game. Xiaolong Bao finds himself a Croc in the jungle there, but it's going to set a tone for this game of, like, WE are willing to fight you. It doesn't matter if their composition isn't the early game composition. They're still going to take these fights. They're not just going to allow RNG to run away with the early game.
Well, it's also nice, too, because we talked about how the option for counter-playing that bot side 4-man play was there. It was going to be interesting to see if they opt into it. That is a lot more WE-esque rather than looking to play through Morgan. So glad that we saw it come, but at the same time, it is also surprising it took RNG 13 minutes to even find that play and then not get anything from it. Also feels like they had a few other earlier options, both on bot and top side.
So now we see WE with the gold advantage, with a tempo advantage as well for themselves. We'll see where they go on the map with this one and try and force the issue a little bit themselves. Or do you expect them to just kind of sit back once again and go, hey, we're happy to just stall it. Now that you guys don't have any advantage to work with, we're cool to chill.
So once again, the name of the game for this comp is neutral objectives, and I mean that not necessarily in the sense of turrets, but obviously Dragon and Rift Herald. So we're going to wait for those to spawn. We're going to group up as 5. We're going to try to get those sorts of fights once again. But still, they can take it slow, right? They don't feel any pressure to start up these objectives themselves. They have the option to, since they still are very strong in 5v5s. And RNG are the ones forced to look for these sort of plays with Ming and Xiaolongbao roaming around. They're going to have to give up pressure somewhere, so that's why Beishang's able to go for this Rift Herald play, because it's like, hey, we actually can't contest them straight up 5 men for 5 men. We need to get a numbers advantage or find a nice pick.
Well, RNG are going to be able to finish off that tower in the bottom side in exchange for this Rift Herald. Bear in mind, Destiny available for Crying, so there is the possibility of a snap play out of RNG. Let's bear in mind how quickly we went from 0 to 100 with that first fight of the game. That is the flavor of the fights here for RNG. They can really just suddenly increase the pace of things.
Yeah, and we see Crying going for this split push, but ultimately it's not going to mean too much. Teachama also going to be able to clear out this wave easily, but RNG will be able to steal a lot of WE's jungle. Ultimately, though, it's not going to turn into any kind of tangible advantage. In WE, though, going to have this Rift Herald, which even just the pressure of that forces out a TP from Crying.
Very nicely done here from WE, and I think it's not even just like they positioned to get the TP. Like, I'm sure they would have just gone for the Herald had he not gone for the TP, but again, WE finding these advantages. And they have ages on this Herald. There is no rush for them right now to drop that.
Nope, they did just pick it up, so they have quite a long time.
One of the nice things as well is Drake's going to be up in a minute 30. I was going to say they could hold on to the Herald and use that as pressure for the Drake, but instead, why not just take the tower now is what they say. John Monk steps forward as well, but there is an answer here from RNG, so not going to be able to finish the tower.
And they can't fully commit on the turret since they do know that Crying does still have his Destiny available, so if they do overstep, it will give RNG a path back into the game, especially with Teacherma, who is just showing on bot side.
So Morgan moves up to the top side just to answer the push that came out from Crying there. And once again, we kind of reset, but with the Drake in a minute's time, you'd expect RNG to be trying to start to set themselves up for success here and look towards that. But when we have a look, I was going to say have a look over towards the items, but don't forget, Missing looks pretty OP right now. That's the amount of hooks he's landed so far this game, 1,130. Pretty impressive.
How many hooks per minute would you say that is?
Quite a few.
Exposed, but yeah, this
You've always claimed that your mental arithmetic was exceptional, Munchables.
This dragon gonna come up. WE have a very easy way of getting this. They just group up as 5, which actually don't even need to as 5 since RNG aren't contesting. Group up as 4 on mid-wave, push that out. We've said that they want to go for these sorts of 5v5 team fights, and they should be able to take this. RNG probably going to have to give that and just look to let, not Xiaolongbao, Crying get the turret on top side and get some more gold in his pocket.
That's what they're going to hope to do here. He's already got that Rod of Ages, looking for a Lich Bane as the second item. And ultimately, this is only the second Drake, so certainly not the end of the world to give this one up to WE. But certainly nice for WE to start to stack these neutral objectives up for themselves, because ultimately, that could very much be a win condition. We have seen what Aphelios can do when he's got an Ocean Soul. That carry becomes invincible, and when that's your main threat in your composition, you're more than happy to stack up the dragons.
Yes, you are. And for the side of RNG, if WE don't over-push one of their lanes or overextend in river or side lane, I feel like you're also playing the waiting game in the sense that you need New to get to a point where he can be able to 1v1 Morgan in the side lane. Then you're going to try and play out this 1-3-1 style and then abuse the fact that, hey, if Teacherma doesn't have TP, you will always have this Destiny from Crying, so you can always get more members of your team somewhere first.
Morgan's moving down to the bottom lane to just put some kind of split push pressure down. We did talk about the fact that Blade of the Rune King Renekton, certainly not the primary Renekton build here in the LPL. We do see this Black Cleaver as pretty much most of the games that we
almost every game, LPL top laners look in their shop and say, do I want to add a bit more scaling, be able to do a bit better in the 1v1s, have a better laning phase, still be able to buy Black Cleaver later on, or do I want more HP, cooldown, and a bit of efficiency? And, you know, they go towards that second option.
CDR now is
Exactly.
the answer almost every single time. Give me that Dominus, says Morgan. And the shopkeeper says, yes, okay, I'm sorry. Which, you know, you don't really have to be as aggressive as that with the shopkeeper. But you know what, Morgan, he's gearing up for his WWE career, so he's practicing his menacingness.
I want to see how how Beishang hits such nice pillars, catching Ming out, and how, you know, those flashes have to come out.
You just saw that.
I did.
All of your wishes have been answered.
Thanks, Beishang. But you're subbing to wait on that WWE career. I want to see where he goes after. After his WWE career, does he go to the UFC or does he just like retire from there?
It's going to be the big question. I mean, there's always the option to become a politician these days.
Oh, God.
That just seems to be the way that the world is.
Where is this conversation going? How do we go from the League of Legends?
You said, where's he going to go after the WWE?
Because you're setting him up as this WWE wrestler, and now how does he move on to a politician?
Because Arnie was a powerlifter that became a politician. That is the
Those
comparison that I'm willing to make.
completely different things.
Hey, they're all strong. I don't know a lot about fitness, okay? It's not one of my areas of expertise.
Yeah, you have syrup on your pancakes.
Maple does, that's for sure.
I mean,
Actually, no, they didn't. They really didn't. It was BLG drinking all of his syrup by the end of that series, let me tell you. Let's get back on track here, Lyric, because we're going down a rabbit hole here. Or a hobbit hole, I guess, as we mentioned earlier. We've got a pretty slow game on our hands, which definitely favors WE, I'd say.
Yes. So, for RNG, because WE are fine with this. This is cool. This is their win condition. This is A-okay.
Despite having a Renekton.
Yes. But for RNG, it feels like they have to give something up somewhere. So, let's say Teacherma shoving in top lane. You just have Cryin say, okay, we ignore this. We send Cryin, Betty, and Xiaolong Bao all down the same lane, whether it's mid or bot, to abuse, you know, Jomung or Morgan, and you commit to finding a pick. Because that's the only way you're even going to potentially open the map and push WE into a position where they start making mistakes that you can abuse. Because we've seen for the past 10 minutes that if the game just keeps up like this, Teacherma's playing extremely safe. He's only catching waves on his side of the map. And you're not going to find openings to use this Destiny and get picks.
I'm starting to wonder whether or not RNG actually watched our opening segment on this series. Whether they saw the B-roll we got of Jomung starting a fight with an Ash Arrow and the rest of the team following up. Because that is exactly what RNG need to do. RNG are kind of, I know I said this in game one and you laughed at me. They're kind of playing a WE-style composition.
You know what's really strange, too, is... So Betty has only played one game of Ashes Split. It has not been his go-to champion. But historically, there have been years in the LMS where Betty's Ashe was his best champion by far. He was looking like the prey of the LMS. But here today, it's like you said, it doesn't look like he notices that there's an R button on his keyboard. Oh, we're going to get it?
He's going to throw an E. It's a bit of vision. And then he's going to back away. We nearly saw it. Instead, what we're going to see is WE walking forward to grabbing themselves a tower with absolutely no contestation whatsoever from RNG. Beishang even confident enough to just step into the jungle of RNG there. There's Dragon now spawning in 10 seconds time, and WE the ones in position to try and capitalize as Cryin pushing up towards the top side.
So, the option we just laid out for RNG is like the proactive option of how to try to get back in the game now. The less convincing one that I think would be harder to execute is we talked about waiting for a point to where New will start being able to win that 1v1 against Renekton, which I actually don't think will be for another maybe 2 items. And then you can try to pull WE across the map because you'll be able to have pressure into side lanes and then try to collapse on like a central target in mid lane. But you're also giving WE time to scale. So...
And if that central target is Aphelios, he will just kill all of you.
And if Morgan and Teacherma both have teleports up, you then have to like reset and make that play once again with like just Destiny. So that takes a lot of time. That sounds very hard to execute.
All right. So let's look at the other side of the board then, because we talked about how WE want to scale, obviously. We've talked about that obviously they have an Aphelios, they have a Karma, team fights look good, but how do they actually set up to win this game against the composition of RNG once we get to that late stage?
But they're already doing it, right? We just keep seeing you wait for the neutral, so you wait for Dragon, you go to Dragon. We're going to get to the point where they're either going to get 2 Ocean Soul next, and then you just take the Baron for free, or RNG has to fight you, then obviously you close from there, or... I mean, actually, I just laid out both options.
That's it.
Yeah, that's,
there are no other options beyond that for RNG.
Exactly. So their way of closing out the game is just doing it until RNG have to fight them. RNG can't ignore them forever. This is Season 10. We have Souls. We have Elder Drakes. You just can't ignore everyone forever.
I like to think I had a soul long before Season 10, but... You know what?
Are you sure?
I don't make that much jazz music, so I could be wrong on that one. We are going to see, I was about to say we're going to see the Drake spawning because everyone's positioning for it, but Drake's not up for 3.5 minutes, so we're just going to see some wards being played.
Ryan. So they're going for full-on split push, which actually we haven't seen Cryan take the secondary rune. What's the name? The one where you chunk turrets?
Demolish?
There we go. Thank you very much. He didn't take Demolish, so he's actually not burning through turrets all that quickly.
He's going to zip away on his cards, though.
Think about it. He just TP'd top. I guess he did secure a turret, but then had to ult away. He just wasted 2 summoners for nothing. Not summoners, but 1 summoner with key ability.
Yeah.
And this is what their whole comp is like built around, right? Is this global pressure from the Twisted Fate?
He probably needs to go bot side now. Swap new up towards the top side instead.
I guess for now it doesn't matter too much since no Drake for 2.5 minutes, but
I'd love to see WE just kind of threaten the Baron.
Not me.
Question mark?
Why do you want them to
Because they've got Aphelios. That's what he does.
Look,
they've got 1 patch left to do it. We could have no days left on 10-12.
As someone,
abuse it while you can.
As someone who's a fan of WE, you should want them to go for the clear-cut secured victory in stacking up these dragons. Why do you want them to gamble it to Xiaolongbao EQs in, smites, gets a Baron, and then RNG win?
When you word it like that, Lyric, I feel like an idiot. But you know what? I just want to see someone do something in this game.
Who did that happen with in our last casting series, like the other day? Who threw a game with a Baron steal? Was it LNG, Vici? I can't remember what our other series was.
It wasn't it the LNG game where they had Ocean Soul?
No. It happened in the Vici series as well. Oh, I can't
I'm
remember.
not sure which one you're referencing. I'm not going to
It happens too often here in the LPL where
I just wish Betty would press R. That was a perfect situation, right? Trundle's alone. You know he's there. Your whole team's there. Why not just kill him? You got a Thresh to follow it up. You didn't even pull him into the death throw.
They do have a lack of vision, so I can see where they're hesitant, but
you can just press E first and then press R.
True. And this game,
I don't want to claim to be some kind of Ashe expert here, but she actually has 4 abilities, and all of them are accessible.
Are you sure?
I'm just saying, man.
I only know about the game from what I see in LPL, and I don't see 4 Ashe abilities here.
That's true. We have seen 2 so far, and I'm hoping.
You know what's crazy to me, though, is we set up for this comp. Jarvan, Thresh, Ashe, Twisted Fate. So it shows that they have a very clear-cut understanding.
I would say you've described how they're playing it accidentally there.
I would. It was subconscious of me knowing how this game's going. But, so it shows the coaching staff, at least, whoever drafted this comp.
All right, we've got a fight on our hands. Who's the target? WE
Yes,
that wants to start this one off. Missing isn't a 1v1 that he doesn't want, but you can't commit to it.
Well, that was
All
something.
Right. WE that wants to pull the trigger, though.
Hey, but
it's meant to be the other way around.
At the same time, you just got 2 ultimates from RNG, and now, so now New can't even pull Bei Shang in the Death Realm and like Xiaolongbao secure Dragon.
There's no Destiny, and Ocean Soul is on the map right now.
Hey,
Morgan
Ashe
goes
ult.
golden. He's going to be able to flash away over the wall here. Bei Shang just wants Dragon. He doesn't want to fight right now, but it turns out they've got one anyway. Keep your eyes on Jolmung. He is the carry for WE as they go straight into this one. Moonlight Vigil on everyone, and that's the Reddit Aphelios we've been talking about.
And that was an amazing fight coming out from WE. It was just a ticking time bomb, Munchos. We talked about this was the way that WE look for the win, and they actually ignore the Dragon. They're just pushing for
everything.
They can't push for the win.
Surely not. They've got 30 seconds on Cryan, but hey, they're going to try and make this one happen. WE charge down the mid lane. Can they actually just win right here? This is insane for WE.
Yes, they can. So, looks like this is going to be game 2 for WE.
Absolutely unbelievable here. Betty goes golden under the tower, but he's going to fall on this one. WE.
Oh, God.
What a patient game out of them, and what a way to win it after that. Forget the Ocean Soul. We won the Nexus.
That was a bit of a head-scratcher as an RNG fan where, like, the comp is coherent. You understand the idea of what they were going for. And then, like, they got on Summoner's Rift, and they're like, well, we have Ashe ult, we have Destiny. How does this work together? What do we do?
I mean, Yeah, they didn't have the answer, honestly. But WE, on the other hand, we got to see one of those Aphelios clips that wasn't just like him being invincible or whatever. This was one of the clips that we saw on Reddit when Aphelios first came out, where he gets a Moonlight Vigil with Infernum and it just one-shots the whole team. They were all grouped up, and he did insane damage with that ult.
Yeah, Jomung playing well, and WE, you use the word patience, and that's just the best way to describe this game. WE knew what they had to do. They just said, hey, we're going to counteract the spot side play once. Then RNG got a bit trigger shy. They didn't know what to do after that. They felt pressure, I guess, all around the map. And then WE say, okay, well, we're just going to keep stacking dragons. You're going to fight us eventually. And then we saw what happens when RNG had to fight them eventually. It was not pretty.
No, it was not, especially when all your ultimates are on cooldown already from the prior engage. And it has to be said, Cryan coming in, maybe a bit of an issue with shot calling, right? We talked about how Xiaohu is very much a big voice on the side of RNG. With this composition, it didn't feel like there was any big voice.
It could also be stylistic, like we talked about, where when, like even in game 1 with the Syndra, right? It wasn't Cryan making these big proactive moves. He was actually just set up to be a carry later in the game.
Yeah.
To where when you're playing Twisted Fate, you need to be very proactive early on. So maybe that's where you build your distinction with playing with Cryan versus Xiao, who is going for this sort of style with the Twisted Fate, and save Cryan for these control mages who are going to be big team fighters. But at the end of the day, it was WE who come out ahead. That gold graph. What?
I have no idea.
I mean, I guess it's less than 1,000 gold, so don't be deceived, audience. At 25 minutes, RNG were not winning the game.
The biggest gold lead that we saw was at 4,000 right at the very end of the game. How insane is that? And that, I'm guessing that spike towards RNG was when Cryan took that
Started
second
taking,
tower.
yeah. Which makes sense because, again, if you're WE, you don't care. Like, they actually can't use that to turn into a win. It's just like, okay, well, they get a bit more gold. Can they fight us? Look at all of our champions. Oh, no, they can't fight us. So let's keep waiting for next dragon. And WE taking the slow, patient approach, which is not characteristic WE, but
My
they
mind
won.
is blown.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm excited. If WE can play multiple styles, I'm excited for playoffs, because ultimately, when they got to playoffs in spring, the biggest issue was they played the same every single game, and then they met a team that was better at playing that style than they were. So you kind of run into a brick wall at that point. Maybe showing that they actually have multiple facets to the team now. They're starting to expand their horizons here in the LPL.
And they at least need to expand, get to a point where they can expand to that point of like Duinbi or not necessarily FunFun's level, but the amount of champions he's playing, where it's like, hey, I can pull out the Karma, I can pull out the Set, I can pull out these other things that suit this play style, rather than just my pocket picks that suit this play style.
You can't get to a point where Teachmar can't just be banned out of a series. That's the key thing for WE. We'll see if they can continue to push on forwards and change their styles as they move on forward. But we're going to Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you're sticking around. And I'm hoping we get a better version of RNG for the final game of the series.
哎，这个羊好像插到草外了。
哎，但很快，30块钱都不给你。
哎，但是回来的时候好像要打一套奈特。奈特
敢不敢上？
哎，一
哇，杰
杰完了一个
这边绕鬼术盲僧，
丢到了。
这位置死了呀！
再推回来，
哇，鬼术盲僧，哇，杰这波真的灵性。
特别好，回防的中路要绕很远一圈。这个都是有可能要被找机会的。预言家出来，闪现一勾，勾到了 BBD 这里有点危险，自己是没有双招，还是最后一次去让 BBD 收下了这个人，是让这边的泰坦收下了人头，
而且发条这一拉到了2个人接上，关羽天老影收掉了奥迪，
对方他应该是也要死。
小龙看一下是谁的，小龙身上一丝血回血了，
这波预言家是被奈特给秀了。进来想抢，
艾克拿到旁边一个饮料员，
但阿水倒了，阿水这边直接被开到了，后续一个大招框的是个369，这波团战感觉他们不能接了，这波要撤。
后面在龙坑里面想要留下这边，
哎，优米，我还没上车呢。
尽在我的掌控之中。
需要去抢一下。
抢不到的话就
看能不能发挥一下，而且再拖一会儿，猴子也可以踢过来。
这边一张黄牌定一下，定到的是一个泰坦。
哎，这波感觉还可以，再摸一些辅助。这边关键激发开起来，还在追，阿如赶紧一脚把这边艾希踢走。后续
悲伤的位置有点危险，加一个闪现，
闪现上去，一直 A 一直 A 一直 A， 这两个人大头没有办法，像个战神一样。
哎，但是猴子来了，这边
猴子过来，这个位置是哎，旁边是一张牌刮死了，这边是刮死了哈罗。
周梦开启一个金身，结束之后没有死。
魔偶生气了。
这位置团战已经要打起来。
太大，但是这边汤博先把龙拉一下，要等龙回血。
哎 ，EDG 感觉可以直接 run 这个龙。
泰坦一勾没有勾到，
龙是谁
反而
的？
接团。
一身血龙，发条打了下来。这边发条是没有用惩戒，直接把龙打了下来。正面团战，汤博摧枯拉朽，接着沐浴龙血，远古龙血可以直接摧枯拉朽，毁掉 EDG 的团战。
哇，最后 JK 拉50拿到一波吹波 Q。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
G'day, boys and girls, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm your boy Hysterics as we go into game number 3 of today. Just kidding. It It was me all along. I'm Munchballs, this is Lyric. We're going into game number 3, and we're hoping something's going to happen in this one.
Yeah, channeling my inner Dagda and hoping we get a bit of some
Give us some
RNG.
Some RNG.
It sounds like a bit piratey to me, but...
Yeah, I mean, it does when you say it like that. He doesn't really add the R to it, but let's stop talking about our co-casters' accents, and let's instead talk about our MVP for that game. I'm not even sure who got the MVP, honestly. This was like very much a team fight win. Yeah, you could give it to the Aphelios.
I mean, come on.
I can accept
You're
that.
playing this scaling composition that's dependent on playing these team fights well. I feel like it always goes to the Aphelios in that composition here in the LPL, so
that's
yeah,
true.
we get him. 37% of his damage, not too surprising. He did have that one really hype play at the end where, you know, he just hit that Moonlight Vigil on a bunch of people in front of him, but it looked awesome. So MVP level in my book.
Yeah, he one-shot people, so very nicely done there by Jomong. But honestly, that game in general, very slow. 2 team fights basically the entire game. And both of them were essentially started by WE. Like, the first one, I guess, was started by RNG, but then answered very well by WE. The second one, despite being against the pick composition, it was WE that found the pick to start it all off.
Yeah, but when we're in, like, pretty much the later stages of the game, you're grouped as 5, you have all this AoE, it doesn't really feel like a pick. I mean, it feels like you're a big bully picking on a little kid who can't win.
Like taking candy from a baby. That's what it felt like to me as well. RNG, though, going to start things off as they mean to go on here. Banning out Teachama, banning out Jomong, going back to the draft strategy from game 1, kind of.
Yeah, now the question, once again, is do we go back to the same strategy of game 1, which is the Senna? And the answer's looking like yes.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And RNG basically say, look, we are struggling to play that fast-paced style. We are struggling to play the, you know, pick compositions. So let's go back to what has worked for us in this series.
But game 1 was also a fast-paced pick composition. It was reliant on jungle and bot, not reliant on mid and... I guess it'd be mid and bot as compared to jungle and bot.
That's true.
So what RNG are saying now is we need to rely on Xiaolongbao, which is something we already knew.
And in Italy is available. Beishun happy to go for the same draft, though, as they get one for Morgan.
So literally the exact same draft.
We're going to have a rematch on our hands of game number 1. Amata is rubbing his hands with glee as he's like, hey, this is how we win.
I just want to say, I'm sure the fans are also extremely excited that we're getting a repeat of game 1 and not game 2.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Definitely excited about that. I do not want more game 2. Although WE did win that one.
It's different. Pantheon is out of the equation.
I'm kind of sad about that, but at the same time,
you know it also has a dash.
I don't really want Pantheon support to be a big thing.
But you know it also has a dash and a point-and-click stun?
Wukong.
Renekton.
Renekton.
Senna Renekton. You sold?
No.
I mean, I know it won't happen, but it sounds interesting.
It does sound interesting. Now you word it like that, I'm sold. Let's go. But we are going to see Teachama Syndra coming on through. This is kind of the fallback pick that we have been seeing from him, or at least we saw in playoffs.
Ooh, this is actually getting pretty interesting. If we get Syndra versus LeBlanc, complete skill matchup. But like you said, I guess we'll just talk about Teachama Syndra. Overall, WE's comp, once again, makes sense. Very strong in team fights, good in mid-game skirmish as well. Syndra relevant at all points in the game. And obviously, Syndra was the pick that RNG had in Game 1. And in Game 1, we were saying how we would have liked for WE to pick Syndra on forward. So, listening to English broadcast confirmed once more.
Hey, they did listen after all. Thank you, WE. This is why they're the best team. We've got a set locked in here, which is looking to be potentially the mid lane set. Could be the support set either.
I expect it to be support just because, realistically, how many more options can you throw in that bot lane with the Senna pick? But now this comp is just pretty strange. So where in Game 1 it made a lot of sense how it could snowball and like where your early pressure points are. You have this scaling mid lane, which I guess Senna is also a scaling champion as well. But then you're pairing it with a Renekton in the top lane and an Italy who really wants to play through early prios, start snowballing that lead like we saw in Game 1.
So the final lock-in here for WE is looking to be this Leona. We did see this Leona. No!
Ooh!
Hang on. That changes everything.
Yeah, it's Gragas support, which Gragas support is a thing over in the LCK.
But there isn't a Yasuo in this game. That's kind of the only time we see Gragas.
No, we've seen a lot of LCK supports played, especially in solo queue.
Oh.
Yeah, Gragas support does have a bit of lane presence, and obviously you have the engage from your E, have disengage as well once you hit that level 6 point, have the cask. The thing about Gragas is, sure, you don't have the same amount of resistances as like other engage supports, like things like the Alistar, but you have more lane presence than a lot of them, since you obviously have the range coming in from your Q.
And you do have a bit of sustain as well.
Exactly.
To make up for the lack of innate tankiness right there. But we'll have to see. Gragas support coming through for WE. I'm down. Let's see what they've got up their sleeves here against this Nidalee composition. Once again, Xiaolongbao bringing that Nidalee. He was able to snowball to victory in game number 1. We'll see if he can replicate that once again in game number 3. But WE, they've got the momentum. They won out game number 2 in a slow, methodical way. They'll be hoping to replicate that success here in the 3rd game of the series. I'm just excited to see what Missing will bring to the table with this Gragas.
I want to see what Rooney takes. Like, are we going to go for what I was talking about with the phase rush, which has pretty much only been done in top lane? Are we going to go towards the aftershock and go with, you know, more tankiness?
We're going to have to find out as we head onto Summoner's Rift for game number 3, the decider here between RNG and WE. This will decide who makes it up to 3rd place in the standings.
Kind of got baited. Looked like something was going to happen, but
I thought we were going to do another one of those hype videos.
the thing, I was thinking about this, I'm like, but who would you give it to? Because it would be pretty unfair to just give it to one of them.
You could just give it
you
to
have them
WE
both
because they
together.
won most recently or something.
You like cut the screen in half and do like half of their teams on each side.
Now that would be cool. Stylistic.
So we are getting the Aftershock Gragas, so is going for more of that frontline role, which, you know, does make more sense. I don't think the phase rush in bot lane actually makes sense, especially with the way it is played in top is a bit different. And the Colonel this time around is all RNG.
He's looking to make enemies at this rate. But let's just bear in mind, shout out to the stats guys, because the Kentucky Fried Chars have more stuff factored in to get their stats right, but also more points as well, so it's less of a bumpy line and more of a straight point. What is going on my screen right now?
That is that was Senna.
That was High Noon Senna.
Yes, it was.
She's on like one of those
like mechanical
fairground ride things.
Yeah, mechanical like bulls. But
rodeo.
So looking at RNG's comp, right? The one thing that easily jumps out to us is the fact that they have a lot of range to play with. So they can do a good job keeping WE at arm's length. Despite the fact that WE has an Ezreal, you still have Senna, Azir, and Italy. So a lot more poke coming out from their side, able to play out in these siege scenarios. You also do have some, not even necessarily follow-up engagements, you really only have the set. And looking at WE's perspective, though, they at least do have engage coming in, right? We have the Ornn, and this time around we have the Gragas, so even some follow-up engage in there as well, and we have a ton of burst. So a lot of these later game fights are going to come down to if WE can find engages or not, and how well RNG plays around that.
One thing WE have historically been good at, though, is finding the engages in these fights, setting themselves up, especially Morgan on this Ornn is known for how good he is at finding these Call of the Forge Gods. Nice little side swipe from Beisheng there. And we've got a fight for the Wolves on our hands here. Xiaolongbao will not let this one go.
Xiaolongbao doesn't have Smite, though.
Yeah, but it's all about confidence, right? You got to pretend that you got the Smite, because Betty's
Betty
here as well. We are going to have Quick Draw available. Smites the Wolf. Beisheng gets out of there. Betty just here for the stop. Jomung now getting damage over the wall. What is going on at this point? RNG looking to make sure things are happening in the early game.
And I'm glad we're seeing this now because regardless of where either comp wants to play in early game win conditions, we've seen all series long. Both of these teams are going to play through bot lane. It's going to be all about mid-jungle to bot, or even leaving mid in its own isolated bubble, all about bot lane.
Teachama already being aggressive in the mid lane, though, putting his mark down, which is good to see because, you know, the Syndra pick, we've not seen it for a little while from Teachama. It was something he brought out in playoffs, hasn't played it since. So good to see that he's been keeping up the practice on this pick, still knows that it is this lane-dominant pick.
Also, nice to see since Cryin is the one who took the more lane-dominant rune in the Comet, but obviously he still is an Azir, so you expect him to lose out in some trades against the Syndra, but Teachama obviously going for that phase rush.
And we are going to see Xiaolongbao and Beisheng just accepting that they're trading Scuttle Crabs here. Beisheng now will move into this bottom half of the jungle.
We said bottom lane's the name of the game, Munch.
I thought he was going to go for the Krugs. I didn't think he was going to go for the gank here. Straight on into this one. Heal going to be burnt as well. And it's not going to lead to much more else, but hey, you take that if you can get a summoner.
You get a summoner for nothing, so makes a lot of sense. So RNG going to try to answer on the top side.
Morgan's in trouble here. The stun landed, though. Bellows Breath wasn't available. Xiaolongbao flashes. Nope, no he didn't.
Just pounces.
Morgan flashes. Xiaolongbao went underneath the tower. Couldn't quite finish the kill.
So ultimately, you would think, okay, we got a flash top for a heal bot, but still, this might be able to start leading to New getting a bit of a snowball, but ultimately, again, I don't expect us to see the comps focus around topside, even though when you do have a Renekton against an Ornn, and you do have a Senna bot, that's where you would think there would be some action for RNG, but in Game 1, RNG actually didn't care about that aspect.
RNG have not really cared necessarily about their win conditions that much in the series. It's felt like it has been a little bit all over the place from them. We've got a fight in the bottom side here. Ming with an early Haymaker, but it's Betty that's taking a lot of this damage. Exhaust going to be used as Jomung continues to step forward. But Ezreal with a minion wave in the way, not going to do too much damage.
Yeah, and now we're going to see Beishong take advantage of the fact that he does have a winning mid and bot, going to steal away some Raptors. This is reminiscent of what BLG were doing earlier on in the day.
This is a little reminiscent of exactly that, but it's not that reminiscent of game number 1, because it was all about Xiaolongbao in the early game last time around. This time, this is a nice little combo with a Syndra there to pull away the big Krug so that Beishong can finish it off.
Also, very symbolic of WE for Teacher Ma to roam down just to take away the Krug for Beishong. Like, that is WE.
I need to sacrifice my wave mid so I can help my jungler farm the enemy jungle's camps. What a way to play League of Legends. This is why I love watching this team. Now moves back into the mid lane, realizes Cryan has no mana, isn't level 6, and gets himself a flash.
And I just want to say, getting punished by Teacher Ma in 1v1 in lane is not a good sign.
It's not a good look, is it? Xiaolongbao now the one in trouble. Unleashed power comes through. Flash forward, gets the stun. Collateral damage to steal the kill from Beishong there. And now another fight in the bottom lane. I think Jomung should be able to jump away. In fact, he's jumping in. Facebreaker onto both of them. Ignited onto the AD carry. Ming with the Facebreaker, but flashes away. Missing can't quite follow this one up. Gets a knock-up, though, onto Betty. The heal isn't available for either squad right now, but Jomung doesn't quite have the damage.
Yeah, ultimately very close in the end. Tons of summoners going down on both sides.
I mean, all summoners are on cooldown in that bottom lane now.
True. I guess in the sense that Betty summoners didn't get blown in that fight, RNG came out ahead since they technically only lost Ming summoners in that fight, but I feel like that's going to be like really stretching.
Yeah, but stretching is good for you.
Yes, it is.
So,
hey, you said in Game 1 you don't know a lot about health or exercise, whatever word you used.
Fitness.
Fitness. That is a combination of the two. Yes.
Listen, right? I don't, but I know what stretching is. And I don't think that that necessarily makes me an expert, but if anyone's looking for a personal trainer, hit me up on Twitter. I'm going to do the we did thing.
Oh,
Just throw out my CV, see if I can get some extra work on the side.
I'm not saying I know how to coach teams, DMO and Rogue Warriors, but I'm not saying I don't know how to coach teams.
I'm not saying that would be a severe conflict of interest, but I am saying it would be a severe conflict of interest. Beishong collateral damage to get himself out to safety there. But he's going to be all right at the end of the day. Missing wants a fight here. He's not level 6 just yet. Aftershock to keep him safe. Now he's the one rooted up. Stun doesn't quite connect onto Ming. And WE are going to persist here. They really want this red buff.
I mean, yeah, they just have all of the priority to run forward and take whatever they want in RNG's jungle. And
I love how they walk forward for the red buff here, and Beishong's like, no, I need a couple of these small chickens as well. I'm not going to let Xiaolongbao have anything this game. This game is just revenge for Beishong for what happened in game number 1.
It really is. And again, we looked at RNG's comp. We said, okay, it looks weird. It sounds weird when you list out all 5 champion names together. But yeah, not exactly coming together yet.
I thought you were going to finish that with a positive.
I'm trying to find one.
It looks weird. It sounds weird. It doesn't really work. But it doesn't work, so...
Hey, New has a 20 CS lead.
That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. Well done, New, for being the standout.
So now we can see if, like, their pseudo poke gets to come out.
We can see if this Dominus is going to work. Please pick up the Eye of the Herald, WE. New is going to be straight onto missing here. Beisheng finally does grab that for himself. Morgan with a knock-up here. Facebreaker into the team from Mig as he gets everybody down. Teach him out, the first one to fall. Morgan pushed back. But Jarmung is on the back of the fight, and he wants to finish these health bars off. Everybody's so low from the side of RNG. Being poked out here. Jarmung not going to pull the trigger on it. Ultimately 2 for 1, but the Herald goes to WE.
Yep, so RNG abusing that range and really just abusing the fact that all of WE are clumped together in the middle of the pit with some flashes down. Actually, Morgan could have flashed over that wall initially when he was around the bottom side of the pit. Chose not to for some reason. We see right now they are left in this awkward position surrounded by all of RNG. Ming coming out with a really good ultimate. We said, hey, look, RNG have a lot of range to play from. They were definitely using the range to start that fight. Morgan getting pushed over. At this point, does just accept his fate.
Yeah, I think probably would have gone down even if he flashed away there. So
At the initial point where he was on the bottom side of the pit, maybe he would have lived.
I think he maybe was about to, and then Cryan got his big ult across the whole team. So, but hey, we get to see a little bit of proactivity from RNG there. It is finally going to be this dragon that they started earlier. They finally come back to it. WE grabbed that for themselves. But ultimately, even if, I keep on saying ultimately, that's my new crutch word, I guess. Even if RNG did get a couple of kills for themselves, WE got the Herald, WE got the Drake, WE are getting everything.
Yeah, now I want to see where they use this Herald. Are they going to do it in mid, which, again, I think generally using it in mid, if you don't have a reason, like otherwise, like some specific, whether split push or whatever, it's always best, especially when teams are heavy in wave clear. I actually think we had the same talk in game 1, but... So let's hope WE use it in the mid lane. If they do want to try to get some plate gold on Jarmung, though, I would understand.
Yeah, try and get Jarmung a little bit more towards his items. Obviously, he's on that Ezreal. We always talk about how Ezreal not going to do too much in these fights until he does get a couple of items under his belt.
If he goes the complete opposite route and puts all the plate gold on the Morgan, that would be something.
Hey, it does kind of help to try and shut New out of the game a little bit. They do have Call of the Forge God about to come off a cooldown, so they could look to just try and find a kill.
I think it's probably too obvious to New, like, wait, why is this Ornn that I've been crushing aggressively walking into me so consistently?
Xiaolong Bao has read the play as well. He's moved up towards his top side. We could have a 2v2 on our hands. Beisheng has to do almost all of the damage in this fight here, and he's been read like a book. Morgan with a double knock-up, though. Fight across the team. Very nice center ult. New still survives this one. Cryan, though, tries to shut down Beisheng, gets the ultimate. Can't quite finish the kill, though. Beisheng can't get away from that one, but Cryan is answered. 1 for 1 now. Xiaolong Bao has to pounce away.
Still, this is the issue with Nidalee in these 2v2s, right? You're so dependent on being able to hit your spear, and we saw Xiaolong Bao didn't hit his initial spear. So even though he jumped and got a bit of damage down, that's about it.
And ultimately, another teleport used here.
So there's the spear from Xiaolong Bao. Isn't able to hit anything. Good knockup from Morgan, actually. Beisheng gets away. We see the double TP coming out. Beisheng does end up going down in the end, but at the same time, you're going to be able to get this 1 for 1. Feels like it could have gone a lot better for RNG had they been able to hit those skill shots, but at the same time...
I mean, the same can be said for WE there, because Teachama missed everything on Cryan to start. He missed his Q.
Yes, he
missed his E. Had that stun gone through and the damage from the Q, maybe his ult just kills Cryan, and maybe that fight ends with Beisheng not even going down.
True. There was a lot of potential for better mechanics in that situation.
Potential is a very positive word to use in that situation.
You know,
I like that about you, Lyric.
I'm a
never cynical.
When we get to game 3s, especially after very long, slow game 2s, I feel like positivity is the way to go about things. And here is the mid lane play that we wanted to see, Munchables, but I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please go on.
That's okay. We got a mid lane play that you were excited for, and I can appreciate that excitement, Lyric. I'm just glad we get the chance to cast together once more.
We will have many more chances in the future.
That's true.
Unless Clement schedules differently.
Clement Chu has the power to separate us. Oh, Xiaolong Bao Xiaolongbao actually just got one of his own red buffs.
Yeah, Xiaolongbao has the power to outsmite Beishong, but Beishong's going to keep going because why not? You have your mid lane pushing.
Beishong just committed collateral damage to try and win the fight over the chickens. I guess that says a lot about the state of this game and this series and how fast these teams are or are not playing.
We have both Dragon and Rift Herald coming up around the same time. So it'll be interesting to see what RNG opt into, in my opinion, because, again, RNG's composition looks very reliant on hitting a lot of hard skill shots or WE failing their engage. So I want to see if RNG's comfortable into opting to, let's say if WE wants to contest that Dragon, or say, okay, we're just going to trade for now and get some items on our Azir and Senna.
Slight lead when it comes to the plates in favor of WE, but not going to be too significant. I think the most important thing to look at is where the gold has been placed on the teams. Nu the one to hold all of that plate gold for the side of RNG, whereas a lot of this onus is on Teachama this game to be the carry throughout this mid game.
Teachama has been manhandling Cryan. Yep. That is actually crazy. It's crazy that we see Teachama coming in and winning lane. But, I mean, hey, he's...
I love that that sentence is like so surprising that we have a mid laner in a team that finished in the top 6 in the LPL in spring, and we're surprised that he has the ability to win lane.
But right, it's not an insult in the fact that that's not what Teachama's success and style are built on.
No, you're absolutely right. Like, I completely agree with you. Hang on, Jomon gets hit by a spear here. That's a lot of damage from Xiaolongbao. But he's going to be okay. Moves over to the rest of the team that's already started off this Dragon.
Oh,
what a stun coming on through. You mentioned Teachama. He is showing up. Dragon goes down as well. And WE, one more of a fight here. Call of the Forge got available. Ming doesn't have his flash. He's going to be stunned up by everything here. And another kill for Beishong.
So we learned if WE want to secure wins, when you're in a clutch moment with your back against the wall in an important game, give Teachama Syndra, because he's apparently Knight 2.0.
I guess so. He's looking great on this Syndra. He looked great on the Syndra in playoffs as well, but I felt like it was a desperation pick back then. Maybe right now, this is more of a comfort pick.
I like how I asked you the question a few minutes ago. I wonder if we're going to see RNG opt to contest subjective or kind of say, hey, our comp is kind of weird, let's scale and go for the opposite. Now they're going to end up losing both. They're going to lose Dragon and Rift Herald for that choice.
Yeah, they kind of go for neither. They did contest the objective.
Yes, they did.
It just didn't really work out for them. Teachama able to completely blow Xiaolongbao up. And Xiaolongbao, bear in mind, he is the rookie of this squad for RNG. He came in at the start of spring. This split, he has looked like the best player on RNG, honestly, aside from maybe Betty. But Xiaolongbao has consistently been the driving force. And here in game number 3, he's fallen off.
It definitely comes down to your question of best, which I know what you're saying. Ooh, Cryan.
Cryan gets a pull onto missing here, but he couldn't quite find Teachama. There's no mana for Teachama, so he couldn't quite follow up after the ult.
But ultimately on RNG, right, it's where Betty and Ming are definitely the two most consistent players in performance, but Xiaolongbao has the highest highs, along with obviously lower lows, and Xiaohu I'd say is close to that, but not as up and down. So that is why a lot of pressure's on Xiaolongbao.
Speaking of pressure, he's trying to finish. Missing just went back into this play. I'm not sure why. I guess it's because he had exhaust and he knew how to play around it. Jomon now, the source of the damage as the rest of the team arrives. We've got a brawl on our hands all of a sudden, and Jomon's in trouble. Taken down with a double for Cryan, and RNG back on top.
That fight came out of absolutely nowhere. Like you said, Missing, poking his head in and out for no reason. Morgan's not even here. And if we learned anything from game 1, Morgan needs to be there absorbing a lot of this pressure, putting down his own pressure with Call of the Forge God. And WE, after winning almost every skirmish we've had so far, giving RNG, you know, a win into this game.
Morgan now going to be a target of another attack, but he's able to slide out of that situation. In the meantime, Ming is split pushing on the set. He's got Xiaolongbao alongside him here. And RNG have just flipped the switch. They have just said, look, if you're going to contest for your own blue buff, you're going to die for it.
And gold ending up even, so really exciting that we come into a game 3 that at 18 minutes. I wonder what happens if WE are at, you know, equal in gold at 15 minutes.
We're in unprecedented territory here,
God.
Lyric.
Oh, God.
Nobody knows.
Oh, we get to see Ming's pro view, so does come in with the ult on to teach him. Ooh, great E coming out as well, dealing a ton of damage with his passive as well, and great W.
Ming does his thing.
That's why we said, right? Probably the most consistent member on this team along with Betty. Always puts up good to great performances and would make sense for how he's always been a standout support in LPL. Last year was second only to Chris.
So, we kind of reset once more, and let's just revisit this composition for RNG, because I'm still a little bit fuzzy on exactly how this works and operates, but we did see them just win a fight.
Yes.
Obviously, it was 4v5. Morgan wasn't there, but, like, is this now how it works? Like, they essentially turn it into a pick composition despite the fact they've got an Azir there?
Realistically, you don't have a way of turning it into a pick composition, though, right? Like, you aren't able to necessarily move first unless someone from WE just doesn't come.
WE going to be pushing down the mid lane here with a Herald. There is very little in the way of an answer from RNG. This is going to be 2 towers going their way. Very nice little play from WE just
Ming
to
is
find himself some free objectives.
Posturing for a flank.
I don't know if this is a fight you want right now, Ming. The rest of your team is not nearby. He's going to walk away from that one with his life still. Jomung is doing a real good job of eating every single spear that Xiaolongbao throws.
But, so you already brought up RNG and how they want to win out this game. I think it looks like that, where it is, you're working as a pseudo poke comp. You're playing from, you know, an arm's length away, not letting WE get on top of you. But if they do, I would assume it should come out WE favored. But you do still have Ming able to ult someone away from your carries as well as Nu threatening the backline to see is massive.
Morgan already getting to the point in the game where he takes very little damage from the enemy team. It's not quite at the 2-item mark, but already has that Sunfire cape and a bit of MR from his boots. But RNG are going to be the ones to start this Dragon off. WE would love to find themselves on Soul Point here. Old Forge God going to come on through, trying to get onto Cryon, but the Dragon's already gone down to Xiaolongbao. I think that might just signal to WE they need to get out of here.
Yeah, and WE went for the steal rather than trying to set up for a fight, which, you know, if they were setting up for a fight, I feel like you would have used that call of the Forge God differently, to where they tried to throw it out to disrupt Xiaolongbao and get Beishong in the pit. And then they were in a really awkward angle to where the only member they ended up CCing was Ming, so they couldn't really follow up on that.
I love this from WE. They have the timers on this whole jungle from RNG. They are going to be spotted. They were trying to find a pick onto Xiaolongbao as he came over to the blue buff. It's not going to happen.
We have seen it consistently, right, where we've seen WE invade this blue side for RNG a couple times now, but vice versa has also been true, where we've seen RNG consistently stealing WE's blue.
Kind of trading sides of the map.
Yeah. Trading sides without really committing to trading sides.
Yeah, they've not really split the map necessarily, just been finding ways in when there's an opportunity. 5-5 on the scoreboard, and I have to say, Lyric, I'm kind of disappointed.
This is WE versus RNG.
Like, I didn't want to say I'm disappointed during, like, the second game, because I was like, you know what? We had a pretty action-packed first game, blah, 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 but, like, 2 out of 3 games between RNG and WE, I was expecting this to just be like...
You're expecting game 1.
Fighting 24/7.
Yeah, right? I was expecting game 1 all 3 games. Not necessarily in RNG's direction, but, you know, like one way or the other. Still, again, this is a new positive Lyric today. Game 2 was exciting in the sense we saw, hey, WE played not to just smash you in the early game. They scaled, and they won, so a new dimension of WE. Game 3 has been exciting for the fact that Teacher Ma looking pretty good on this Syndra, which we knew he was a good Syndra player, but actually numerous times getting Cryon extremely low.
We are seeing a new side of Teacher Ma. Beishong just stacking up in this brush right here. Scatter the weak onto Ming. It is going to be that set, though, so the shield keeps him alive for now. Jomung is here, and he's eaten no spears so far this fight, which we take as a positive here, but the fight does dissolve itself.
And stuff like that is what would benefit RNG, in my opinion, to where we saw they weren't able to get onto... WE weren't able to get on RNG, so they were just able to throw down some spears. Some spears did actually land onto Beishong, which is why he's a bit chunked right now. Because a lot of these fights, Morgan's not there yet. So if RNG can find a pick before Morgan can really join, that is a way of them closing out this game. Not closing out this game, but breaking open this game.
Yeah.
That was getting a bit biased right there with that terminology. But there's no bias caster here today.
Caster.
This is a bias-free zone.
I think the only
V5 is not playing today.
That would be the ultimate bias cast, right? Being you on V5 WE.
Yes, it would. The dream is still alive.
I'd love to see it. We'll have to wait and see. But I have to wonder, because we've seen a couple of these fights for RNG that have managed to go their way, where they found a couple of picks, they found people out of position before Morgan can get there, as you were saying. But how does that actually function the later on into the game we get? Once we're getting towards Dragon Souls, once we're getting towards Barons, like, generally speaking, you're not going to find a WE that are scattered around the map.
I feel like it'll operate like how we saw the in the series earlier with Foco Zoe, where if Xiaolongbao hits a spear onto Teacherma or Zhomong and they're less than half HP, have to back off, you can now try to force some sort of numbers advantage fight or even just burst them out outright.
That sounds like a narrow win condition.
I mean, to me, when I look at this comp, it does look like a pretty harder to execute narrow comp.
Well, Missing is very confidently walking forward on a pretty squishy Gragas right here, but he's going to be okay.
They have been doing a great job at keeping WE at arm's length this whole time, though.
They really have.
Well,
Beisheng stepping forward, though, and Morgan happy to pull the trigger on a fight. Knock up only onto Ming, though. I think WE maybe need to call it quits on this one because they've used a lot of cooldowns for not a lot of action.
And that's actually great for RNG. So now the fact that Call of the Forge God is down, you only have to look out for Scatter the Weak and Gragas Body Slam cast.
Nicely done here by RNG just to try and keep WE away. And actually, with Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, this is pretty huge for RNG. Beisheng, though, looking for a pick onto Nu. As Missing was the one to try and start the engage there. Beisheng jumps back into the pit instead. Scatter the Weak onto Ming to force them away. Zhomong rooted, but realistically no follow-up here. Now Xiaolongbao is going to look to try and steal this Drake, but Nu is on the flank.
Yep, Nu trying to get into the backline does still have Dominus and Flash available, so if he can get on top of, especially Teacherma, who doesn't have anything like a cleanse or the E coming out from Zhomong, so we'll be able to just lock him down and burst him down fast. Ooh,
Dominus
Ming.
used. Nu is coming into this fight. Missing jumps over him. Showstopper on to Teacherma, gets the Unleashed power out. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage and is Missing forced away. This is an already won fight here for RNG, who grabbed themselves a second Drake.
That was just strange, because we saw Ming flash pretty early, and then Teacherma just kind of stood there and was like, okay, and thank you, Mr. Set. Went on the ride and got bursted out pretty quickly.
We saw a weird flash from Missing as well. I'm not really sure what he was trying to... He, like, flashed over the top of Nu.
Yeah, he did.
But I don't know why he did that.
You know?
I don't know.
If there's things that...
I want to see if there's
a
fight I want to see a replay of, is that one.
Oh, well, you ask and you shall receive. So Ming goes for that. Great Scout of the Week coming out from Teacherma. Still had his flash, held onto it a bit too long. Probably should have flashed up with the rest of his team.
So Missing was trying to get a flash knockup onto Nu before he went in. He was just a little slow to pull the trigger, I guess. That's the only thing I could pull out from that flash, honestly. But I think just a normal E would have done it. In fact, I think the flash meant that your E didn't hit him. Thoughts, Lyric? What do you reckon, mate?
I was paying attention to how Teacherma died.
Died?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know how Teacherma died, but how he could have played that maybe a bit better. I feel like he could have flashed up towards that choke point with his team, but wanting to hold that spell for a little while.
He didn't hold it for long. He still used it and died, which is really, at least he's getting value for RNG.
Yeah, I was gonna say. But
it's been a slow series, Lyric.
No, it has not. We're posturing for some fights. Call of the Forge Gods are available.
Well, there's only one of them. No Silas in this game. Xiaolongbao getting a good, well, not much of a chunk onto Morgan. He's pretty tanky. He's already finished his Abyssal Mask, so he's going to be pretty golden on that top laner. And we're going to have a blue buff going the way of Zhomong, so that's pretty exciting.
Yes, yeah, it is. But ultimately, for some reason, RNG just continuing to posture mid. I guess they do have bottom lane already pushing, and their top lane is set up for a slow push. So WE at some point you would think are going to have to answer sides, or they're just giving up a lot of golden XP on the map for free.
Hey, random tidbit that just happened here. Morgan has upgraded the Iceborne Gauntlet into the Frozen Fist, which Ezreal gains max value out of because the mana is turned into damage by the Mura mana. There you go, Lyric.
That is the analytical section with Munchables.
Munch's musings.
But
there we go.
So, again, slow game. RNG have the opportunity to continuously create pressure through sides with their Renekton. Still, we know this is going to come down to a 5v5 even if they have that side pressure. And obviously, WE's comp is all about the straight up 5v5. So we're going to get to a point in front of a neutral objective where we group once again. And it feels like we really need to find some kind of coordinated engage from WE. And they need to be willing to put themselves in a position of risk, it looks like, because they've been very hesitant of like coordinating, trying to coordinate a Call of the Forge God with maybe missing coming in for a body slam and a scout of the week. They've kind of thrown those all out separately, and then if one of them whiffs, they just kind of back off slowly. You're giving chance for Nidalee Spears and giving Ming the opportunity to find these great engages. So for WE, the name of the game is coordinated engage. For RNG, I think you just keep taking it slow. We're seeing them whittle down the enemy team with all three of Nidalee, Azir, and Senna, and then just wait for Ning to have up his flash and look for this big engage onto WE.
I will say, while we've been complimenting Teachama a lot this game for his Syndra, in terms of CS, he's really starting to fall behind his lane opponent in Cryan. And as if by magic, a cold graph appears in front of me. Cryan actually starting to build himself an advantage in that mid lane. Just finishes Leandris as well. So Cryan is getting to the point where Azir is going to be that late game carry, but Teachama just got a Void Staff as well. So Teachama is pretty much going to be able to one-shot whoever he wants.
It is also very different in the sense that Cryan can at least push out to River like pretty safely on Azir, since you do still have that mobility coming out from your dash. To where Teachama, if he ever goes to a side lane, is pretty much always in a position of threat from RNG, so has to be very careful with when he actually goes to decide to catch waves. And we see they are constantly grouped as 5, since that's how their comp needs to play, and they're funneling all this gold onto Jomung.
You can see how effective Death Stance is for Jomung right there. We've seen Jomung eat a lot of space this game, so we've got a feel for how much damage that does. The Death Stance has pretty much cut that in half. So Jomung feeling a lot safer since he is just going to eat these spears all game long. Hey, at least he's a bit tankier.
And that's WE are just taking Dragon for free.
Yeah, new over the wall, but there is basically no contest here. Shaolin Bao late to the party. This Dragon goes down. And WE, I mean, we've seen RNG fight tooth and nail for every single Dragon so far. How are WE now just taking this one for free?
The thing I can understand is the fact that they didn't have any vision on it, so I don't think they actually knew for sure if Beishang was on it, and they didn't want to face check, not face check because all of W was showing on like the bot side river brush. They just want to walk in if it potentially was a 4v5 since Nu was still coming around the back.
Well, Nu was ready.
Well,
Nu was at the pit.
Well, exactly, Nu was at the pit, but RNG didn't feel comfortable walking through the members of WE who were cutting them off without Nu, without for sure knowing if Beishang was doing that Dragon or not.
All right.
Because I don't think they had a ward on it.
RNG starting to be a little bit more decisive here. Moving over towards Baron, clearing vision, putting some threat onto WE. Basically saying, look, you now have to make something happen. You have to use some of your vision, and that is not how to do it. Double scrying orb in the pit at the same time from WE. That is not ideal, because now they're going to have way less tools to be able to check this Baron over the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, Teachama and Jomung really failing on that synergy, and now RNG just playing a vision denial game. They can even just keep chucking spears and some Azir soldiers over the wall and try to punish WE. They also have tons of wards absolutely everywhere, so they know everything that WE is doing. WE with a really good response of just going towards the mid lane, forcing in this wave and saying, hey, RNG, you need to come back and answer.
Yeah, obviously, if RNG just commits to the Baron there, WE can just run straight down that mid lane, threaten an inhibitor itself.
So for the fight coming up, the player to watch, as before, is Ming. And I'm glad the observers actually now bring us over to Ming. Ming has his flash up once again. has his ultimate, can try to bring these members in too new.
He's going straight onto Teachamar. Good flash from Teachamar, but he can't get out of this one. Taken down immediately. Ult from Morgan, though, means that Betty is the answer. Jomung has to carry this fight, or does he? Morgan's on the horn. The Ram charging on forwards and chasing down RNG.
Yeah, overall, 2 for 1 in favor of WE. And it's funny because RNG are playing this like a pick comp, which you asked if was going to happen earlier. We didn't think it would happen. Doesn't make a lot of sense for it to happen, but really cool engage coming out from Ming. But ultimately, WE are the ones to benefit with, like you said, Morgan doing a good job of zoning and taking up all that damage. Now it's up to Xiaolongbao.
We're not watching the LPL for plays that make macro sense. We're watching the LPL to see Morgan flash for a brittle kill onto Betty. Xiaolongbao wants to go for the steal, but Jomung is here to deny that. Missing with the knockup. Xiaolongbao forced away. In the meantime, Beisheng stepped out of the pit here. Baron finally goes his way. Now for the fight as well. Double knockup. Morgan wants this win for himself. Ming will go down as Morgan chases out the Croc and gets the kill.
And honestly, Munchables, that Baron was extremely confusing. People jumped into the Baron, they jumped back out of the Baron. Vice versa, but WE coming out on top in the end, and your main man Morgan showing up big, and even Beisheng and Jomung doing really well in these fights.
MVP Morgan himself stepping up to the plate, showing us why he's the new Hulk Hogan of the league. And now, charging straight down the top lane, we've seen WE more than happy to pull the trigger and try and end the game.
And there's 20-second death timers. They can definitely do this. Call of the Forge God is still up.
Let's go WE, trying to push things on in here, trying to finish this game out. It's Cryan and Betty to try and defend. Oh, barely surviving. Betty gets onto the fountain. Health bars are low for the side of WE. This is going to be the towers going down. Can they finish the Nexus in time? Just trying to play keep away for the AD carry. And WE 2-1 RNG.
And I absolutely love the look on their face cams. You saw them getting excited, yelling. I remember WE hasn't gotten a win over RNG in quite a few years.
That is an impressive win here today for WE, especially after the way that RNG won the first game in the series. I thought this was over immediately. I thought it was going to be a 2-0. But WE come back strong in game number 2 and even stronger in these team fights in game 3.
And we saw characteristics of old WE, right? We saw these comps that just want to play as a 5-man squad. They know, hey, we're not playing out through side lanes, no 1-4, no pick comps, none of these shenanigans. All 3 comps relying on all 5 members. Nice to see some different dynamics, some early skirmishing comps, and then obviously in game 2 that really late game focused comp as well. On the side of RNG though, game 1 was beautiful. Game 2, the draft made sense. The idea, we could see how it's supposed to work. They didn't execute. Didn't look like they really tried to execute either. And then this last game, the draft was a bit confusing. It was actually showing us how it can work in certain instances, but you used the phrase like narrow windows, and that was definitely a good way of putting it.
I think ultimately it goes back to the first thing we said at the start of the day. You don't really know which version of RNG is going to show up on the Rift each game. And apparently, based on this series, it can be a very different version game to game. Like, we saw them being proactive, being aggressive in game number 1. Game number 2 comes around. They have an aggressive, proactive composition. They just don't activate on it. They don't pull the trigger and make those plays happen. WE showing as well that they have a new side to them. They are happy to play it slow and go for these late game win conditions and win through the team fight.
And I love, especially this last game, where the play that stands out to me most about you saying we don't know which RNG will show up was when Teachama almost solo kills Cryan. So then Xiaolongbao comes in, jumps in, tries to get the kill onto Teachama. Then Beisheng's waiting in the wings, comes out, and both RNG's mid-jungle almost get 2v2 killed. So it's like, if you think about the mid-jungle 2v2, sure, you do not think of WE being the ones to come out ahead on pure mechanics.
Look at that goal graph, Lyric. What is that? What are we witnessing?
That was very telling of how the actual game went.
Yeah.
But
not a whole bunch happening for 30 minutes, then one fight to decide absolutely everything. And hey, at least we have a team that is as decisive as WE to just find that objective, find that situation, and win the game.
Let's remember, though, at least in this game, it was not WE finding that situation. It was Ming coming around on the flank. It looked good at first. We're like, okay, cool, they got this pick. But then it's like, okay, well, all the members of WE are now right in middle of you. You're all actually pretty squishy other than Ming. And somehow WE coming out on top, and like you said, in the game, great zoning coming out from Morgan, and Jomung also playing so aggressively on that Ezreal. And WE able to solidify the win.
Not even just great zoning from Morgan. Like, he was getting so many knockups during the fights, not just from his ult, but also from his Searing Charge. Like, multiple times knocking up multiple members of RNG and setting Jomung up to be able to carry. Did get a little bit dicey around that Baron, though, when we saw Beisheng jumping out of the pit to try and join the fight onto Xiao Bao. I was like, dude, just get the Baron.
They all jumped in, then jumped back out, jumped in, and then won the fight. And it's like, huh, that was
it was the 5-head play. They were like, we'll just let New tank the Baron for us for a couple of minutes while we go kill the Cougar or the Mountain Lion or the Puma, and then jump back into the pit, finish the Baron ourselves. And they managed to pull it off, managing to win out the game off the back of it. And hey, at least we are seeing WE continue to be this decisive team that we know them to be.
Yeah, overall, just good to see from WE. I like, too, Jomung not just playing a carry role, but also being a tank facilitator, tanking up all the spears coming out from Xiaolongbao and doing such a great job in these fights.
Jomung as well, doing a really good job of soaking those spears up for his team during the earlier stages of the fight. Not necessarily ideal, but hey, it worked out in the end for them. And I'm excited for what's ahead for WE, because this is a big win for them. Both of these teams were even on the standings. This is now going to push WE up the standings ever so slightly. They're going to be 5-2 right now, which means that they're tied in wins to V5.
Yeah, WE just showing they can compete with almost anyone in the LPL. We'll say anyone and not include top esports, since they're kind of in a league of their own right now.
They're kind of just separate to everyone else.
Exactly. It's like top esports and the rest. So, but hey, when we have 4 slots to Worlds, being part of that rest is pretty cool, especially when you're in that second tier.
And especially when they already got some circuit points from Spring. They were in the top 6 when it came to playoffs. So WE, if they can continue this level of performance, have the potential to make it to the World Championship through circuit points and through getting it that way. But we'll have to wait and see what happens later down the line. That's still a while off before we get to kind of Worlds placement. But it's exciting to see for WE that they are placing well in the standings, because they've already played against IG, they've already played against FPX, they've already played against EDG as well. So some of these other top teams, they've already checked off of their list.
Yeah, exactly. So going forward, WE going to be a favorite in a lot of these series. And even today, right, they come out with the win against RNG. We can say they're the better team than RNG, but you could also see, like, you can see where it could go wrong against some of these teams. You could see whether it's like in draft, or whether if a team plays around their win condition in a certain area, it's still very telegraphed how WE want to play. And even if they are now branching out to more styles, which to me is the best thing you could do. Don't change this play style, just kind of vary it more like FPX do, but you can still exploit it when you know, hey, this team's going to, just go to bot lane, play around this 4v4 on bot side, and leave Morgan on his own island.
And this is one of the interesting conversations in League of Legends in general that you often see, where it's like, do you play to counter your opponent's style, or do you play for your own style? And for WE, for FPX, it feels like it's very much a play for your style. But there are plenty of really great teams that play the opposite way and play to try and counter.
I would actually argue that in recent years, it's almost being proven that that's the best way to play. We now have 2 world champions that did it back-to-back, IG and FPX. G2, who was in that contention for winning Worlds last year and obviously won an MSI, also does it themselves, right? They're not necessarily playing to counter you. G2 are going to play the way G2 plays, so it definitely feels like teams are catching on, not just in China, where we've been doing it for a long time, but around the world, that like, hey, who cares about the meta? Who cares about this, that, and the other thing? We're going to play to our strengths, we're going to draft to our style and our champion pools, and as shown by WE, picks up wins.
And one of the things we've seen over the last couple of years is quite often the meta will shift to those win conditions that these teams set. With that said, though, let's look at our MVP for game number 3 as we finish things out. It's Beisheng taking it away from Morgan there. Heartbreaking for Morgan. But ultimately, Beisheng did play his mind out here. And with the support of his team, it's important to remember, he had a rematch against Xiaolongbao in this Graves versus Nidalee, and he won it out this time.
Yeah, doing good. And this was the Baron play we were talking about, where they were on the pit, they were doing the Baron for a while. RNG got in the pit, RNG got out of the pit, WE follow. We end up back in the pit, but at the end of the day, that was confusing, but WE got all the kills.
And you know what? Morgan managing to get that double knock-up at the end to guarantee that the kills happened, because everyone was about to get away. Everyone was scattering from RNG. Morgan locks them down, secures those kills, and therefore secures the win as well. So super happy to see WE performing like we want them to, because it has to be said, in their series against Suning, for example, there was a lot of question marks about how they would move forward in the series, but we're a couple of weeks on from that now. And it's feeling good for WE to looking like very much a playoff team.
I mean, we're taking it step by step. First, they beat RNG. Then, you know, they win the LPL, they win Worlds. Then, in Joe's mind, they go to WWE, win the WWE Championship. Maybe they get bored of that, go to UFC. You know, they fight in a bunch of different weight divisions, become a multi-weight champion, and then, you know, retires happily, and I guess in your world becomes a politician. Start a podcast. There we go.
Take the Joe Rogan route, although he wasn't actually a fighter, was he?
No.
Either way, we'll have to see. They could become a politician. That's certainly it. I know Trump was a big WWE fan, right?
Oh, God, please.
Clips of him at WWE.
Not on this broadcast.
Okay, well, moving on from the WWE, let's look at how we finished off the day, because it has been a day and a half, hasn't it, boys and girls? 2-0 to start the day in favor of BLG. The faith wasn't strong enough for LNG. BLG, with Meteor coming back into the roster, looking reinvigorated.
They look good. Like, not even just good individually. They looked like a good team. Like, they knew how to play together. The synergy was there. Everything.
Don't be baited into it. We've said this about BLG before.
I put them in my playoffs for power rankings preseason. I want to believe, Joe.
Oh, no. It's all gone wrong for Jordan on my left. But our second series of the day, it was a 2-1 in the end to WE. Now, tomorrow, as we move into our matches, we have some interesting ones. IG versus DMO. I don't really know what to expect with that series. DMO have suddenly started to look like a team. IG are on form right now, so they're a pretty heavy favorite. But the second series, that really could go either way.
Yeah. First series, I think will be fun. Every IG series is fun, guys, so make sure you're tuning in. Then that second series is definitely going to be close.
Yeah, LGD, definitely the favorite against Suning, but Suning have showed a lot of prowess, especially around late-game team fighting. They're against LGD that always go for the late-game team fighting, so we could have some really exciting 5v5s between the two teams as they clash.
Especially with Swordart, I think, coming into a better form in summer. I'd put Huanfeng and Swordart as one of the best spot lanes in the LPL right now, so going to be exciting, especially if he gets his hands on that Bard. So, again, a lot of reasons to tune in tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Kramer and Mark up in that conversation as well, so we'll see what form Kramer is on. That has been one of the big criticisms, right, for LGD, is that Kramer, sometimes his positioning isn't great while moving to objectives, gets lost in transition a little bit and picked out, so we'll see what kind of form those two teams turn up in tomorrow. That's going to about do it here for the day. Any final thoughts of the day here, Lyric? Because it has been a day and a half here.
RNG need to, you know, stop drafting weird. Stop being the random number generator or whatever, you know, the phrases that fans use, and start showing some good games and stepping up for my predictions.
His predictions is going down the trolley. Mine are looking great, although LNG didn't win, so maybe they're not looking that great. But WE did, so I'm happy. That's going to be it from us. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for our series. We're going to say goodnight, and we'll see you there.
high, but I wish I could bathe